The story begins with a certain young man being tied up with chains by his master, who is preparing to do something depraved to him. He struggles until he can't break free and is exhausted. He says, "I respected you as my master, yet you would do this despicable thing to me." The master, with a perverted and lustful expression, says, "My dear disciple, master doesn't want to either, but you're just too alluring." She makes her disciple drink the most potent aphrodisiac in the world, the one dream of an immortal husband. Then she looks at her disciple with a lewd gaze and says, "My good disciple, you can only be mine." A green-haired girl reading this bursts into tears. Holding her phone, she reads while cursing, "Author, why would you write such a plot for the male lead?" It turns out she's reading a comic. She has been following the novel for 3 years, and a new chapter has just been released. But why did it turn out like this? She recalls the original male lead, demonic, bizarre, domineering, and arrogant. In the world of true cultivation, he is the ancestor Tian Yi. He cultivates the path of slaughter, pursuing death and destruction. His illustrious reputation revered by thousands. But in the end, he was captured and imprisoned by his perverted, lecherous master. After reading, she angrily throws her phone down with a crash. Are you kidding me? The master is just a supporting character. She furiously messages the author, "You've been possessed." The author immediately replies, "You're the one who's been possessed." The girl is now flustered. What? The author actually replied to me. She never expected that message to change her life. A series of messages, "You're the one who's been possessed," are sent to her phone frantically. Suddenly, she feels herself sinking into a blue sea. Yet, instead of drowning, she transmigrates into some dynasty. Suddenly, a young man is before her, and she is the one grabbing his face. He looks at her with a hateful gaze and says, "Shun Changjun, I will kill you." Shun Changjun. Isn't that the name of the perverted master? She panics as she realizes her current situation. Aya, did I really transmigrate into the story? And I even became the perverted master. Then the one before me must be. Her disciple now looks at her with eyes full of resentment and rage, his whole body exuding a murderous aura, intending to kill her. Seeing the handsome man before her, she can't help but have a nosebleed. This disciple becomes even more enraged, using all his strength to shatter the chains. "You are truly shameless." He finally breaks free, the chains snapping and flying everywhere. She quickly turns her face away, not daring to look anymore, feeling too embarrassed. This man is shirtless in front of her. If she keeps looking, she's afraid she won't be able to control herself. She recalls the comments cursing this villainous, supporting character master as cruel. She tells herself not to panic. If I've transmigrated into the vicious female supporting character, I probably won't die. First, I have to get on the male lead's good side. But how to do that? As she's thinking, she senses a terrifying killing intent. Just as she expected, a palm strike pierces through her body, causing her to spit out fresh blood. Ugh, it was her disciple who had struck to kill her. This is the world's #1 poison with no antidote. The girl, now enveloped by the poison, feels cold and pained. So this is what it feels like to be dying. Why was my transmigration so short? A voice keeps echoing, "Shun Changjun, I will kill you." Shun Changjun startles awake. It turns out it was a voice in a dream. Am I still alive? She looks around and realizes this is the Jihua sect. She recalls the plot of the story. But didn't Shin Changjun fall to the demonic path and get expelled from the sect a long time ago? Why am I still in the Jihua sect? As she's pondering, a sword suddenly flies down, startling her. Thud, the sword falls and stabs straight into the bed. It then transforms into a little girl. It turns out this is Shun Changjun's red crane sword spirit, Wu Fei. The sword says, "Oops, I wasn't careful and fell." Shun Changjun yells, "You were clearly trying to assassinate me. Hurry up." Today, the Jihua sect is opening its doors to accept disciples. Didn't you promise the sect leader you would choose your first disciple today? Hearing this, she suddenly panics. First disciple? How could that be? As if realizing something, she dashes out the door, sending the red crane sword flying to one side. Opening the door, she says, "Didn't the male lead already kill me?" Seeing the scene before her, she is astonished. "I've been reborn." It turns out she was reborn into the past, before the female supporting character became a cruel and perverted master. She recalls the original story. The story begins with the Jihua sect holding a disciple acceptance ceremony. That's the first time I met that disciple. As of now, I am the most talented person on the continent, the younger sister of the Jihua sect's leader. The peak master of Jihua sect, 20 years old this year, has already broken through to the golden core stage. A top-tier, beautiful, and talented young lady. That's me, Shun Changjun. And the male lead, as of now, must still be a little weakling. The heavens are on my side. I have to kill him before he kills me to change the outcome. The red crane sword spirit hears her sinister laughter, glances at her, and says, "Why are you laughing like a villain?" The scene zooms in on people watching something. They gossip, "Why did that kid come to seek a master? Aren't they being a bit too heavy-handed? If they keep hitting him, someone will die." Is this the 9th night of watching something? Indeed, a group of people are relentlessly beating a young man. This guy is stubborn. He's been beaten like this and still won't leave. This half-breed really doesn't want to live anymore. Does he think he can become a disciple of the Jihua sect? Trespassing on the sect is a capital crime. Beat him. At this moment, Shun Changjun arrives. Everyone gathers around and bows, whispering, "So beautiful," the top genius of the continent. Seeing this scene, she thinks to herself, this is just like the story. At the beginning, when seeking a master, the male lead was indeed beaten to a pulp. It was just when the villainess was in a good mood that she passed by and saved his life. She also thinks about her future being killed by him and decides to just walk past. No point in saving him now, only to be killed later. However, the moment she sees the male lead, she freezes. The male lead is a bit battered from the beating, but it cannot be denied that he is incredibly handsome. His eyes, nose, and mouth don't look real, but rather like a painting. On top of that, he's looking at her with such a pitiful gaze. At this moment, Shun Changjun's mind goes blank. Her handsome man appreciation mode is activated, her eyes sparkling. Her face flushes shyly. Oh my god, how can he be so cute? It turns out he was just a small teenager back then. She looks at his battered face and tattered clothes and thinks sorrowfully, this child must have suffered a lot. The book said that Dijio Tianye's childhood was tragic and he had no one to rely on. Later, he was saved by his master and thought he had found a pillar of support, but in the end, it became his lifelong nightmare. She walks over and pats his head. He's still so young and fragile. He needs to be cared for. Seeing him like this, I can't bear to just stand by and watch. Then, she has a realization. If I treat him well, I might be able to escape the fate of being killed by him. She smiles and says, "Be my disciple." However, little did Shin Changjun know that Tian Yi was also reborn and remembered the entire past. The male lead and the crowd are all bewildered and shocked. It turns out the male lead was also reborn. He recalls his previous life. "I was tormented by you, and even killing you with my own hands couldn't resolve the knot in my heart. In the end, my unstable mind led to a failed ascension, resulting in my soul scattering. The heavens have finally given me a chance to be reborn. In this life, I will make you die a death a myriad times more tragic than the last." Thinking this, he smiles and says, "Yes, master." Shin Changjun takes his hand. At this moment, each has their own thoughts. One side thinks, I will be a better master than in the previous life. The other side thinks, in this life, I will absolutely never trust you again. I will definitely avoid that tragic fate. I will definitely make you die a death a myriad times more tragic. Are these two having a mental battle, folks? After accepting each other as master and disciple, the two of them head up to the Jihua sect. You owe me from our past life. This venerable one wants you. The male lead's killing intent radiates out as if wanting to kill Shin Changjun. Sensing the killing intent, she whirls around in alarm. However, it's just a small burst of energy flying past. The male lead makes a growling face to scare her like a child. Shin Changjun lightly points a finger at the killing intent, and it vanishes. Seeing him act so cute, her eyes light up again. So adorable. Yes, good boy, very good. Do it again. Tian Yi is suddenly petrified. Inwardly, he screams, "Who am I? Where am I? Where is my NAMA-MANGAI poison vine?" The NAMA-MANGAI poison vine is the ultimate poison of the great boss of the Deep Demon Moon Forest, and it is the bonded life spirit of Dijio Tianyi. Being mentioned, it lets out a sneeze. Dijio Tianyi, having been reborn as a child, naturally has to go and subdue it first. Shin Changjun finally leads Tianyi to a house on Golden Cloud Mountain. She says, "On this mountain, you are my only personal disciple." Tianyi, walking behind her and hearing her words, clutches his head and laments internally. This venerable one is still weak now. I must learn to hide and bide my time to increase my power. She pushes open a door and says, as your master, I will gift you all the martial arts manuals and magical techniques I possess. She can't help but smile to herself, imagining the scene of Tian Yi being obedient, respectful, and filial towards her. How about it? If my disciple likes them, these martial arts and magical techniques will all be yours. However, Tian Yi seems to see something amiss. He lowers his head, his face flushing red. Seeing that he says nothing, she finally looks inside. The walls are covered with erotic pictures, and the room is a mess. There are 18+ spring palace paintings, a secret dual cultivation manual, a handbook on capturing handsome men, and so on. After seeing this, Shen Changjuan's jaw drops, and her face turns beet red. It's too surreal. She also freezes. Who am I? Where am I? And what am I doing? She quickly slams the door shut. She clears her throat, tries to appear dignified and calm, and says, that was all profound arts. Has my disciple learned them yet? Tian Yi closes his eyes, his mind exploding with anger as he recalls the images from before. Both angry and blushing, he curses inwardly. What on earth is this woman trying to pull? Moving to another room, ahem, let's not talk about that anymore. As your master, I'll gift you some presentable battle robes and magical artifacts. She opens the door only to slam it shut immediately. The image inside the room is a bit blurry, but it's definitely 18+ toys. Shen Changjun, flustered again, says that was also profound arts. They go to the next room, and it's some other image that I'm not clear on, but it's probably also 18+. Because I see the door being slammed shut again. The two of them fall into silence. The male lead feels as if he's been struck by lightning, screaming internally, oh heavens, am I actually a character in an 18+ restricted story? Tian Yi now sees his master as nothing less than a perverted, sadistic master. He thinks, good heavens, surely this woman wouldn't spare even child? But she thinks to herself, luckily, this kid is still young and won't understand anything. Meanwhile, Tian Yi is furious inside, unable to hold back the urge to dismember her on the spot. Shen Changjun returns to her room, thinking, the mountain is full of dangers today. I'll investigate thoroughly another day. Right now, I have to destroy these things. Besides, I can't leave this stuff lying around. It'll scare the child. Tian Yi sees her returning to her room and panics. No way. What does this woman want to do? Why is she having this venerable one come to her bedchamber? This time, the child was truly scared. She says, my disciple, don't go anywhere tonight. Sleep here at my place. Although she said it normally, in Tian Ye's eyes, she is like a perverted harasser. My disciple, for your entire life, don't even think of escaping my grasp. You must sleep with me forever. The thought terrifies him so much that he bolts out of the room, crying boo-hoo-hoo. Shin Changjun is bewildered. Why did he run away? What did I do wrong? Where does he dislike me? I was even going to give him the bed. She touches her chin, thinking, a child's mind is hard to grasp. It seems I have to quickly raise his favorability level. I've got it. The little junior sister, the white moonlight of Di Jiu Tian Yi from his past life, my second disciple, is none other than Wei Xingnu. At this moment, Wei Xingnu was sparring with other disciples in the sect. She quickly defeated another disciple. Everyone quickly began to whisper in admiration, worthy of her title as the eldest young lady of the Wei family. This is the best prospect this year. She will definitely become a personal disciple of an elder with such a pure and unattainable aura. Shen Changjun stood behind a large tree, secretly looking for Wei Xingnu. The original owner was beautiful and talented, and all the disciples were outstanding individuals. I don't know how the original owner managed to take Wei Xingnu as a disciple. If I suddenly get close to her, will I be seen as a weird Annie? Behind another tree was Tian Yi, who had also secretly followed his master to observe. Being all too familiar with his master's perversion from his past life, he thought she wouldn't spare even a young girl. Changjun approached Wei Xingnu, and seeing the two beauties meet, everyone sighed in even greater admiration. As she walked, she reassured herself, calm down, the original owner was always good at hiding it, so no one knows I'm a pervert yet. But before she could say anything to Wei Xingnu, the girl ran up, grabbed her hand, and said joyfully, you must be the beautiful and formidable perfected being Changjun. Shin Changjun was about to say something, but was cut off by Wei Xingnu, who went into full fangirl mode, saying, I especially adore you. You're my childhood idol. No, You're the idol of all female cultivators in this cultivation world, right? My family has had your portrait hanging since I was little. I came here to become your disciple. Wei Xingnu spoke nonstop, making it impossible for Changjun to get a word in. Without stopping, Shengnu continued, I will definitely win the disciple selection in 3 days and take first place. I hope that you will consider taking me as your disciple then. Okay, finally, Shen Changjun managed to say one word. Wei Xingnu, having met her idol, was as shy as a little rabbit, wringing her hands, her eyes sparkling with adoration as she said to Changjun, I feel like I've been struck by a powerful force. Changjun seized the opportunity to pull Shengnu closer and said, Tonight, wait for me behind Golden Cloud Peak. I have something good for you. Tianyi knew right away that this perverted Annie was up to her tricks and furiously punched a tree. She's unbelievable, not even sparing a girl. Stay away from my junior sister. After saying that, Changjun turned to leave, but no. She turned back, giving a bewitching look while putting a finger to her lips, signaling for Shengnu to keep his secret. Night fell at Shun Changjun's private residence. Changjun was frantically rummaging through her things, trying to see which would be the best item to gift Wei Xingnu. Her sword stood by and grumbled. You plan to give that little girl so many treasures tonight. Aren't you afraid your eldest disciple will blame you? I'm scared, but if I can flatter his little junior sister, she might help me hold on to this thread of life in the future, and he might spare me. However, Tianyi flew into Changjun's room like a gust of wind, making her feel a bit guilty. Yi, why are you here? Shen Changjun, I want to sleep with you tonight. He thought, give up, I won't let you go see her today. Changjun was flustered. What did you just call me? Why are you suddenly so insolent? With that, Tianyi climbed onto the bed, lay down stiffly, and said, Come on, isn't this what you want? He thought, this is the only way to save my sister. If someone has to be harmed, let it be me. However, Shun Changjun paid no attention to what he said, looking worriedly outside. It looks like it's gonna rain. I have to go even faster. My new is still waiting. Tianyi was petrified with shock. Why does it feel like I've been snubbed and not chosen for the night? Thinking of his poor sister about to be harmed by this perverted auntie, he quickly ran and hugged her leg, crying loudly, You're not allowed to go anywhere tonight. I want to sleep with you. Tianyi's shouts grew louder, but suddenly, a clap of thunder outside boomed even louder than his shouts, making him jump in fright and stop yelling. The thunder made his face turn pale, and he broke out in a cold sweat. He was terrified as he remembered his past life, when he was just a boy with no home, sleeping outside in the bone-chilling cold without warm clothes to wear, lonely and forgotten by the world, with no way to fight against the fear of fate. He ultimately died by a lightning strike, which deeply traumatized him, a nightmare he could never escape. Changjun gently stroked Tianyi's head and said, So you're afraid of lightning. It's okay. I'm here now. Outside, it was already raining heavily. Shengnu stood under a tree waiting for Changjun. I wonder what perfected being Changjun is doing right now. She was tired, having finally managed to coax Tianyi to sleep. Seeing him finally asleep in her arms, she felt somewhat relieved. She gently stroked his hair and said, If you're scared, you should just say so. No wonder you were clinging to me like that tonight. Suddenly, the rain outside grew heavier and thunder rumbled continuously, making Tianyi flinch involuntarily. Afraid he would wake up, she got onto the bed, held him, and gently coaxed him, sleep peacefully. Outside in the pouring rain, Wei Xingnu was still standing there, letting the rain soak her completely, but she didn't leave. She was determined to meet perfected being Changjun today. Finally, it was morning. The sun had risen over the mountain peak, and the gentle morning light made the mountain scenery here even more charming. Tianyi also slowly opened his eyes, feeling so warm. He looked straight ahead, and it turned out Changjun was lying next to him. He hurriedly pushed Changjun off the bed and sat up. Seeing Changjun still sleeping soundly, he thought, She's unguarded right now. This is a rare opportunity that can't be missed. Suddenly sensing something, he flinched and broke out in a cold sweat. There's killing intent. It's been seen through. Who is it? It's not Shin Changjun, but a wave of killing intent from outside. How could they see through my killing intent towards Changjun? Afraid of being discovered, Tianyi decided to give up and find another way next time. At this moment, Tianyi noticed that his hand was still holding Changjun's hand, and he had no intention of pulling it away. Changjun also blinked her eyes at this moment. Then she stretched, woke up with a yawn. Yi, did you sleep well last night? Do the clothes fit? Hearing this, Tian-Yi looked down at his clothes in a panic. While you were sleeping last night, I changed your clothes for you. Hearing this, Tian-Yi was petrified with shock. He was about to pounce. Come here, you Demonis. This lord truly wants to perish together with you right now. But Chang-Jun smiled with narrowed eyes and teased him, because you were so scared last night you wet the bed. As soon as she said it, the air fell silent. Tian-Yi lowered his head, curled up in a corner, and lamented silently. This lord has nothing left to live for in this world. Everything is ruined. Suddenly, a voice made Chang-Jun turn her head. Little sister, it seems your relationship with this disciple is quite good. It turned out to be the sect leader of Jihua sect, named Shun Changming. The moment she saw him, Shun Chang-Jun clutched her chest, feeling a sourness within. Is this affection for him? Reborn this time, and meeting her only relative, she felt like crying in her heart. This is truly familial affection. Like a child about to cry, she ran toward her senior brother, calling out, "My dear brother." However, reality was not as expected. With one kick, her brother made her land perfectly on her head, and she fell with a thud. Furious, Chang-Jun turned around, about to kill her brother. Shin Changming, I'm going to kill you. She lunged at him, but was blocked by Changming's hand, who was still smiling and talking. Is this a scene of a loving and affectionate family? Tian-Yi also tensed up seeing Shun Changming. Realizing this was the one who had detected his killing intent earlier. He recalled from his past life that this lord could never deal with him, so that wave of killing intent from afar was indeed him. It seems he has his eyes on his little sister, to be able to appear here in an instant from so far away. Changming also got straight to the point. I find your disciple pleasing to the eye. Can you give him to me? I will teach him well. Tian-Yi broke out in a cold sweat. I'm doomed. He really does suspect me. This guy is so sharp-eyed. What do I do? Chang-Jun was also surprised and said, You want to take Yi as your disciple? She thought this was a good way. If so, he'll have nothing to do with me in the future, and I won't be killed by him. Tian-Yi was still worried at this moment. I'm doomed. If I become his disciple and he interrogates me, what then? I can't let him discover that I've been reborn. Thinking this, he decided to take a gamble. Then, he sat on the bed and cried pitifully like a poor child. Yi only likes master. I don't want to leave master. Then he ran quickly towards his master, flattering her, saying, Master is the best master in this world. Chang-Jun, embarrassed by the praise, was suddenly filled with emotion. She stroked his head, thinking, So this child is this fond of me? On the outside, Tian-Yi was hugging and flattering her. However, his inner self was screaming, wanting to vomit his guts out. This lord has nothing left to live for in this life. Outside, by the same tall, ancient tree from yesterday, a pitiful child was still waiting for the perfected being Chang-Jun she admired. It was none other than Wei Xingnu. Such is the spirit of a fangirl, waiting all night until she was haggard, but she still mumbled, I will definitely wait for her. Back to Chang-Jun's disciple, Tian-Yi was still doing his best to use his manly wiles. Master, please don't send me away. Putting in so much effort with his manly wiles was, of course, effective on this boy-crazy master. She hugged Tian-Yi tightly and said, What are you thinking, Yi? How could master abandon you? Emboldened, Tian-Yi pushed further. He pointed at Changming and said, This big brother is fierce. Yi doesn't like him. He's too scary. Yi doesn't like him. Boo-hoo-hoo. Tian-Yi finally succeeded in acting spoiled. Very soon after, Changming was kicked out of Chang-Jun's residence. Serves him right. Shun Changming has his day too. On second thought, this little sacrifice was worth it, Tian-Yi thought gloatingly. But then he realized his face was pressed against Chang-Jun's chest, and he blushed to the tips of his ears like a ripe JC fruit. He turned away in embarrassment. Do not look at what is improper. He opened his eyes to see Chang-Jun had leaned her head close to his. Are you uncomfortable anywhere? Seeing his red face, she was afraid he was having another fear like last night. So she picked him up and used her forehead to check his temperature. In Tianye's mind, everywhere was uncomfortable right now. As for Changming, who was kicked out and landed in a bush, he was furious, gritting his teeth and clenching his fists, cursing those two brats. This scream from Chang-Jun could probably be heard in the next life. She shrieked in panic, pacing back and forth in the house. I'm dead. I'm dead. I forgot my appointment with Wei Xingnu. Yi, be good and stay home. Master will be right back. Suddenly, Tian-Yi grabbed her hand and said, Master, I won't allow you to go see Wei Xingnu. Hearing this, she pinched Tianya's cheek and warned, "Women don't like men who are too possessive. Who has possessive desires for you?" As she flew away, she didn't forget to remind him, "Remember to wash the bedsheets from last night until they're clean." Embarrassed, Tianyi retorted, "That was tea I accidentally spilled. How many times do I have to say it?" Then Tianyi reverted to his cunning demeanor and said, "Humph, do you think this lord has no way to stop you?" In the distance, Sheng Nu saw a perfected being Chongjun flying towards her. She was exhausted, her body still not dry from last night's rain, but she was still happy that she had arrived. Chongjun landed and hurriedly apologized. Nu, my disciple is too clingy. I momentarily forgot to come find you." "It's okay. I actually just arrived," Nu said, not wanting her to worry. However, Chongjun saw that her hair was still not dry and her whole body was still wet. She felt even more guilty and hugged Sheng Nu tightly. "Bodhisattva, you are truly a bodhisattva." Then she gave Sheng Nu a small pouch, saying, "Take this. You must perform well at the disciple selection conference tomorrow. If you get first place, you can choose any master you like, and you also get to make any request." Sheng Nu opened it and was overjoyed. Wow, so many cultivation techniques and talismans. She recalled her past life, where Wei Sheng Nu and Di Jiu Tian Yi had met thanks to this conference. A good-for-nothing like Tian Yi at that time actually fought the young lady of a prestigious family to a draw. In the end, they both tied for first place, held hands, and unanimously requested to join the same master's tutelage. For some reason, in this life, Tian Yi didn't seem to want her to accept Wei Sheng Nu, but to save herself from dying at his hands. "My death in the previous life was too tragic. I can't accept it. I must scheme for the sake of my own life, hold on to this red thread of fate, and create a romantic destiny for those two." Thinking this, she became even happier. "As long as Nu can get first place by herself, I can reluctantly accept being Nu's master, and you won't be able to blame me either. Ha ha ha." Hearing her laugh so loudly, Sheng Nu got nervous, thinking the whole forest could probably hear it. Finally, the day of the disciple selection conference arrived. Chongjun saw the scene before her and was petrified, screaming internally. And yet, Tian Yi had defeated Wei Sheng Nu, making her sob uncontrollably. Of course, the winner also got to make one request. Tian Yi declared loudly, "I want you to swear that in this life, you will only accept me as your one and only disciple." After hearing this, Chongjun was confused. Why is it like this? The script is different. This kid is too clingy. What should I do? Wei Sheng Nu was even more aggrieved now, crying louder and louder. "My master was stolen by that scoundrel. Boo-hoo-hoo." Chongjun comforted her. "If there's a next life, we'll be master and disciple, okay? Boo-hoo." Meanwhile, the scoundrel Tian Yi was gloating as he watched Chongjun and Sheng Nu hugging and crying. At the Jihua sect, on the main peak, Shin Chongjun was asking her senior brother to accept Nu as a disciple. However, Shun Changming only had eyes for his little sister's disciple. Besides, this girl looks much dumber than that foolish disciple of yours. If I accept her, I'll be at a great loss. Being called dumb, Sheng Nu got angry and bit Changming's finger, making him scream, "Ah, let go of my hand." Seeing they got along, Chongjun turned to leave, adding, "Seeing you two so natural together, I can rest assured. I'll entrust Nu to you, senior brother." She walked back with Tian Yi, saying as she went that she hoped Sheng Nu and Changming could continue to live happily together. "From now on, Master will only have you as a disciple," Chongjun said while pinching Tianya's cheek. The master-disciple relationship between Chongjun and Tian Yi began to cause a stir, and the other disciples started to gossip. "In my opinion, that little brat definitely has impure feelings for his master. He clings to his master all day, even when sleeping. He must secretly have a crush on his master. He's only 12 or 13, and he's already thinking about that kind of thing." These words immediately reached their ears, causing both of them to freeze. This kid didn't hear that, did he? Chongjun thought, why isn't the script following the original story anymore? Suddenly, she imagined herself being the one tied up in chains, with her disciple Tian Yi teasing her daily, "Master, you can only belong to me. Ha ha ha." Just the thought of it felt like being struck by lightning, and her inner self screamed, "Oh my God, I've raised this kid to be deviant. This woman dares to suspect I like her. If there's a misunderstanding today, what if she reveals her true colors even faster in this life? Will she make a move against me sooner than planned?" Meanwhile, Chongjun also had her own calculations. calculations. Master-disciple relationships have always had tragic endings. I must make things clear with him as soon as possible. At the peak of the back mountain of Jihua sect, if I keep cultivating this slowly, I could end up with the same fate as my previous life at any moment. I must train with all my might to quickly increase my strength. Yeah, take a little rest, Changjun advised. Then, as Tianyi walked over, she deliberately dropped a book. Aya, look how careless I am. Can you see what book this is for me? He looked down. The title of the book was The Tragic End of a Forbidden Master-Disciple Romance. Already angry, he furiously stomped on the book. Does she want me to be as miserable as in my past life? Changjun was startled. Oh, it's fine if you don't look. She thought to herself, is he angry because he thinks I'm rejecting him? But not giving up, determined to make him lose hope, she held up 2 portraits of old men and asked, tell me, help Master choose a life partner. Who do you want to be your master father? They're ancient, Tianyi said, annoyed. Then she continued, showing a portrait of skeleton, saying, I like old men, the older the better. So old they should be in their graves? Tianyi said angrily. Furious, Tianyi threw all of his master's portraits to the ground, stomping on them indignantly. What is this? Her secret thoughts aren't like this. She's deliberately trying to make me lower my guard to take the opportunity to strike. Yeah, why are you like this? You're not jealous, are you? Seeing him like this, Changjun became even more deluded. Tianyi looked at his master angrily, secretly determined to immediately restore his strength and kill her. I must quickly get to the Monster Moon Forest to obtain my previous life's natal wood spirit, along with a Nanan poison vine. To get into that forest, I guess I'll have to use the honey trap again. Thinking this, he ran back to his master. He hugged his master and acted cute. Master, I want to go play in a Monster Moon Forest just once in my life. After saying this, he reminded himself internally, this is the last time I'll trade on my looks. However, Changjun was more clear-headed now and immune to his pretty boy trick. She felt the forest was dangerous and didn't approve of the trip. Tianyi was alarmed. Why isn't it working? Not giving up, he continued to cry, tears streaming down his face nonstop. I want to go, I just want to go. Not stopping there, determined to go, he had no other choice but to act even more spoiled, throwing a tantrum on the ground, crying and flailing. What on earth is wrong with this kid? Seeing him like this, Changjun had no other choice. She had to hug him and coax him. All right, master agrees, master agrees. However, Changjun found the script increasingly confusing. It just felt wrong somehow. As for Tianyi, who had resorted to all sorts of crawling and groveling, he was utterly mortified internally. What face do I have left to live? I might as well bid farewell to this world. However, after Changming found out, he vehemently objected to letting the newbie go down the mountain. What if something happens and people start rumors that the Jihua sect raises chickens? But you have me. I will protect his safety throughout the trip. Oh, so it's 2 newbies. The moment he finished speaking, his finger was bitten painfully by Wei Xingnu. I won't allow Master to speak ill of perfected one Changjun. Night fell. Under a blood-red moon. The sky was also tinged with a bright red, looking somewhat dangerous and mysterious. The master-disciple pair, Changjun and Tianyi, were also on their way down the mountain to that forest. She even muttered, although Changming has a sharp tongue, he still prepared so many treasures for me for self-defense. She thought about her death in her past life, wondering how he felt in his heart. Tianyi, on the other hand, was gloating and scheming. The Nanan poison vine in the Monster Moon Forest is surrounded by danger, but no one understands this place better than I do. Around here, I can find a vortex that can kill a golden core stage cultivator. Just wait, I will definitely seize the opportunity to act. While he was thinking, Changjun suddenly gave him treasures. Yeah, take these and keep them with you for protection. He was startled. You're giving them all to me? Why don't you keep one for yourself? Is this woman an idiot? Changjun looked down excitedly. Wow, is this the Monster Moon Forest mentioned in the books? It really does look both tall and vast. Seeing her like this, Tianyi felt dejected. Why was I so miserable because of her in my past life? Suddenly, Tianyi asked seriously, Shun Changjun, why did you accept me as your disciple that day? Because I want to protect you. Changjun said gently, stroking his head. Huh, what is this feeling? Suddenly blushing, What the heck? Just a few seconds ago he wanted to kill her, and now he's blushing because she's being gentle. The male lead probably has multiple personalities. Very quickly, she pushed Tianye's head down and scolded him lightly. Why did you call me by my full name? You have to call me Master, understand? Now, repeat after me, Master. Say it. As Changjun was teaching her disciple proper etiquette, a yellow and red vortex approached from behind her. Be careful, Tianyi warned out of reflex. Damn it, why did I instinctively warn her like that? Changjun saw the danger and pushed Tianyi out of the way. Tianyi fell, while Changjun was attacked by the vortex. Below, two disciples from the medicine sect were talking. A treasure secretly concocted by the sect master, an aphrodisiac superior to any in the world. Fleeting life, one dream. I'm afraid even a nascent soul-level expert who gets hit by it would have to obediently kneel before me. Be careful with it. Don't cause trouble. The sect master said this is a forbidden drug. What's there to be afraid of? If I get a chance, I'll test its effects. I'll let you witness its power. As they were talking, they stopped because they saw the tattered Tianyi on the ground. What's this? Isn't this a toy that came to us for experimentation? Tianyi was drugged, trembling in fear as he ran for his life, while the two men behind him laughed. Ha 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 ha. Keep running. There's no antidote for this fleeting life. One dream, kid. Fleeting life. One dream. It's that thing again. Tianyi thought with difficulty as he ran. Finally, unable to run anymore, he fell with a thud. Those two scoundrels had hit the jackpot and were happily preparing to have their way with Tianyi. Suddenly, a stream of fiery energy fell from somewhere. It turned out to be Changjun. She shouted angrily, "What do you think you're doing to my disciple?" Without waiting for the two to react, she launched a palm strike at them. Blood splattered everywhere. The two were left severely injured. Shen Changjun quickly ran to the side of Tianyi, who was in pain and trembling. Seeing her disciple like this, she couldn't help but feel heartbroken. She was angry at herself for not being able to protect her disciple. Tears streamed down her face. Jaja, Tianyi was heavily injured and weak. The image of Changjun began to blur in his eyes, and he gradually lost consciousness, mumbling, "Master, I can't let my disciple die. If fleeting life, one dream has no antidote, then." She used her internal energy to push out her own golden core. The two men, though heavily injured by her, were also horrified. What is she planning to do? That's the golden core of a powerful expert. Changjun continued to extract the golden core from her own blood essence, causing herself to spit out blood from losing half of her true chi. She thought the only way was to use half of her cultivation base to exchange for her disciple's flesh and blood, to shed his skin and change his flesh to save his life. After transferring her cultivation to Tianyi, she smiled at him. "With your master here, I won't let anyone trample on you like in the previous life anymore." The two pharmacists also saw the hilt of Changjun's sword and recognized who she was, fleeing in panic. However, a barrier quickly formed around these two despicable men, preventing them from going any further. Changjun went berserk, emitting a blood-red aura. "Want to leave? How could it be that easy? You heavily injured my precious disciple. Of course, as his master, I cannot let this go. I must take revenge." A fatal sword strike flew towards the two men. But as quick as a flash, another magical weapon also flew over, blocking her sword's tip. Who dared to block her sword? It turned out to be a monk with no hair, wearing a conical hat. He stepped forward and said, "Perfected One Changjun, please forgive them." This was the holy monk of the Zen sect, Du Mingwei. Perfected One Changjun, don't be agitated. This holy monk came forward to persuade her. Baldy, get lost. The Jihua sect is the leading major sect with a magnanimous heart. Don't tarnish its reputation by abusing your power to kill. Changjun was avenging her disciple and couldn't care less what he said. She directly moved forward to attack. The two of them were evenly matched. Their powers also exploded, pushing them both far apart. What surprised? Being generous to others and even enlightening them to repay a debt? You truly are unpersuadable. However, that one palm strike also caused Changjun to be heavily injured. She retreated, thinking, "This is not good. I just lost half of my cultivation base. If I continue to fight, I will be even more severely injured." At this moment, Tianyi also gradually opened his eyes. Ye is awake. She told herself not to get agitated. If something happened, no one would be left to protect Ye. With that thought, she said, on another day, I will definitely visit the medicine sect and the Zen sect to demand an explanation. For now, get lost. Tianyi saw her spare them and grabbed Changjuan's sleeve, questioning why she let them go. You clearly know what they did to me. Suddenly, Tianyi's eyes widened as he realized something. Wasn't I hit by fleeting life, one dream? Why do I feel nothing? I remember now, fleeting life, one dream has no antidote unless. Changjun thought Tianyi was angry because she didn't get justice for him and comforted him. Yay, in a few days, your master will demand justice for you. However, Tianyi was currently in shock, thinking that Changjun had done something indecent and improper to him, which was the only way to cure fleeting life, one dream. He flung her hand away and ran off. I feel sick, disgusting. Yay, don't go, it's dangerous ahead. In the forest were huge, purple vines, chaotically surrounding Tianyi and Changjun. This purple vine exuded a colossal power, its intense purple light radiating killing intent throughout the entire forest. This was the Nam and poisonous vine. The Nam and poisonous vine drew closer and closer to them, and Changjun had already drawn her sword defensively. She said, Yay, get behind me, don't run around. Tianyi saw the Nam and poisonous vine and thought to himself, it turns out heaven is helping me. I can use this Nam and poisonous vine to kill her and be done with it. However, Tianyi didn't notice a piece of the Nam and poisonous vine approaching to attack him from behind. Ye, be careful. Changjun quickly stood in front of Ye, blocking this poisonous blow for Tianyi, causing her to be severely injured. Tianyi was also startled. Shun Changjun, why is she suddenly so weak? Wait, there's a strange power inside my body. What is this? Could it be? At this point, Changjun was heavily injured, bleeding profusely, yet she still hadn't forgotten her pride. I can't let my disciple laugh at me. She gripped her life-bound sword tightly, silently resolving to make one last move. She gathered all her remaining strength and unleashed a fatal blow, a red gold light enveloping her as she attacked the Nam and poisonous vine. Seeing this, Tianyi panicked. Shin Changjun, what are you forcing yourself for? Run. Don't worry about me. I don't want to owe you. But it was too late. He froze. In his eyes, right now, she had been pierced by the Nam and poisonous vine. Is she really dead? For some reason, he couldn't accept this reality. He remembered his past life. This venerable one roamed everywhere and learned of a forbidden technique. Using one state of mind as the foundation, the body moves with the mind. As he thought of it, he performed the secret art. If one obtains this Dharma gate, one can see fate and change the outcome, turning the universe around. After the spell was cast, it was no longer the little Tianyi, but ancestor Tianyi. He caught Changjun. The Nam and poisonous vine had not forgotten the battle and continued to attack. A single palm strike sent it flying. Then he performed a divine art to attack the Nam and poisonous vine, quickly subduing them. He helped Changjun to the ground. However, a piece of the Nam and poisonous vine had not given up and wanted to attack Changjun. Tianyi quickly blocked it. Then he raised his hand and quickly retracted this Nam and poisonous vine. Finally, he successfully contained the Nam and poisonous vine. Tianyi looked at the battered Changjun and began to worry. This forbidden technique can only be maintained for a short while. In my past life, my body and strength only recovered a little. If I want to maintain it longer, I still have to wait 3 to 5 years. Right now, Shun Chaming isn't here, and Shun Changjun is unconscious. If I kill her now, I will definitely succeed, but what will the consequences be? But suddenly he thought back to the images of his master being good to him. He took the medicinal pills she had given him from his pouch and fed them to her. He thought, I can't let her die yet because I still have questions for her. Why did she treat me like this in this life? At this moment, the entire sect was alarmed by Tianyi's shouts. He carried his master on his back while yelling loudly, Quick, save my master. At this time, in the room, Tianyi was cultivating, trying to find a way to detoxify Changjun. He looked at her and thought to himself, Changjun, I already said I won't owe you. The Nam and poisonous vine has no antidote. The only way is to use poison to fight poison, using the vine as a needle, piercing her one by one. Tianyi pierced Shun Changjun's body one by one, starting from her forehead down, chanting incantations while pressing acupoints. Suddenly he blushed and stopped. When he reached her chest, he became flustered. What was it? I forgot the incantation. his face as red as a GAC fruit. He looked at her. Then he quickly covered his face with a cloth and reassured himself. A gentleman does not look. Why is this venerable one acting like this perverted woman? Only after covering his eyes did he calm down a bit and continued to press the acupoints and chant the incantation. Finally, he reached her dantian. Only now did he realize that the other half of the dantian inside him belonged to his master. Suddenly, the cloth covering his eyes fell off. Tian Yi was a bit flustered and turned his face away. The young Tian Yi is shy. After he finished the detoxification, he walked out and ran into Shun Changming. Before he could say anything, Shun Changming said, "She shouldn't have saved you. I've already detoxified her. She will wake up soon." How long is soon? A day, a month, a year? Or will she remain in a deep sleep forever? When my little sister saved you, did she think about her own safety? And you, saving her so calmly, thinking that giving it your all is enough. Not at all afraid that she might fall into a deep sleep forever. This is dying for you, yet you feel no guilt or remorse in your heart. Hearing Changming's words, Tian Yi grew more alarmed. Could it be that she will die for me? Tian Yi lowered his head in sorrow. It's true, she lost half her cultivation base and was poisoned. If I hadn't insisted on going into the demonic forest in the first place. Shun Changming left. He stood alone in the courtyard, his eyes filled with thoughts as he looked up at the sky. 10 days later, why hasn't she woken up yet? TSK, it can't be. He was worried about her, thinking back to Shun Changming's resentful words. Shun Changjun, so you also have someone who truly loves you. Someone will be sad when you die. Seeing that he was still worried about his master at night, a disciple brought food in and advised him, "We all know you're worried about your master, but your master is a good person and will be blessed by heaven. Rest assured, she definitely won't die." Tian Yi felt a vague confusion in his heart as someone inquired about him. Why is he comforting me? Is he seeing how worried I am for Shin Changjun? Why do I care about her so much? I don't owe her anything or fear anything. No, this venerable one is just still curious why she treated me this way in this life. As night fell, the thunder and lightning grew louder. Tian Yi trembled, about to climb onto the bed. In the end, he climbed onto the bed and hugged Changjun to sleep with the thought, "Shun Changjun, you are not allowed to die. You can only die by my hands." Sleeping with a beautiful woman all night is indeed warm. No wonder he was smiling contentedly even with his eyes closed. But he quickly sat bolt upright with a start. Where is Shun Changjun? He hurriedly opened the door and ran outside. Surprise! Changjun turned to look at him and said with a smile, "Yay, good morning." Shin Changjun was actually awake. She walked over and said, "I heard that you took care of me these past few days. I'm very." But before she could finish, Tian Yi turned and ran back into the room, slamming the door, leaving Changjun confused about what was happening. Tian Yi closed the door, his heart in turmoil. Is this joy or gladness? The emotions at this moment were so mixed that he was no longer thinking straight. He clutched his chest with his hand, feeling his heart pound. Is my heart beating so fast because I'm very happy that she's awake? Outside, Changjun continued, "Master is very happy to see you after waking up, and I'm also very happy to have accepted you as my disciple." Hearing her words made his heart flutter even more. It's over. What should I do? Shun Changjun, I don't want you to die anymore. For this entire lifetime, I don't want to kill you anymore. After the master and disciple were reunited, they trained even harder in martial arts. Day after day, month after month, seeing Tian Yi training so diligently, she worried he was overexerting himself and ran over to advise him, "Not bad, you're just a little bit away from getting it." As soon as she finished speaking, she spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Tian Yi worriedly turned around to support her. Master Shizun. Scene change. Du Mingyue, after learning the truth, went to the Jihua sect to apologize to perfected one Changjun. However, he couldn't meet her because she was injured and recuperating in a secret chamber. He said he would definitely wait here until he could see her. Inside the secret chamber of the Jihua sect, Shun Changjun was cultivating with all her might when she received a mental message from Tian Yi. Master Shizun, the golden cloud pond in the back mountain has bloomed. Changjun received the message and smiled with satisfaction as she looked at it. Outside, Tian Yi was cultivating. It's true, the golden cloud pond in the back mountain has bloomed. He smiled as he looked at it. Then he also received a mental message from his master. Yay, cultivate well. I look forward to seeing you in the future. You must come back impressively then. 3 years later, inside the secret mountain chamber of the Johua sect, a dazzling golden light exploded with a loud bang, shooting straight up into the sky. The light was so powerful that it blew up the mountain cave chamber. Shen Changjun stepped out, joyfully stretching her arms and legs, saying, 3 years finally free. But then she fell silent. Before her were only a few rocky mountains and a gentle breeze. Why is there not even one person here to greet me? Where did everyone go? Then she looked over to the other side at a group of cultivators flying swiftly across the sky. She wondered why so many cultivators were coming to the Johua sect. Could it be that the story from the original novel has begun? This crowd must be here for the Northern Flower Grand ceremony. She began to recall, if I calculate the days, it should be soon. In the original novel, the Johua sect holds the Northern Flower Grand ceremony for Di Jiu Tianyi to fight against Princess Han Xiaoxiao of the largest mortal dynasty. From then on, Tianyi and this fated rival began an adventure full of risks. The original novel wrote that if Wei Xingnu was the dim moonlight in Tianyi's heart, then Han Xiaoxiao was the thorny rose who went on adventures with Tianyi. After they began to meet, the Johua sect was just an unimportant name, only occasionally appearing in Di Jiu Tianyi's memories. Changjun remembered the script and rejoiced silently. Then I must quickly let Ye fight with this red rose of his. After that, he will leave the Johua sect, and we will have no relationship anymore. Wouldn't that be safe? But she suddenly remembered the times when he was a child, constantly whining and clinging to her. Suddenly, she felt a little reluctant to part, but she quickly shook her head vigorously to clear her thoughts. I can't hesitate. The kid has grown up anyway, and as his master, I can't stay with him forever. After that, she flew back to the Johua sect, but didn't see him, then continued flying towards the back mountain's golden cloud peak where the two of them trained day and night to find Ye. He was nowhere to be seen. Where did my Ye go? Suddenly, she was startled when she saw a strong young man, shirtless, sitting on a cliff in front of a waterfall, meditating intently. Changjun was flustered, her face blushing as she shyly covered it and stepped back, making a small noise. Who is this? Sensing someone's approach, Tianyi cast a spell as fast as lightning. Less than a second later, he had casually draped on a robe and was standing behind Shin Changjun. Shin Changjun also turned around to see what this person looked like, wondering why he was so exceptionally handsome, and he seemed to look like someone she knew. At this moment, Changjun's face turned even redder as she fell into a daydream. Wait a minute, a bright moon, a waterfall, a handsome guy, a chance encounter, so many cliches. Suddenly, her eyes lit up, eager and overjoyed as if seized by love. Could he be the male lead? Does that mean I also get a love story in this novel? Lost in her excited daydream, she tripped on a rock and slipped. This can't be happening. How can someone as powerful as me, who can move rivers and fill seas, be stopped by a single stone? Is this what they call being bewitched by beauty? Fortunately, Tianyi was behind her and caught her. Embarrassed, she gave a sheepish laugh and said, well, I'm looking for my little boy. Senior brother, have you seen a small, cute little kid who cries a lot? Oh no, I've said too much. What if he misunderstands and thinks I have a child? Then she fell back into a daydream. Or maybe if I have a child with this handsome guy in the future, I'll marry our daughter to Yi. However, Tianyi snapped her out of her dream. He said, Master, long time no see. Changjun immediately snapped out of her dream, her eyes wide as she stared at him. It's only been 3 years, and he's already like this. I can't even match his height anymore. Good heavens, why couldn't I recognize him with his clothes on? Her inner self screamed. I thought I was finally getting my beautiful romance. Mai, how did you grow up so fast? My adorable little disciple, how did you grow up so fast? I can't accept this reality. At this moment, she was like an old mother with a broken heart. I just grew up, I didn't die. Why is Master crying instead of being happy? Crying like this, anyone who saw would think the disciple died and the Master was mourning excessively. In Changjun's imaginary memories, time passed so quickly. I still remember how he looked when he was just born, just a cute little baby. In the blink of an eye, he's not the same anymore. Stop it. This is all your imagination. The imaginary time is over. Let's get back to reality and continue the conversation. Tianyi draped a cloak over her and advised, you just came out of seclusion. Don't get too agitated. It will affect your old injuries. Seeing him care for her, Chongjun was moved and wanted to pat his head, saying, the little brat has grown up and knows how to be filial. My efforts in raising you all this time were not in vain. However, she reached out but couldn't touch his head no matter how she tried. When he was little, I could always pat his head whenever I praised him. Now, to pat my disciple's head, I can't even reach on my tiptoes. Oh well, forget it. No more head pats. She lowered her hand and accidentally touched the skin on his chest. Who told you to wear your clothes so loosely, you punk? She quickly pulled his robe closed, covering him up modestly. After that, she had to switch to patting his shoulder and advising, a man's chastity is his best betrothal gift. You're still young. Don't pick up bad habits. It's not yet time for you to know about these things. As she was advising him, Shun Changming and Wei Xingnu also rushed over, calling out, perfected one Shin Chongjun. The two of them, like sisters reunited after a long time, joyfully hugged each other. I missed you so much. Me too. Then she switched into gossip mode and started talking non-stop. It's been 3 years. Did that mean senior brother of yours bully you? Not at all. Suppressing demons and exorcising evil. I'm cultivating diligently, so I could be as strong as Master one day. Nunu, long time no see. You're so adorable, getting softer and cuter by the day. Unlike Yi, though he was also cute when he was little. When I surpass Master, I will drive away that icy disciple and come to be your disciple again. If these two were allowed to continue talking, there would be no end to it. Shin Changming quickly pulled the little kid Wei Xingnu away so he could talk to Chongjun. I came tonight to inform you that in 3 days, the 100 Flowers Grand Ceremony will be held. The Princess of the Yin Dynasty wants the Fire Spirit Divine Artifact to show her sincerity to the cultivation world, perhaps as a show of power. I understand. She's the younger sister of the Jiuhua sect leader. As the #1 genius of the cultivation world, I will definitely be well prepared in 3 days. Don't be so full of yourself. I don't care if you come or not. I came to tell you that many figures from the cultivation world have arrived these days. But there's an eyesore blocking the path in front of the Jiuhua sect's mountain gate that you need to deal with personally. Chongjun was confused. An eyesore? What does it have to do with me? After speaking, Changming paid her no more mind and left, adding another piece of news. You're no longer the #1 genius in 100 years. That disciple next to you is. After hearing that, she turned to look at Tian Yi with a threatening gaze. It's true what they say. Teach a disciple, and the master starves. In front of the Jiuhua sect, Du Mingyue was a man of his word. He was really here waiting for Shun Chongjun and hadn't left. He had waited so long his hair had grown out and his clothes were tattered. Shun Chongjun arrived. So the eyesore was this Du Mingyue, huh? Besides try to move me, what else can this accomplish? She said, back then, did you ever think the Nam and poisonous vine would harm me? Never mind, I don't blame you. You should go. After speaking, she also turned to leave. Seeing him still standing there, she sighed and said, you were the one who let those bad people go in the first place. You should be apologizing to Yi personally. Wait until after the 100 Flowers Grand Ceremony in 3 days. You can explain it clearly to Yi then. Don't be so stubborn anymore. Tian Yi stood before Golden Cloud Peak, steeling himself. Shun Chongjun, this is the last time I will resolve to kill you. If I can't bring myself to do it this time, then I will let go of my obsession with the previous world. However, this life is different from the last. If we only consider this life, I truly have no reason to act. But with the experience from my past life, I am certain you are only pretending. Therefore, next, I will make you face the same choice from our past life once more. Shun Chongjun, let me see if you will have the same malicious intent towards me in this life. He entered the 18+ room again. He opened the secret manual to read it and blushed. This is a bit too much. He closed the book. Looking at the messy pile of 18+ books, he blushed and thought, won't this turn this venerable one into a beast? I can't watch this anymore. Forget it. He threw the book down and turned his back. He thought, no more studying, I'll just go for it directly. Late at night, Chongjun returned to her room, yawning. I haven't had a good night's sleep in so long. I miss my bed so much. Suddenly, she saw something that made her wake up, her eyes wide open. Tian Yi was lying on her bed, his clothes worn loosely, and said, Master, I want to sleep with you tonight. Chongjun was exasperated. She thought she would finally get to sleep on her soft mattress, but she didn't expect the little brat to still be acting spoiled even after growing up. Looking at her bed and the person occupying it, she lost all her spirit. Thinking that he was too old for them to share a bed, she decided to sleep on the floor. All right, Yi, go to sleep early. However, Tianyi grabbed her hand and pulled her onto the bed. Then he moved even closer to her and said, Master, I want to sleep. That means sleeping together. Chongjun looked at him, confused, which was different from what Tianyi had imagined, causing him to suddenly blush. Chongjun didn't pay any more attention. She was too sleepy, so she just pulled up the blanket, closed her eyes, and went to sleep. Tianyi looked at her suspiciously, still pretending. Even at this point, thinking this, he turned and pinned her down. Chongjun remained still. She's already asleep. You punk, what's with the seduction plan? He saw she didn't react. He couldn't accept the truth. Still thinking she was pretending, he moved even closer to her, their faces almost touching, only to see Chongjun sleeping with her mouth open, snoring like hell. He had no choice but to move back and stare at her for a moment. Suddenly, his gaze shifted down to her chest with a somewhat improper look. Somehow, he had a reaction, and his ears turned red. This is being thirsty but shy, isn't it, folks? He had no choice but to turn his blushing face away and lie down to one side, crying internally. In the end, who is seducing whom here? She didn't move at all. Is it that this venerable one is too eager for revenge? Tomorrow, I'll have to use that bolder method. Chongjun was now snoring loudly. Tianyi was still lying beside her, unable to sleep. Good heavens, what on earth am I doing? And just like that, the night passed and the sky brightened. Tianyi opened his eyes and was startled to see Shun Chongjun right in front of him. What's this? You're the one who insisted on sleeping with the girl. So why are you the one getting startled, Mr. Male Lead? He even thought to himself, this woman must have done something to me while I was asleep. This is the image of a young man who constantly fantasizes that his master has improper intentions towards him. But startled, he looked around in confusion. His side of the bed was empty. Was he the one who crossed the line? I told you, this male lead is thirsty but shy. He's about to be taken advantage of, yet he's the one playing the victim. He then moved away from Chongjun. As she slept, she felt something move and hugged Tianyi tightly. This close, Tianyi could clearly feel her breath on his skin. Her chest was even pressed against him, rubbing against his skin. Well, it's understandable that the male lead's face and ears would turn red, right? We shouldn't blame the male lead anymore. Being assaulted like this, Tianyi's body was now frozen, not daring to move an inch. This close, her hair was also touching his skin, so he had to use his hand to brush it away. However, the movement of her hair tickled her, so thinking it was a mosquito, she swatted her hand and kicked him off the bed. Then she continued to sleep with her mouth open, snoring as if nothing had happened. Tianyi didn't give up and went to another 18-plus room. As soon as he entered, he saw these blurred images. He really couldn't help but blush. He collapsed and covered his face. Still, he couldn't give up. After all, it was to cater to her preferences. I can't bring myself to do it, so I can only use illusion magic to control her dreams. Suddenly, Wei Shengnu walked in. Tianyi was startled and froze, not moving a muscle. The two of them stood frozen for 5 seconds. Utterly mortified, Tianyi covered his face, crying internally as he fled the room full of adult images. How can my junior sister catch me here? What can I show my face now? Seeing him like that, Wei Xingnu was also confused, a bunch of question marks appearing above her head. But she didn't care much because she came here to find cultivation treasures. Wei Xingnu, as innocent as a blank sheet of paper, looked at the images in the room. Her eyes lit up. Is this a new magical weapon? Wonderful. I must test its power on my me master. After borrowing the items, she happily returned, thinking she had hit the jackpot today. The sun was high in the sky, but Shin Chong-jun still hadn't woken up. Her sleeping habits were just too much, kicking off the blanket, mouth open, snoring loudly. And yet the male lead is still smitten. That's love for you folks. But before falling into the abyss of love for his master, the male lead was still plotting his revenge. The NAMA poisonous vine is the king of all poisons. Just a small amount is enough to paralyze. Although she is stronger than me, she is unguarded right now. After she is paralyzed by the toxin, I can perform illusion magic to enter her dreams and see her true intentions. Shin Chong-jun, if you dare to have malicious intent towards me deep in the dreamscape, like in our past life, then I will have no choice but to let you never wake up again. Now, into the dream. Let me see what you are thinking, Shun Chong-jun. Deep in the dreamscape, Chongjun was also drowsily aware of the person in front of her. I respected you as my master. How dare you do such a despicable thing to me? Chongjun dazedly realized the person before her was Tian Yi, and in his hand was the fleeting dream. Her inner self wanted to scream into the next life. What is this? Have I been reborn again? Master, you're looking at me like that. What do you want to do to me? Chongjun smashed the medicine bottle with a crash and screamed again. Ah, someone tell me this is a dream and not real. This scene is too familiar. She had read the novel and even been reborn. Just thinking about it scared her to death. She immediately grabbed her sword, crushed it, and said, "Why am I this beastly master?" Thinking about how she would be killed, she tried to run away. I don't want to repeat this scene again. Tian, you didn't give up and continued to seduce his master. Master, why are you running? Look at me now. Do you really not want to do anything to me? At this point, the male lead's honey trap probably won't work. The female lead is too scared of dying and just wants to run. Chongjun turned to look at him, then lowered her gaze, her eyes filled with sorrow and grief. Tian Yi was startled. What's this? Why can I feel her sorrow in this dreamscape? How strange. Shouldn't she be more excited seeing me like this? Is there something wrong with her in this life? Or did she get beaten stupid in the moonlit demon forest? Shin Chongjun suddenly burst into tears and said, "You are not him." The more she spoke, the harder she cried. "You're not him. You're not my Ye. I want Ye. I want my good Ye. You're not him." Feeling her emotions, Tian Yi was suddenly stunned into silence. She continued to wail, "I treated my precious treasure so well, raised him with my own heart, so that he would massage my shoulders and back, make tea, pour water, and show filial piety to me. Why has it turned into this? Sobi, Sobi." Feeling her heartbreak, Tian Yi broke the chains. At this moment, he was certain that the master before him was truly not the master from his previous life. He walked over, bent down, and hugged her comfortingly. "Don't cry anymore. You're just dreaming. You'll wake up soon." Being comforted, she hugged him even tighter and cried harder, as if releasing all her long-held grievances. "Shun Chongjun, you and I no longer owe each other anything," Tian Yi affirmed. Night fell. Shin Changming was strolling back to his room. He suddenly stopped, sensing the fire spirit divine artifact. Who was in my hall? With that, he pushed the door open with one hand and strode in majestically. Suddenly, he broke out in a cold sweat, surprised by the scene before him. It was Wei Xingnu, the innocent girl, fumbling with the 18-plus treasures she had stolen from the main hall. Seeing her master enter, she was a bit flustered and said, "How embarrassing. I stole a few of your things, but I don't know how to use these strange magical artifacts." Lying, she threw a rope at her master, tying him up. Is this how you use it?" Shin Changming, tied up, looked at himself as if someone was about to do something indecent to him. He could only give a wry smile and say, "That's not it." "Then teach me how to use them," Wei Xingnu replied naively. A moment later, with a deafening explosion, the 18-plus hall was finally blown up. "Main Peak Hall, your death is too tragic," Wei Xingnu screamed upon seeing this. After blowing up the hall, Shun Changming simply said, "This place is dirty now. It's no longer needed. Wei Xingnu Golap, the strange magical artifacts of my cold senior brother are still inside." Changming grabbed her head and said with a threatening gaze, "Oh, how embarrassing. Do you need my help to rescue them?" The white rabbit Wei Xingnu was so scared she immediately shook her head. He continued, "From now on, stay away from Golden Cloud Peak, especially that little disciple, the ninth Tian Yi." "Got it." The white rabbit Wei Xingnu could only nod helplessly. Scene change. Chongjun finally woke up. Was it a dream? Was it really just a dream? Suddenly, there was a delicious smell of food. Tian Yi walked over. "Master, you've slept for 2 days and 2 nights. Would you like something to eat?" On the table was a feast. Although cultivators should abstain from many things, I heard that when you were young, you had an obsession with delicious mortal food, so I carefully prepared this for you. Chongjun rushed over and hugged Tian Yi tightly. "It really was just a dream." "Master, did you have a nightmare?" Chongjun said, "Dreams are the opposite of reality. It's fine." "Oh, is that so? That's good then," Tian Yi replied comfortingly. After that, she sat at the table and ate joyfully like a madwoman. Tian Yi stood beside her, pouring tea and acting filial. Indeed, the little one has grown up and knows how to be filial to his master. "This is delicious. My little one's cooking is so good." After eating until her stomach was full, she even commented, "This tofu is a bit salty. Master prefers it sweeter." Tian Yi also happily massaged her shoulders to her satisfaction. "Master, are you full? If not, your disciple will cook more. I'm full. Being full is good enough. Tomorrow is officially the Northern Flower Grand Ceremony. Yay, you must participate tomorrow. We, master and disciple, must astonish everyone. After speaking, she silently calculated, in the future, I'll also have to worry about matchmaking you with the rose of your life. Why is the female lead becoming more and more like an old mother worrying about her young child? Folks. Then she slumped onto the table and sighed. I haven't slept on a bed in 3 years. My waist hurts from sleeping last night. Let me help you lean back. But before he could touch her, he froze. Cough, cough. That was close. A moment more, and I would have touched her. Seeing her disciple's sudden filial piety, Shun Changjun lay rolling on the bed, muttering, the little one has changed. He pours tea for me, massages my legs, and is filial to me. Could it be that I've transmigrated again? Tomorrow, I must make sure Ye meets the red rose of his life, so the story can get back to the original plot. Night fell, and Shin Changjun was once again sound asleep. Tian Yi walked closer to her. He placed a farewell letter under her pillow, thanking her for raising him to be who he is today. He thought that with her debts settled, he had no reason to stay. Besides, having been reborn, I still have unfinished business. Shin Changjun, from now on, we are even. We will never meet again in this lifetime. But just then, Shun Changjun woke up. Yay! Changjun said with some unease, can you sleep with me tonight? No. When I was little, you always coaxed me to sleep. Tonight, let me protect your sleep. Remember to wake me up early tomorrow. I want to visit Shin Changming. All right, I still get to eat the breakfast you make tomorrow, right? Yes. It's late. You should sleep. Good night, Ye. See you tomorrow. And just like that, she fell asleep. Good night, master. Goodbye. After she fell asleep, Tian Yi turned and left. Tian Yi stood on a cliff, gazing into the distance, his emotions in turmoil. In his past life, after he killed Shun Changjun, a calamity suddenly befell the world. The 5 spirit divine artifacts were stolen, and the world's spiritual energy suddenly dried up. Later, to save all living beings, I forced my ascension, but in the end I failed. Now that I have been reborn, it must be heaven's will. I must prevent the 5 spirit divine artifact from being lost to spare the world from calamity. First is the water spirit divine artifact. I remember it's at the Mortal River. Just as he thought of this, news arrived. 2 disciples from some sect were talking about the fire spirit divine artifact being lost and the Jihua sect being razed to the ground. Hearing this, Tian Yi immediately flew back. My master. As soon as he landed at the Jihua sect, the mess at his feet left him stunned. I haven't even been gone for a night. Before his eyes, the entire Jihua sect was in ruins. Disciples from various peaks were helping each other out of the chaotic rubble. He walked around, looking at the destruction. Why? Why was the theft of the divine artifact brought forward? What is the problem? Is it still the same, even after being reborn? Can I not prevent this? As he was thinking, he heard someone call Ye. Turning around, he saw Shun Changjun running towards him. She worriedly approached him and asked, Ye, what happened? Are you hurt? Why didn't you wake me? I was woken by the noise and rushed to the main peak of the Jihua sect. Suddenly, he hugged her tightly. This scene was incredibly warm and beautiful. He thought, unlike my past life, in this life, there is someone who cares about the world with me. Master, your disciple is fine. I've made you worry. All right, you just woke up. You haven't seen that letter, have you? Tian Yi, thinking she didn't know about the letter, gave an excuse to comfort her. Didn't you say you liked tofu pudding yesterday? Your disciple wanted to go to the mortal world to buy some for you to try. Changjun smiled gently. Oh, so that's why. But in reality, she already knew everything. When he left, she had also woken up and read the letter. She thought that perhaps this would be for the best for both of them. I thought I would never see you again, but you appeared before me. I don't know why you suddenly left, nor do I know why you came back. I only know you're hiding something, but if you're not willing to say, I won't ask. When you left, I thought I wouldn't be sad. But seeing you again, my joy is many times greater than I expected. I suddenly realized I should have tried in my past life. I shouldn't have pushed you away time and time again, because you are no longer that damn man. You are now my disciple, my Ye. Having thought it through, she said happily, yeah, you don't need to buy tofu pudding for me anymore. I suddenly don't like sweet things anymore. All right, I won't go. Tian Yi gently complied with her wishes. The touching reunion between master and disciple was over. The 2 now looked seriously at the ruins before them. Wow, this enemy is ruthless. The main peak's hall has been completely destroyed. Didn't you hear? The sect leader destroyed it himself last night. Changjun waved her hand as if she knew everything. I heard that a mysterious person appeared in the Northern Wasteland Hall, stole the the spirit fire divine artifact right in front of the 5 great sect leaders, and then disappeared without causing any casualties. The Northern Flower Grand ceremony will probably be postponed then. As she was thinking, a voice called out, "Perfected one, Chongjun." It was a group of hairless monks, led by Du Mingwei. Tianyi, seeing them, said with disgust, "Humph, if you've come to apologize for what happened back then, there's no need. See yourselves out." Seeing her disciples' tension, Chongjun advised, "Yea, if Du Mingwei has sincerely repented, perhaps we should hear him out." Before she could finish, the bald-headed group roared, "Stop spouting nonsense. Utter gibberish. Muddled talk. The divine artifact was stolen on Jiuhua sect's territory. Tell Shun Changming to hand it over. The holy monk, entrusted by the 4 great sects, must receive an explanation from Shun Changming." Seeing the chaos, Chongjun stood in front of Tianyi and said, "Du Mingwei, is this really your idea?" Perfected one, Chongjun. This humble monk has been entrusted by the 4 great sections. I hope you will call sect leader Shun Changming out to discuss the matter of finding the divine artifact. So the holy monk also knows how to lie. Discuss? Interrogate is more like it. The theft of the divine artifact is a major event. You all know it has nothing to do with the Jiuhua sect, yet you want to use this opportunity to form factions, all while pretending to be righteous. Ridiculous. Hearing Tianyi, the bald-headed group became furious and started clamoring again. Insolent. Nonsense. The situation was getting chaotic. Chongjun stepped forward and continued, "Shun Changming is the sect alliance leader. He can't just let you come here and cause trouble. I will go in my brother's place." "No, perfected one, Chongjun, you cannot go." "Why not? You said discuss." "I, Shun Chongjun, am not without a mouth. What is there that can't be done?" Suddenly, Tianyi pulled Chongjun back by the shoulder. He said, "Continuing like this is not beneficial. How about this? I will go to the Luo River in the mortal realm, bring back the water spirit divine artifact, and compensate for the fire spirit divine artifact that the Jiuhua sect lost. After that, we can also use the water spirit divine artifact to trace the mysterious person. How about it?" Shun Chongjun heard that Tianyi made sense and agreed. Then she pushed Tianyi behind her, stood in front of him protectively, and said, "I will go to the Luo River in the mortal realm and bring back the water spirit divine artifact within 3 months. The Northern Wilderness Grand Ceremony will proceed. If not, I, Shun Chongjun, will accept the punishment of the 4 great sects." Hearing her say this, Du Mingyue's thoughts were unclear. He was only seen turning his back. The bald-headed monks following him were also bewildered. Is the holy monk leaving? Then how do we explain this to the 4 great sects? Holy monk. Then Du Mingwei turned back and said, "Perfected one, Chongjun, Helm Master Tianyi. What more do you want?" Chongjun and Tianyi were glaring at him with murderous intent. Du Mingwei looked at them, his thoughts unreadable, wanting to speak but stopping himself. He let out a sigh, then said, "It's nothing," and left. After hearing him, Tianyi also sighed, while Chongjun remained aggressive like a mother bird protecting her young. He pulled Chongjun closer and said, "I'm grown up now, master. In the future, when things like this happen, you don't need to step forward to protect your disciple like this anymore." Hearing him, she raised her hand, intending to pat his head, smiling as she said something along the lines of, "In your master's eyes, you will always be a little friend." However, her hand couldn't quite reach his head to pat it. This little friend has grown so incredibly tall. She had to give up, turning away to say, "All right, if you want to come to the mortal realm with me, then let's go." But inside, she felt wronged. My boy's all grown up and can face everything on his own. Maybe you won't need me anymore in the future. Seeing his master looking so wronged, Tianyi also felt a little unwilling to accept it. He stepped forward, lowered his head, and said, "Master, go ahead. This way, you can pat your disciple's head." Chongjun happily patted his head. "You're my little friend." Scene change at the sea of hopelessness, the border between the cultivation and mortal worlds. A servant was reporting, "Your Highness the Princess, the fire spirit divine artifact has been stolen. The 5 great sects have promised to find a solution within 3 months. Then escort them back to the imperial capital first. This princess has said before that I don't trust those cultivation sects that live off incense offerings." That's right. I heard they've wandered into the mortal realm to search for the water spirit divine artifact, correct? Give me their location. At this time, Chongjun and Tianyi had also descended to the mortal realm. As night fell on the streets, people walked to and fro and lanterns were lit, illuminating everything and creating a bustling, lively scene. It was Changjuan's first time in the mortal realm. Everything seemed new and beautiful to her. She was excited. Wow, the mortal realm is so lively. Master, our clothes are not like those of mortals. They will attract everyone's attention. It won't be good for finding the water spirit divine artifact. We should be careful. How about we go to a shop and buy mortal clothes? Hearing about shopping for clothes, Changjuan's eyes lit up and she immediately agreed. Okay. Let's buy. Entering the clothing shop, Changjun was joyfully surprised. Wow, this must be the immortal realm after ascension, right? Very quickly, the shop owner came to greet them. You two are husband and wife, aren't you? Truly a perfect match of talent and beauty, making others envious. Hearing this, she quickly waved her hands. A misunderstanding. We are not husband and wife. Then she thought, if I say we are master and disciple, they will know we are from the cultivation world. With that thought, she quickly said, we are mother and son. After hearing this, the shop owner was startled and stammered in disbelief. Tian Yi quickly put his arm around her to smooth things over. My younger sister is still young and likes to tease people. Don't misunderstand. We are siblings. Standing close and looking at him, Changjuan's heart stirred. Up close, my disciple is so handsome. Truly worthy of being my disciple. Ha. This young lady is indeed very humorous. Ha. The bewildered shop owner said. Suddenly, Tian Ye's hand accidentally slipped down, making skin-to-skin contact with her. He shyly removed his hand and said, hurry up and pick some clothes to change into. Very quickly, Tian Yi finished changing and walked out, radiating a dashing and elegant aura. All the young women in the shop started chattering excitedly. Wow, so handsome. At this moment, Changjun also finished changing and stepped out. Truly a beauty that could topple cities and nations. A rare gem in the world. How could she be so stunningly beautiful, folks? This stunning beauty made Tian Yi blush the moment he saw her. The shop owner also exclaimed, what a beautiful lady. And the clothes you two are wearing are also similar. Tian Yi suddenly grabbed his collar and said, wait a minute, we chose clothes, but wearing them, we don't look like siblings. The shop owner looked at him and said, look at your own eyes. You don't look at her like she's your own flesh and blood, but like you're looking at a woman. Tian Yi bullshit. Of course she's a woman, but she and I are not. Changjun quickly came forward. Yay, do I look pretty dressed like this? Tian Yi looked at her, shy and blushing, his gaze averting hers as he said, it's so. But Changjun looked at Tian Yi with a smile and said, I think Ye looks very cool and handsome in these clothes. Tian Yi blushed even more. Really? Changjun continued to smile and said, yes, it's probably because Ye has grown up that he's so handsome. Praised by a girl, the young man became too shy, blushing as he turned away. All right, let's go. Back on the street, Changjun continued to wander around, curious about everything. Suddenly, she saw something. Her eyes widened in surprise, and she grabbed Tian Ye's hand, pulling him to the spot she had just seen. Ye looked quickly. This is sugar candy. Huh? What do you think? No, master. Your disciple is grown up, no longer a child. Why would I still be interested in something so childish and gaudy? As soon as the words were out, Shun Changjun, standing beside him, pouted, looking dejected and deeply hurt. Childish, immature, gaudy. These words were like arrows piercing her. Seeing her like this, Tian Yi panicked. Master, it's not that you like these things, is it? No, I don't like them. Suddenly, she looked up at the ancient tree in front of her. This is a divine tree that grants blessings. Many prayers are hung on it. The vendor called out, you too buy some prayer papers. Hanging them on the tree will guarantee your romantic fate will be fulfilled. We are siblings. Then, young lady, you can pray to find a good husband to live happily ever after with. My little sister is still young. Not young anymore. A grown girl should be married. Growing up this beautiful, she will marry into a good family. She looked at the ancient tree before her, and many thoughts suddenly arose in her heart. Images of her loved ones appeared before her eyes. I have a feeling of loneliness, even though things are going smoothly today. But I'm always afraid that life is too long, that fate will change, that if this reunion is just another dream. When that time comes, perhaps every happy moment today is a harbinger of a tragic future. Thinking this, she also hung a prayer on the divine tree. After hanging it, she looked around. Where's my little brat? Where did he run off to, leaving me all alone like this? Master, for you. I suddenly want to eat something sweet. He knew she was childish, so he had secretly bought the candy, bringing her the sugar candy she wanted earlier. Tianyi looked at her gently and asked, Master, can I eat with you? It felt like she wanted this moment to stop. These beautiful memories. Can the prayer tree help me preserve them? Okay, let's eat together, she replied happily. However, while strolling, she just held the candy and stared at it without eating. Master, why aren't you eating? She looked at the rabbit-shaped sugar candy, thought of Wei Sheng, and said, I can't bring myself to eat it. Suddenly, she saw candied hawthorns, and her eyes lit up again. Ooh. But as a master, how could she ask for such childish candy in front of her disciple? Tianyi saw right through her and could only sigh. Master, your disciple wants to eat candied hawthorns again. I also want to eat candy balls, osmanthus cakes, sesame crisps, and malt candy. Holding a pile of food, Changjun then saw some rabbit ears and seemed to really like them too. Very quickly, Tianyi flew off to buy them. He put the ears on his head and acted like a well-behaved puppy to amuse his master. Yure sokute. Then Tianyi quickly put a pair of rabbit ears on Changjun's head, then grinned, teasing her. Suddenly, a horse carriage came charging through recklessly. Tianyi hurriedly pulled her aside to dodge the horse. Master, it's dangerous. And so, the pile of colorful, gaudy sweets they bought went flying onto the street because of the charging carriage. Yay, Master. Why are you two pressed so close together? It was just to dodge a carriage. But the romance didn't even last 2 seconds. She burst into tears like a child. Boo-hoo, all the delicious food fell on the ground. These two are truly romance killers. Only the last skewer is left, boo-hoo-hoo. But one must share when eating. After eating one piece, there's one left. Come on, Ye, open your mouth. The last bite is always the best. Tianyi blushed, but didn't refuse, taking it and eating shyly. Let's go. Let's find an inn to rest for the night. Changjun became cheerful again. Arriving at an inn, she said happily, wow, this place isn't bad. The innkeeper, who had a weakness for handsome men, saw the beauty walk in and joked, for a distinguished guest like you, a few days' stay for free is also fine. In the inn room, Tianyi said, Master, I should rent another room. Why? There are only 2 of us. Suddenly, Tianyi pushed her against the wall, acting like an adult, and said, precisely because there are 2 of us. And your disciple is grown up now. Do you understand? But the master of ruining romance was Changjun. She pretended to pat Tianyi's head, but couldn't reach due to the height difference. She said, I know, but she got it wrong. You've reached the age to be married off. Do you understand? Changjun felt as if she'd been stabbed, silently cursing. Is he implying I'm old and still unmarried? She had no choice but to continue. So what if I'm old? Tianyi sikhet in frustration. Never mind. Then he turned his back and said, in short, from now on, you and I will sleep in separate places at night. Seeing him posturing, Changjun kindly reminded him, that's right, there's a chance of a heavy storm with lightning tonight. Tianyi, who had been so bold just a moment ago, suddenly felt a knot of fear in his stomach. However, still acting like an adult, he slammed the door and left. What's wrong with Ye lately? Or has he started his rebellious phase because of puberty? But for a 20-year-old man, is he done with puberty or still going through it? But it's fine. Doesn't this bed belong only to me today? Bed, here I come. Thud. So sleepy, I can finally sleep. What was I just thinking? I clearly just thought of something, but I can't remember it anymore. Forget it. It's not important. I should sleep first at this hour. Suddenly, a series of strange crashing sounds came from the next room. What's that commotion? Changjun woke up, quickly opened the door to Tianyi's room. Yay, what's wrong? A red-haired young woman with a whip emerged, fighting with Tianyi. I recognize her. The dazzling gem that blinds others. This is Han Tiqiu. Wait, Changjun shouted loudly. The 2 of them also stopped because of her shout. Master, your disciple is fine. You don't need to worry. But Shin Changjun wasn't worried about Tianyi. Instead, she was preparing a table, chairs, tea, and melon seeds to leisurely watch them fight. All right, all set. Now continue. She thought to herself, in the previous life, you and your red camellia were companions through life and death. Later, she used the pretext of friendship to harbor feelings of admiration, and in the future, she even expressed her affection. The story suddenly stopped there when the author stopped writing. In this life, let this master of yours help you too. Still daring to be dazed? Han Tiqiu cracked her whip, helping him come to his senses. The 2 charged at each other again, but Tianyi didn't fight back. only dodged. Han Tzu, while brandishing her whip, said, "Is this the strength of the top cultivator? It's merely this." After watching for a while, Chang Jun started to wonder. Strange. Based on Ye's current strength, he should be able to overwhelm Han Tzu, right? Could it be Ye has become enlightened and learned to cherish the fairer sex? At this moment, while dodging the whip, Tianyi thought about his previous life. For better or worse, I was a good big brother in my past life. If I accidentally killed her with one palm strike, forget it. Soudainly, Han Tzu stupid. I'm not fighting anymore. Chang Jun, who was enjoying the show, was suddenly cut short. Why? Because Han Tzu approached Tianyi and said, "You like me, don't you? You think you can win my favor by not fighting back. I've met many fawning men like you. You're not bad looking, but you're boring." Then she turned to Chang Jun and said, "As for you, are you the legendary Shin Chang Jun?" Han Tzu got closer to Chang Jun, using her whip to lift her chin challengingly. "How about I fight you?" Shin Chang Jun's mother-in-law at this moment looked at her and forced a laugh. "Ha ha ha, the more I look at my daughter-in-law, the more interesting she becomes." But very quickly, Tianyi pushed Han Tzu away and stood in front of Shin Chang Jun, saying, "The state preceptor of Yin Kingdom was no match for me. What makes you think you're worthy of fighting my master?" Chang Jun looked at her disciple and thought to herself, "Wow, is my disciple afraid I'll seriously injure his red rose? So he's protecting her?" Meanwhile, Tianyi looked at Han Tzu with a weary expression, thinking, "Master is so well-liked wherever she goes. It's so annoying. You two-faced man, are you doing this to get my attention?" Thinking this, Han Tzu said, "I hear you want to go to Luo River to find the water spirit divine artifact. From what I see, your strength is just SOSO. Is this all the Jihua sect has to offer? Besides, the cultivation world lost my dynasty's fire spirit divine artifact. I can't rest easy. Therefore, I want to accompany you, and you too must assist me." This princess, well, seeing her arrogant attitude, Tianyi refused to back down and retorted, "What big talk. The princess is a mere mortal. Even if your imperial brother came, he would have to be respectful to my master." However, behind Tianyi, Chang Jun happily raised her hand and said, "I agree. Master, what are you doing? It's fine, Ye. The more friends, the more paths." Besides, speaking of the fire spirit divine artifact, it was indeed stolen on the Jihua sect's territory. We are indeed somewhat in the wrong. That's right, this and only has your room left. Today, this princess will reluctantly stay with you. As soon as she finished speaking, Tianyi, perhaps because it coincided with his own wishes, quickly took Chang Jun's hand to leave. "All right, master, and I will rest first. You can stay in my room." Smack! Han Tzu sent him sprawling with a single palm strike. "Wake up. Women naturally sleep with women. You're already grown up and still want to sleep with your master, and you act like it's a matter of course. You're incredibly thick-skinned. Do you have any sense of shame?" Han Tzu took Chang Jun's hand and walked away, saying over her shoulder, "In 2 days, a male friend of mine is coming. You can sleep with him then." Tianyi was stunned into stone. "Me? Shameless? How old am I? Master's baby, a big baby in Han Tzu's eyes?" At this time, Shun Changming and Wei Xingnu also descended to the mortal realm to find Chang Jun. As it was her first time in the mortal realm, it was normal for a young lady like Wei Xingnu to react with such surprise. "Master, we have to find perfected one Chang Jun." Hearing her speak so loudly, Changming quickly covered her mouth and gestured for her to be quiet. "Don't call me master, or it will reveal that we come from the cultivation world, understand?" But who said Wei Xingnu was a little white rabbit? She bit Changming's hand in one go, making him scream in pain. The two of them bickered all the way. "It's a natural reflex. I've been calling you master all this time. How can you expect me to just stop?" "I'm sorry, master. I didn't do it on purpose." After that, the two entered a clothing shop. The shopkeeper, having learned his lesson, boldly guessed they were brother and sister. But no, he was wrong again. This time, they were a married couple. After changing their clothes, the two entered the same inn from before. This inn is quite decent, not bad. However, they had to leave because there were no rooms left. At this point, the two were in character. Wei Xingnu said, "Husband, we need to hurry and get to Luo River to find them soon. I'm really worried about perfected one Chang Jun." Back in Chang Jun's room, she and Han Tzu were sleeping. Suddenly, in a daze, she saw Ye standing in front of her. "Ye, is that you?" He gestured for her to be quiet and speak softly, and Chang Jun quickly nodded. "Why are you here?" Tianyi said something, but he spoke so quietly she couldn't hear anything at all. She whispered back in a tiny voice, "What did you say? I can't hear you clearly." Having no other choice, Tian Yi moved closer to her, leaning in to whisper something in her ear. Master, without you, I can't sleep. So, do you want to sleep here? No need. I just want to look at you. Somehow, his thoughts led him to press closer to his master and say, Master isn't even that beautiful. Chongjun gave a helpless smile and said, Are you still worried that I'll be in danger? Very quickly, Tian Yi stood up. Master is so powerful. You'll be fine on your own. Your strength is greater than your disciples. You've never needed your disciple to worry about you. It was me who was overthinking. Hearing him, Chongjun was also confused. I feel like something is wrong. Why has this CHCH child been saying such strange things these past 2 days? Lying next to her, Han Tu heard the noise and mumbled drowsily. Who's talking? Chongjun looked out the window and said, No one. It was just a cat passing by. Tonight, without his master, Tian Yi couldn't sleep and could only go up to the roof to watch the clouds and gaze at the moon, keeping company with the night to pass the long hours. Early in the morning, the three of them went out. As they walked, Han Tu said, It's truly a scenic spot. Except for when the secret passage randomly opens, it's suitable for sightseeing at other times. Based on that, the secret realm at Luo River has been opening a lot late at night recently. We can wait until midnight today to try our luck. Also, I have a friend who will be joining me. He's very powerful and should be arriving soon. That's Du Mingwe. He's here. Han Tu called out. The three of them walked over. Chongjun asked, Du Mingwe, why are you here? Han Tu added, This is the holy monk and state preceptor of the Yin Kingdom, the friend I mentioned. Do you know each other? Seeing Chongjun, Du Mingwe was once again stunned and stammered, unable to speak. Is this love at first sight? Every time he sees her, he becomes like this, wanting to speak but not knowing what to say. Then he collected himself, bowed, and said, This humble monk knows in his heart that the theft of the fire spirit divine artifact was not the Jihua sect's doing, but I could not stop the anger of the other 4 sections. After parting with you two that day, this humble monk was too ashamed to speak and has not been able to sleep peacefully day or night. Now that the Luo River secret realm is about to open, I also wish to contribute a small part. After listening, Chongjun coughed once. Du Mingwe, you don't need to be so serious. In the end, it wasn't your fault. But Tian Yi's sharp tongue couldn't resist. Du Mingyu, I'm curious. Are you being so persistent to polish your title as the compassionate holy monk, or for the fate of the common people of the world? Patron, you are overthinking. This humble monk came here today not to seek fame. Worldly affairs are impermanent, and fate is hard to predict. This humble monk only holds fast to the great righteousness. If one day I am misunderstood by the world and despised by thousands, this humble monk will have no regrets. Compared to the fortune and misfortune of the world, a trivial, empty reputation is not worth mentioning. All right, this junior will temporarily accept the holy monk's good intentions for today. I hope that in the future, the holy monk will not forget the words he spoke today. After speaking, Tian Yi thought back to his previous life. He was originally kind-hearted. The world rumored that he had sacrificed himself to protect the common people, bringing a moment of clear skies. In the end, he was just being stubborn. Han Tu mediated, all right, why are you all so serious? I've heard that the Luo River has witnessed many oaths from heroic cultivators and immortals over the ages. If we're moved by the scene, let's follow suit. Chongjun also fell into thought. He is willing to risk his life for what he wants, has a persistent goal, and may be defeated but never wavers. Thinking about it, everyone here has their own path in life. What about me? What am I pursuing? To escape a tragic fate and then live each day blandly and meaninglessly? The great righteousness for all living beings. I still haven't fully comprehended it, but at this moment, in front of her, everyone was placing their hands on top of each other's, vowing with one will. For the people, we vow to persevere for the great righteousness without shame in our hearts, and we vow to find the divine artifact to stop the conspiracy. Seeing everyone's heroic will, she also felt as if she was gaining strength. She continued to think, but unconsciously, perhaps now I also have something I want to do. She placed her hand with everyone else's, silently thinking of her own wish. As for me, I vow to protect this land, because this place has many people who care about me. After making friends, night fell. The 4 of them walked together happily. Chongjun said, So, Du Mingwe, you are the nominal state preceptor of the Yin Kingdom. What's the treatment like for a state preceptor? Is an iron rice bowl? In the future, when I'm old, maybe I can become a state preceptor or something to live out my old age. While chatting happily, she saw something that looked like the Nan poison vine, but Du Mingyue recognized it. This plant is not it. It's just a common type found in the mortal world. It has some toxicity, but it only causes mortals to have allergic reactions and vomit for a short while. Seeing the two of them chatting enthusiastically, Han Tachu turned to ask Tianyi, "Hey kid, so your master is the reason the state preceptor disappeared from the mortal realm for 3 years? I see your master is beautiful. Does she have any admirers yet?" "Not yet," Tianyi replied coldly. Han Tachu continued, "I think His Excellency the state preceptor and perfected Wan Changjun are a good match. Don't you think?" Tianyi's face darkened as he said, "What do you mean?" "Exactly what it sounds like. We don't know if the state preceptor will return to secular life in the future. And besides, their strength and status are a great match. Besides, even if it's not the state preceptor, someone will pursue your master. It's only a matter of time." After hearing her words, Tianyi suddenly fell silent, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Changjun and Du Mingyue continued their conversation. Legend has it that 1,000 years ago, to end a war, a princess took the initiative to invite the enemy crown prince and his relatives here. Under a 1,000-year-old divine tree, she vowed to kill her future husband with a single sword strike, then crossed 1,000 miles over the border, taking the Luo River as the national boundary. In the end, she and the enemy crown prince committed suicide together during their grand wedding. On that wedding day, people recounted the princess's death. After the princess committed suicide, her bright red wedding dress turned into a deep, dark red. After the crown prince died, the poisoned wine from the wedding, which tore one's insides apart, turned into a poison vine. The two who could not be companions in life were still attached after death, so their souls vowed to entwine with each other. "Wow, Du Mingyue, you know a lot," Changjun exclaimed after listening. A red bird landed on Du Mingyue's hand. He continued, "The world is much troubled by feelings, like a fleeting dream. Perfected Wan Changjun, in your opinion, is it more painful to have too much love or to have no love at all?" Tianyi looked at his master and Du Mingyue and continued to answer Han Tachu, "No, I don't think that about my master. My master is exceptionally talented and a person of awe-inspiring righteousness. I admire her, regardless of who she is, regardless of her status or gender. If you're curious, you should look at what a good person she is herself, not which man is suitable for her." On her side, Changjun released a little bird. "Holy monk, I don't have an answer to your question yet, but from the story just now, I see a princess who acted to protect her country. I admire her. If it were me, I don't know if I would have the courage to do the same." That makes sense. In contrast, this humble monk is very narrow-minded. On the other side, Tianyi continued talking about his master. "Besides, my master doesn't like that bald donkey." Seeing him speak so rudely, Han Tachu chided him. "Hey, you're addressing the holy monk disrespectfully today." Too lazy to argue, Tianyi tossed her a painting. "The person in this picture is the type my master likes. Another day, if the princess finds a suitable person, it won't be too late to act as a matchmaker." Hee, let me see perfected Wan Changjun's taste. But as soon as she opened it, she saw a skeleton. After seeing it, she could only click her tongue. "Fine, I'll pretend I didn't see anything." Tianyi went over to Changjun, took her hand, and pulled her away. "Master, your disciple finds this place too noisy. Let's separate from the outsiders and find a quiet spot." However, they had barely taken a few steps when a whirlpool blocked their path. It was the manifestation of the transforming flame. The two were sucked in. Tianyi grabbed Changjun's hand, pulling her, "Master, be careful." Tianyi finally managed to pull Changjun back, but the whirlpool was spinning more and more violently. Tianyi had no other choice but to push his master away, deciding to face the whirlpool by himself. Changjun couldn't react in time and tried to grab his hand, but it was too late. In the end, Tianyi was sucked deep into the whirlpool. Unable to abandon Tianyi, Changjun also jumped down into the whirlpool to save her disciple. Sinking deeper and deeper, at the bottom of the whirlpool was the Luo River secret realm. Changjun lay unconscious. A moment later, she woke up, clutching her head, vaguely realizing, have I fallen into the Luo River secret realm? Right after, the water spirit divine artifact's guardian beast was right next to her, but she hadn't noticed yet. However, a drop of water dripped onto her clothes, startling her. Turning around, she saw that the drop was the saliva of this big, fat beast. Chongjun reluctantly said, "Hi." Her inner self screamed, why, and why? Did I cultivate some kind of ability to attract strange things and people? Why is it always me facing the trials? Or am I the main character with a protagonist halo in this story? What a cruel joke. The main character is usually the strongest, or at least has the male lead to save them. Am I the main character who dies the earliest? Let's get to the fight. Boom! The beast thrust a sharp spike at her, shattering the ground and rocks. She quickly dodged it. Swiftly, she drew her life-bound sword named Hong, and joined the fray, thrusting the sword towards the beast's claw. But this beast was as hard as rock. Chongjun was alarmed. Holy crap, my sword strike did nothing at all, not even leaving a scratch. Could it be that this water spirit divine artifact's guardian beast can only be defeated by a powerful expert? Nevertheless, she had to use more power. She then launched a sword blast that flew towards the beast. The sword pierced through the beast, but it didn't look good. I'm screwed. Hong He is about to give out. She calculated, no way. Even a powerful expert would find it hard to avoid injury under Hong He's attack. So this water spirit divine artifact's guardian beast must have absorbed all its spiritual power into its body. If so, it must have a weak point. But the original novel was vague, so I don't know how the male lead defeated this beast. I'll run first and figure out later. However, the beast was hot on her heels. It's over. It's too fast. I can't dodge in time. Just in the nick of time, Tian Yi flew over like a god and pulled her away. Seeing Tian Yi, she was overjoyed and was about to open her mouth to call Yi Yi when Tian Yi quickly covered her mouth. The two of them hid behind a large rock. The beast passed by without attacking. Chongjun silently wondered why it didn't attack. Tian Yi took her hand and wrote on it. It has no eyes. It uses its hearing to attack. Use the breath concealment technique. Thinking of the breath concealment technique, Chongjun thought, the breath concealment technique is a specialized technique for wood element cultivators. But I'm a metal element. I don't know the breath concealment technique. Tian Yi understood. He pulled her closer, holding her tightly, using his spiritual power to create a protective aura around them. I will always be by your side. The beast wandered around, not finding anyone. Suddenly, the beast stopped, as if it sensed something, and looked straight at Chongjun. Quickly, Tian Yi also took her hand and covered her eyes to avoid eye contact with the beast. And so, the beast couldn't sense anything anymore and went elsewhere to search. They couldn't hide forever. Tian Yi leaned close to her ear and said, "Your disciple's power is still too weak to defeat it. Master can't use the breath concealment technique, so you can't get close to it. So let's, Master and disciple, team up. Your disciple will use the breath concealment technique to envelop Master, and then Master can use that to attack it with your full power." All right, the two rushed forward. "Master, rest assured, I won't leave your side for even a moment." From behind, Tian Yi embraced Chongjun, channeling the breath concealment technique into her. She transferred her full power into the Hong He sword. Hong He continued a strike. Their power surged. With great momentum, they swung the sword forward, landing a slash right in the middle of the beast's forehead. As expected, it was a success. A crack appeared on the forehead of the water spirit divine artifact's guardian beast. Both of them landed safely, watching the beast in pain. Then, very quickly, the water spirit divine artifact's guardian beast spat out a water element demon core. At this moment, although they had landed, Tian Yi's hand was still holding Chongjun's waist, not letting go. She quickly grabbed the water element demon core and escaped from Tian Yi's embrace. This water element demon core is extremely beneficial for wood element cultivators, but the opposite for a metal element like me. Anyway, Yi, this is yours. Put away. As she held out the water element demon core to Tian Yi, he noticed a small cut on her finger. Tian Yi took her hand and said, "Thank you, Master." "Hey, there's no need for such formalities between us." "No, I mean, thank you for saving me in the demon forest 4 years ago. Master, all of this disciple's cultivation was bestowed by you. I will never let you get hurt again." Then he lifted her finger to his mouth and sucked on it to heal her. Wow, isn't this scene romantic, folks? Right at this moment, a mirror flew up from within the cave. It was the water spirit divine artifact. The two flew over to look. Legend says that touching the water spirit divine artifact allows one to see their future. Do you think it's real or fake, Yi? Yi will know if it's real or fake just by touching it. Saying that, Tian-Yi touched the mirror. So, Yi, what did you see? As soon as he touched it, a steamy image appeared. Tian-Yi and Chang-Jun were on a bed, one on top, one on the bottom, kissing. Tian-Ye's face turned beet red. He threw the mirror down, about to smash it. I saw nothing. This mirror is a fake. Seeing him like this, Chang-Jun pulled him back. Calm down, Yi. Let me go. I have to smash this mirror. However, having been his master for many years, Chang-Jun more or less guessed what he had seen. It seems this water spirit divine artifact is the real deal. Suddenly, the secret realm began to shake and tremble. We're screwed. The divine artifact has been taken. The secret realm is unstable. It's dangerous. We have to get out of here quickly. Yi, we have to find an exit quickly. Tian-Yi, still blushing and lost in the dream of his future, also stammered, right, find the exit. Suddenly, a source of light enveloped and protected them. It turned out to be Du Mingyue sending a voice transmission. He instructed perfected one Chang-Jun. The secret realm will fall into chaos. I am outside the secret realm and will help you open a spatial passage. This is a secret technique of the heavenly sect. Just follow the instructions. She took Tianye's hand and said, Du Mingyue is helping us. Then she began to use the secret technique as Du Mingyue had instructed. Outside, Du Mingyue was also providing his full support. Boom! And so, the two successfully returned to reality, escaping the secret realm. As soon as they escaped, Chang-Jun quickly handed the water spirit divine artifact to Du Mingyue. The Jihua sect lost the fire spirit divine artifact. Now we compensate with the water spirit divine artifact. You take this to the four great sects. I will explain the rest. This is the water spirit divine artifact. As soon as Du Mingyue finished speaking, he also touched it to try. But as soon as he touched it, he was startled and bewildered. It's unclear what he saw to have such a strong reaction, the holy man. Afterward, he seemed a bit panicked and somberly stepped back. Seeing his expression, Chang-Jun hurriedly covered the mirror and said, "This water spirit divine artifact can predict the future. I've wrapped it up. You can take it." In her heart, she also thought, so he's also curious about the future. Seeing his and Ye's reactions, I'd better not touch it. What if I see myself in the mirror being killed by Nan and Dudding again? Then my mental state in this life would collapse completely. As a person, it's better to leave a little mystery for the future. That way, one can be full of anticipation for what's to come. Tian-Yi, seeing Du Mingyue's reaction, also wondered, what did he see? I've never seen him react so openly. Suddenly, as if he thought of something, Tian-Yi glanced at Chang-Jun and thought, or did he see something else? Even a monk isn't honest. You want to talk, Mr. Male Lead? Who can beat you when it comes to imagination? Oh right, Yi, how did you know the beast's weak point? Tian-Yi, still blushing and not daring to look at her, said I read it in the library. At this moment, a group of people approached from behind and bowed. Your Highness the Princess, we've finally found you. Perfected one Chang-Jun. Her Highness the Princess has caused trouble for the Jihua sect again. How so? The fire spirit divine artifact sent by Han Titu to the Jihua sect was stolen, so we came with the princess. But before she could finish, that servant interrupted, Perfected one Chang-Jun, I think you've misunderstood. The Yin Kingdom did indeed send a divine artifact to the cultivation world to foster good relations. But Her Highness the Princess was not among those dispatched. She must have tagged along because she wanted to have fun. Hearing him, a frustrated Han Titu immediately lost her temper, grabbing his collar and saying, I was not having fun. Why can't I represent the Yin Kingdom? How am I different from my imperial brother? On what basis does my existence only have meaning for a political marriage? You sent untrustworthy people. The fire spirit divine artifact was lost right under everyone's noses. Now I've brought the water spirit divine artifact to compensate. It was me. You did a good thing, but the political marriage has already been arranged. All that's left is the departure date. No. Suddenly, at this moment, the Emperor of the Yin Kingdom, Han Xiao, dismounted from his horse. Oh, wow. Is that the Emperor? He's quite handsome, Chang-Jun exclaimed internally. Then she thought at the Jihua sect, besides Shun Changming, everyone is of a lower rank than me. They usually have to bow to me as if meeting an old ancestor. Or they're monks like Du Mingyue. I rarely meet handsome men who are my peers. On the other side, the servant was still saying, if the princess likes a man from another family, it's definitely impossible, especially with the great matter of a political marriage. Unless the other party is a disciple of perfected one Changjun, then our Yin kingdom would become even closer with the Jihua sect. Han Tutu finally let go of his collar. Cough, cough. To be frank, His Majesty and I came here today not only to escort the princess back to the palace, but for another matter as well. Hearing this old servant speak, Changjun began to think, closer through marriage? Does our Jihua sect have some kind of family relationship with the Yin Empire? Could it be a little treasure has appeared? Could it be my long-lost son wandering the mortal world? No, the age doesn't add up. At this moment, the emperor stepped forward. The servant announced loudly, the emperor of the Yin kingdom wishes to form a matrimonial bond with perfected one Changjun of the Jihua sect, a match made in heaven. As soon as the words were spoken, Han Tutu and Tian Ye's eyes widened, their jaws dropping in shock. Changjun, however, was full of question marks. Could there be someone in the Jihua sect with the same name as me? Emperor Han Shao had walked closer to Shun Changjun. The two stood under a blue sky as green leaves fell. He lifted her chin and said, Shin Changjun, I want to marry you as my empress. Suddenly, a purple murderous aura flew past, pushing the two apart. Tian Yi stepped forward, blocking Changjun, and said, an impertinent junior, worthy of my master? Seeing Tian Yi acting so presumptuously, Changjun screamed internally, this is my first marriage proposal, and what's more, that he is the son of heaven, revered and worshipped here, protected by heroic ancestors, and can summon high-level fortune to surround him. Don't fight him. Be careful of heavenly punishment. At this moment, one was surrounded by the purple, murderous aura of Nan and Dudding. The other was surrounded by the murderous aura of a golden dragon. Their sharp gazes met, neither willing to back down. Tian Yi said, if you wish to bring harm to my master, I will kill you. Changjun's heart was struck by lightning. Heavens, to put it nicely, where did my cute, obedient child go? Before anything could even happen, Emperor Han Shao was already laughing heartily. My imperial sister has taken a liking to an unusual young man. Perfected one Changjun. Jun means no offense. Jun is just eager. Don't rush a beauty, but sooner or later, you will become Jun's sacred maiden. After hearing this, Changjun broke out in a cold sweat. What kind of tone was this? A domineering CEO? But he wasn't a CEO, he was a hegemon king. Then she started to speculate about the roles in the novel. Seeing her like this, Tian Yi became anxious. You just said a few inviting words, and you're already this excited. No need. My master is several hundred years old anyway. She doesn't need a young thing like you. My master doesn't like tender grass. Besides, the water spirit divine artifact is now in our hands. We'll give it to Du Mingyue, and then master and I will return. Before he could finish, two hands covered his mouth and dragged him away. Changjun and Han Tutu dragged him away, whispering. Han Tutu said, if you reject our relationship, I'll have to be sent far away for a political marriage. Oh, I wish you a smooth journey. Is that your way of attracting this princess? Fine, very fine. You've done well. Princess, calm down. Don't be angry, Changjun advised. Han Shao, not caring what they said, turned and spoke. You don't need to rush back to the cultivation world. Follow Zhen to the imperial capital first. Shen Changming is also in Zhen's palace. Zhen has matters to discuss with him. Besides, you siblings can meet in the palace and then decide on this matter later. My brother has come to the mortal realm? Then what about Nu? You mean the girl with him? Of course, they're all together. Hearing that Changming and Nu had arrived, Changjun turned to coax and plead with Tian Yi. I want to see them. Nu is there too, and I have a gift for her. All right. Han Tutu rested her chin on her hand, thinking, who is Nu? He was just demanding to go back, but now that he heard the name Nu, he agreed to stay. Soon after, everyone boarded a winged carriage that flew like an airplane back to the imperial palace. Riding the flying carriage for the first time, Changjun was excited. Wow, so the mortal realm has learned to store spiritual energy in spirit stones for practical use in life. But it's probably not widespread. Only royalty and nobility can use it. Scene change. Wei Xingnu and Shun Changming were strolling down the street. As she walked, Xingnu said, I heard the secret realm opened and closed in one night. That fast, perfected one, Changjun, must have successfully obtained the water spirit divine artifact. At that moment, the flying carriage flew overhead. Inside the carriage, Han Tachu rested her chin on her hand and said, "My imperial brother has had many women, but today is the first time I've seen him promise a woman the position of empress." "What are you doing?" Tian Yi was counting on his fingers, saying, calculating the time. "What did you figure out?" Tian Yi recalled a memory. He had once used a forbidden technique to save his master, using his state of mind as the foundation, his body moving with his heart's will, changing fate and reversing karma. This forbidden technique could only maintain the body and abilities of his previous life for a short while each time. He rested his chin on his hand and muttered, "It's been 4 years. Logically, I should be able to cast it again." "Hey, what did you figure out?" "This venerable one is calculating your imperial brother's death date." In the other flying carriage, Chang Jun looked down, still marveling, "Wow, the imperial capital of the Yin Kingdom is truly prosperous." Han Xiao took the opportunity to lean close to her ear and whisper, "Do you like it? As long as you like it, it will all be yours in the future." It's unknown what happened, but immediately after, a scream of "ah" echoed across the sky. When they arrived, Chang Jun scratched her head guiltily and said, "Sorry, you suddenly stood behind me. It was a conditioned reflex. I was already being gentle, haha." Han Xiao, with blood still at the corner of his mouth, forced himself to say, "It's nothing. Zhen is protected by a true dragon and has good fortune. I've never been injured since I was young. Zhen is just a little dizzy. A cup of tea is all I need to recover." As soon as he finished speaking, he spat out blood. A eunuch shouted orders, "Escort His Majesty back to the palace. Call the imperial physician. Call the imperial physician." Perfected 1 Chang Jun. This residence was intentionally gifted to you by His Majesty. He also gave you the seal. His Majesty said that sect leader Shun is busy in the palace tonight, and it's inconvenient to disturb him. It's getting late, so please rest here tonight and enter the palace tomorrow. Tian Yi and Chang Jun entered a large residence prepared by His Majesty. Chang Jun yawned and said, "Yi, are you sleeping alone tonight or with me?" After she asked, Tian Yi suddenly blushed, recalling the scene in that mirror. The scene where the two of them were entangled on the bed. That one. He suddenly froze. Seeing him stop, she called out, "Yi, Tian Yi filikut had forehat." He said seriously, "Why are you always so unguarded? What if someone with ill intentions bullies you?" Chang Jun smiled until her eyes crinkled and said trustingly, "With Yi by my side, why would I need to be on guard?" Hearing her words, Tian Yi suddenly gave a warm smile. "Master, I think for a long time from now on, I can't sleep with you." "Why? By the way, don't call me Yi anymore. It's childish. I'm grown up now." "Then what do you want to be called?" Tian Yi took her hand and said, "Call me Tian Yi." Chang Jun immediately smiled until her eyes crinkled and called out, "Tian Yi." Then she moved closer and said, "Tian Yi, I'll call you that from now on, right?" Wow. The male lead was truly smitten by the love bug. His face was so red it looked like it was about to burn. He ran to the lake shore, splashed water on his face to put out the fire, lest he be cooked like a pig. Seeing him like this, Chang Jun worriedly touched his forehead. It was burning hot. Is this kid having a fever again? Tian Yi quickly regained his composure, though his face was still red. "Ahem, just call me Yi like before." Then he turned his back and said, "I'm going to sleep first. You should sleep early too." Wait, Chang Jun hadn't forgotten her words in the secret realm. She had said she would give him the beast core. The beast core from that wild beast is water element, which is compatible with your wood element. It can also help your Nan and poison lantern gather spirit and take form. For you, Tian Yi suden simidet. What are you smiling at? Master always thinks of me. I'm very happy. As he was about to take the beast core, Chang Jun pulled it back. Wait, then she broke the beast core in half. We found it together. Half for you, half for me. Tomorrow, I want to give my half to Nu. After hearing her words, Tian Ye's happiness vanished, and he turned his face away. Hurry up and take it. Why are you being so polite with your master? He sulked, turned his face away, and walked off, saying, Master might as well give it all to junior sister. She'll be happier. I don't mind. Chang Jun grabbed his hand again and said in a sweet, coaxing tone, This is the first time I've given you something, Tian Yi. As expected, the coaxing worked. The easily persuaded young man happily took the half-beast core and said, All right, I'll accept it from you. Truly, beauty can bewitch the soul. After Chang Jun finished coaxing him, Tian Yi still stood there, dazed and smiling foolishly. All right, get some rest. Early tomorrow morning, we'll go to the palace to find Xin Changming. As she spoke, she turned her back, stretched, and covered her mouth to yawn. Suddenly, Tian Yi grabbed her sleeve again and asked, Master, will you fall for him? Who? Han Xiao or other men? Not necessarily. Although cultivation takes a long time, and one might even become emotionless and desireless after becoming an immortal, I actually still want to enjoy the mortal world's pleasures and live a simple, happy life. And one day, if I meet someone I like, spending a lifetime together wouldn't be bad. She smiled and continued, besides, didn't you say at the end that I'm of marriageable age? He held her sleeve even tighter and said, but Han Xiao is not a good person. Then I'll find someone better. I'm sure I'll meet someone one day. Chang Jun replied confidently. Hearing this, Tian Yi started to let go of her sleeve. Indeed, then I hope Master finds a good person. But if one day you find yourself relying on someone who isn't good, this disciple will not spare him. Chang Jun laughed and waved her hand, saying, matters of the heart are fickle. Yi, you don't need to worry so much about me. Then she gave a confident thumbs up. I feel that I can meet a decent person. Spoken like someone who's been single for 3 lifetimes. Tian Yi's tone suddenly became deep and aggrieved. You're right. I'm just a disciple. Even if one day you are betrayed by a man, Shun Changming will be there to stand up for you. There are also the thousands of disciples of the Jiuhua sect to protect you. It doesn't have to be me. It doesn't always have to be me. Where are you going? The bedroom isn't that way. To cultivate. Chang Jun watched him leave, her thoughts stirring. Am I mistaken? I just feel that Yi hasn't been quite right lately. As if realizing something. Could it be that Yi is afraid of having a stepfather? He's worried I'll become a stepmother and stop caring about him. Change of plans. I'll explain to Yi that he will always be my treasure. But I'll sleep first. I'll see Nu tomorrow. Anyway, the plot is already deviated, so I'll just go with the flow. Meanwhile, Du Mingyue was talking to that mirror. Inside the mirror was actually a cruel version of Du Mingyue. Early the next morning, under the Empress conferring ceremony of the Yin dynasty, carriages poured flowers down on the common people, announcing the conferment of the Empress. Outside, someone knocked on the door to wake Chang Jun up. Yawning, she opened the door. Suddenly, the scene before her made her eyes widen in surprise. Flowers were flying everywhere, and a eunuch was bowing. Miss Shun, the auspicious hour has arrived. Over here, in Tian Yi's dream, the dream demon was also showing off their public display of affection for the viewers. The two were passionately entangled on a bed, only letting go after a long time. Chang Jun looked at Tian Yi and called Tian Yi. Startled, he was bewildered. Tian Yi shot up. Indeed, what kind of dream was this? Even in his dream, he would only wake up when his master called. Otherwise, who knows what step the dream would have reached. As soon as he woke up, a maidservant approached. Young master, this servant will help you wash your face. Seeing the basin of water, Tian Yi plunged his entire blushing, hot face into the cold water to cool down a bit. How did I fall asleep while cultivating yesterday? And to have such a dream? Is it because I saw the prophecy in that divine artifact mirror yesterday? Or was it because I had already thought of this kind of dream, so the divine artifact predicted that scene? Wait, what if the prophecy isn't a dream, but will actually happen? Not daring to think further, he plunged his face into the basin of water again. Betraying one's master and ancestors, a great heresy. Then, the maidservant reported to Tian Yi that Miss Shun was going to marry their emperor. Everyone can guess what happened next. Of course, he would go crash the wedding. At this time, in front of the palace, maidservants were lined up to welcome Chang Jun's empress conferment ceremony. Chang Jun walked with a grim face, calculating. I finally remember. Besides Han Titu, I've heard of this Yin kingdom before. The Wei Sheng family is the greatest merchant family in the world. Their trade extends to every corner, especially the Yin kingdom. But the emperor of the northern wilderness's mortal realm was extremely wary of the Wei Sheng family, and eventually had the entire family hunted down for the crime of treason and collaborating with the enemy. On the day of the execution, the male lead came to save his junior martial sister, Wei Xingnu. She was the only survivor, but sometimes surviving is a misfortune. The Wei Sheng family was annihilated overnight, her parents and brothers all gone. Wei Xingnu's heart was torn to shreds, and her hair turned white in a single night. She opened the palace door with the determination that she absolutely could not let Wei Shengnu's family meet such an end again. As soon as she stepped inside, a cage fell with a loud crash. This emperor was actually plotting against her. But this cage, made of spirit stones, drained her magical power, making her unable to use her strength. Emperor Han Shao, seeing that she had fallen into his trap, confidently strode forward, saying as he walked, "Originally, I wanted the Wei Shang family to contribute to me. Later, I heard that their eldest daughter had become a disciple of the Jihua sect. I suddenly felt that compared to the Wei Shang family, the Jihua sect was more valuable. But I didn't expect that Shun Changming's only sister would come to this world. I heard he dotes on this sister very much. Obviously, you are much more useful than that disciple of his." Chang Jun said angrily, "You lured me here to proclaim to the world that I am the empress, yet you're locking your empress in a cage for life. How will you explain that to the world?" "Explain what? You're no better off than the concubines in the harem, for you are all wingless birds trapped in a cage. This golden cage will absorb your magical power. Today, you will become immortal. I just need to hide you away, and your life and death will be for me to decide." He then pinched Chang Juin's chin and continued, "You can also bear children for me. You are the empress, so your son will be the crown prince. This is an honor countless women dare not even dream of. Are you happy?" He looked at Chang Jun, assessing her. The top sex of the northern wilderness, the top family background in the world, the first prodigy in 100 years, are all forces that support you. Your value far exceeds what I imagined. Suddenly, Chang Jun let out a scornful laugh. "What are you laughing at? Do you think they can save you in time?" "No, I thought of something interesting. I once heard that a disciple's teachings starve the master. Now it seems I'm not so selfless either." Chang Jun, now seething with killing intent, stood up and gripped the bars of the cage, saying furiously, "My title as the #1 prodigy in the world was stolen. Even if it was my good disciple who stole it, I am not resigned to it." At this moment, to save herself, she had to consume half of the demon pill she had planned to give to Wei Xingnu. The killing intent within the cage grew even stronger. Chang Jun was now emitting a powerful energy. The first person in 1,000 years to break through to the nascent soul stage at the age of 24. "I am the first peak master of the Jihua sect, the leader of the cultivation world. You must address me as perfected one Chang Jun." Her immense power radiated outwards, shattering the emperor's golden cage to pieces. "Now, I am the nascent soul Shin Chang Jun. Han Shao, have you taken a good look? What exactly is my value?" Seeing her escape the cage, all the soldiers swarmed to protect the emperor. Chang Jun did not stop, continuing to speak heroically. "You dare to covet the power of the Jihua sect? Besides Shun Changming, I am the one with the strongest power. Come on, all of you. The two of us shall have a decisive battle." Outside the palace, Han Zhao's formation array was also shattered into pieces. The protecting soldiers were also beaten to death, lying scattered about. Wei Xingnu and Shun Changming, each filled with killing intent, rushed in to save Chang Jun. Wei Xingnu aggressively pushed the door open and shouted, "Hand her over." But the scene before them left the three of them bewildered and confused. Everyone's mouths were agape, their eyes wide. Chang Jun and Han Shao were drinking tea together and chatting. "Truly a delicacy of the mortal world. This sweet milk is delicious. All day, I cultivate and fight monsters, so after noon, it's only right to listen to new music. And I, who scheme and plot all day, also want some genuine free time. I'm also craving meat. Being a vegetarian in the cultivation world is so boring. I want to eat too, but the Imperial Kitchen's food isn't as good as in the west of the Imperial City. But I'm too lazy to go." "I'm lazy too." These three, who had come aggressively to the rescue, walked in to hear them chatting about food and drink. It was truly infuriating. Wei Xingnu forced a smile and called out, "Perfected one Chang Jun," about the rumors outside. "Oh hot, hello new. It's delicious. Come try the tea I made. It could expand your Wei Shang family." Shun Changming quickly got to the point. He sternly asked Chang Jun, "What exactly is going on? Why are there rumors in the Yin Kingdom that you're marrying a worm today?" Han Shao, hearing himself compared to a worm, retorted unhappily, "Sect leader Shun, do you have any manners?" "Your Majesty, is this the citizen you were talking about? Or did I mishear?" Chang Jun, seeing their tension, let out a sigh. "This is a bit of a long story. To put it briefly, the dog emperor, His Majesty, fell in love with me at first sight. He loved me so much he wanted to marry me, begging me to pity him. His sincere heart is truly moving. Rewinding to half an hour ago, when Chang Jun and Emperor Han Shao were arguing. Dog Emperor, today this old lady will turn you into a eunuch. You, I've never seen a woman as shrewish as you. What a waste of a beautiful face. Bring it on. Come on then. Blah, blah, blah. The two of them argued back and forth like they were at a market. Finally, a bald young man came to mediate, and that was Du Mingwei. Du Mingwei spoke for a while, and the two calmed down and agreed, but the Dog Emperor had to use his authority as a monarch to spare the Weisheng family. Fine. In any case, what I want is the power of the Zhihua sect. If you are willing to become my empress, a marriage alliance with the Zhihua sect to form a friendly pact would be for the best. So that's what happened. This majesty loves me so much that I couldn't help but give him a chance to let him prove whether he can win my heart or not. Therefore, the next month is the deadline. If his majesty can move my heart, then great. If not, he has promised not to bother me again. Han Shao, being described this way by her, also wanted to retort, the beauty speaks so quickly and eloquently, it's more pleasant than singing. Indeed, everyone, it's all in the past. That's what happened. Before she could finish, Tianyi, already disgusted and not wanting to listen anymore, turned and walked away. As he walked, he was deep in thought. Du Mingwei, after mediating for them, was also troubled by his own matters. Lately, ever since seeing the image in that water spirit divine artifact, he kept having nightmares, but he would forget everything upon waking. Du Mingwei tried hard to remember the image of that person, but his head would hurt whenever he tried. Suddenly, at the city gate, Princess Han Titu was demanding to leave the palace to be free, while the soldiers surrounded her, not letting her go. Seeing her like that, Du Mingwei thought that she, too, was like a bird trapped in a cage. He once again remembered the image of the powerful and heroic Shen Changjun breaking the cage to escape her confinement. He meddled again, acting chivalrously to save the princess, standing to block these soldiers. He helped the princess successfully climb the wall and escape the city gate. Watching her leap over the gate like that, she was like a bird released from its cage, free to explore this world. Tianyi at this time was still dazed, lost amidst the bustling city streets. Somehow, he ended up buying all the snacks that Chang Jun loved. Chang Jun and Han Shao were looking down from the city wall. She yawned, bored, and said, I won't fall for you in a month, so you won't get the Weisheng family and the Zhihua sect, right? You're at a huge loss. You couldn't refuse this bet. You must have another purpose, deliberately wanting to keep me and shun-shaming here. He didn't answer, just looked down and said, look, it's getting dark. The citizens in the imperial city are about to light their lanterns. Chang Jun glanced at him and said, if you don't want to answer, then don't. Just then, as she looked down at the city, the scene before her made her let out a gasp. The entire city began to light up with lanterns, and falling flowers created an incredibly poetic and beautiful scene. She happily raised her hand to catch a falling flower. Very quickly, Han Shao took this opportunity to win the beauty's favor. He also picked a flower and placed it in her hair. However, this very scene was witnessed by the lovesick and dazed Tianyi. That's right, your disciple cares a lot about you, doesn't he? Of course, I watch him grow up. However, I always feel that he's hiding something in his heart. When he was little, his eyes were always indifferent when looking at me. Sometimes, he didn't seem like a child. After he grew up, I discovered his heart isn't in the Zhihua sect, but in the wider world. Oh, so that's how it is. So you always thought he would leave. And down below, Tianyi had indeed dropped the pile of snacks, which lay scattered in the middle of the street as he walked away. As he was walking, a vendor of candied hawthorns offered him one. However, when he ate it, it didn't taste sweet. Truly, candy is only sweet when eaten with your crush. He continued walking, and someone invited him to write a prayer on the divine tree. He said he couldn't write, but then somehow a prayer appeared on the divine tree, praying to be with Master for all of eternity. His lonely figure walked back on the road. It was very late now, and there wasn't another soul on the street. The Nanan poison vine, seeing him in this state over love, was also fed up with him. Tianyi, this old man has been with you for 4 years, constantly hearing your inner voice mention Master, to the point my ears are about to grow calluses. I can't watch this anymore. If you still don't get it today, then let me. He possessed Tianyi and said, let me help you. Let you see your heart for your master clearly. Han Shao was taking the opportunity to chat with Chang Jun, putting his arm around her shoulder and saying, what if your disciple doesn't want you to get married? But she quickly pushed him away and continued the conversation. He won't. My disciple even wants me to get married. Before, at the Luo River, I even overheard him asking Han Taekyu to help me find a good husband. While they were deep in conversation, Tianyi, now being controlled by the Nan and Poison Vine, walked over. Ye, why are you here? He pulled his master close to him, just to make Han Xiao jealous. Then he turned to her and said affectionately, because I missed you. Then he wrapped his arms around her and lifted her up. Why are you always talking with this man? Am I not as handsome as him? Then, quick as a flash, he carried her and flew away. Yeah, you don't seem right. Indeed, the Nan and Poison Vine is much more imposing. I have something to say to you, and only to you. Very quickly, he flew back to the room and placed her on the bed. Yay! Chongjun was about to say something when he covered her mouth with his hand. He was about to kiss her, but didn't. Tianyi soudainly snip avake. He slapped himself, slapping the Nan and Poison Vine to stop this beastly behavior. Yay, what's wrong with you? Chongjun was alarmed to see him like this. Tianya's inner voice was screaming at the Nan and Poison Vine. Are you crazy? What are you trying to do to master using my body? This old man can't watch anymore. It's too irritating. This is what you deeply want to do. Don't you realize it yet? After arguing for a while, the Nan and Poison Vine gained the upper hand. Master, a spring night is precious. I've waited for this moment for a long time. Then Tianyi woke up as if struck by lightning. Heavens, what did you do? What did you say? The Nan and Poison Vine won again and pinned Chongjun down. Master, you know, when you weren't here, I missed you every single moment. Tianyi was so embarrassed by the Nan and Poison Vine, speaking his heart out, that he was going crazy. Chongjun also noticed he was acting unusually. She raised her hand to his cheek and asked with concern, Yay, are you uncomfortable somewhere? These words don't sound like you. Hearing her say this, Tianyi sobered up and said, Why? Why does Master think these words don't sound like what your disciple would say? She raised her hand to stroke his cheek, her eyes also filled with thoughts. I know you've always respected me, but she vaguely thought back on memories. The time he saved her, and the time he left a letter wanting to leave. The time they schemed together to defeat the beast. And the times he was shy and didn't dare to look her straight in the eye. Master thinks that over these years, I've had some illusions. Perhaps it really is just an illusion. That your heart isn't in the Jihua sect, not with me. Then she lowered her hand. Perhaps you've never been comfortable with me. No, it's not like that, Master. Those are words from the bottom of my heart. The flowers on Golden Cloud Peak bloom more beautifully than in this mortal home. Then, a poem like this means the Nan and Poison Vine has possessed him, speaking the male lead's heart. For the rest of my life, year after year at dusk, I want to watch the flowers bloom with you, never to be apart. But Chongjun, who raised him single-handedly, naturally knew which words were his and which were not. She pushed him away, saying, Perhaps you have never truly opened your heart to me. But Tianyi, seeing her push him away like that, felt hurt, trembled, and was on the verge of tears. That's not it, Master. Crying and feeling wronged. He said, You can't think of me like that. Seeing him like this, Chongjun's heart suddenly ached, and she raised her hand to wipe his tears. Tianyi held her hand, saying resentfully, My heart has always been with you. I am sincere with you. You can't say that about me. Seeing him so aggrieved, Chongjun hugged him. She comforted and soothed him. All right, I believe you. It was Master's mistake. From now on, Master won't have such random thoughts. From now on, Master will treat you with sincerity. You are always Master's treasure. Be good. It's late. You should go back to your room and rest early. Being sent back to sleep, Tianyi shook his head like a child. Aya, coaxing a child isn't easy. Then you can stay here tonight. Chongjun's inner thoughts were like, why does this feel like coaxing a puppy? Then how do you want me to coax you? Say that sentence again. Go back to your room and rest early. Be good. Then stay here tonight. You are Master's treasure. Hearing this, Tianyi nodded repeatedly, his heart blooming with joy. Seeing him so childish, Chongjun patted his head and coaxed, You're my little friend who likes to be spoiled. Tianyi realized his master was treating him like a baby again and was inwardly petrified. This is too much. Snap out of it. Very quickly, he regained his composure, pretended to be mature, turned his back, and said, Master, that's all for tonight. You should rest early. Chongjun watched his departing back, smiled gently, and let it go. As soon as he entered his room, Tianyi quickly dealt with the Nan and Poison Vine. Spalmu. This old man was helping you. You've clearly developed feelings, yet you don't recognize your own heart. Do you want to regret it only after you've lost her? So I have to thank you for using this method to express my feelings? But the last part was your true feelings. His sore spot having been hit, Tianyi kicked the Nan and Poison Vine far away. Forget it. This time you did help me recognize my own feelings. the little brat finally accepts that he likes his master. Teasing Tion, "Ye earn me a punch. This matter can't be rushed. It will scare master." The Nan Poison Vine, seeing that he was just a young man already calling himself this lord, was extremely annoyed and started to lecture him. "Brat, this old man is 1,000-year-old with spirit. You will respect me, understand?" At this moment, Tionye's sharp, ink-dark gaze was enough to scare the Nan Poison Vine out of its wits, its soul nearly scattering. "What did you call this, Lord?" The Nan Poison Vine realized it had provoked the wrong person and could only cry and beg for mercy. Scene change. At the Wei Sheng family residence in the Imperial City. Her entire family, parents included, had opened the doors, ready to welcome Wei Shengnu home. Wei Shengnu also rushed towards them. Grandmother, father, mother, first uncle, second uncle, youngest uncle, first aunt, second aunt, eldest brother, second brother, third brother, eldest sister-in-law, second sister-in-law, third sister-in-law, little nephews Daodu, Ding Ding, Mau Mau. "I haven't seen you in 4 or 5 years. I've missed everyone so much." Seeing this scene, Shen Chaming also smiled warmly. However, upon seeing a man accompanying the young miss home, the servants began to gossip. Who is that person behind her? The eldest young miss said he's a servant she bought for 20 taels. He looks like that and cost 20 taels? Why so expensive? A certain sect leader heard this and felt wronged, but didn't dare to make a sound as it was inconvenient to reveal his identity. A table of delicacies was laid out to welcome Wei Shengnu home. Come eat more." Shen Changming had no choice but to stand with the servants, reluctantly blending in with them, watching Wei Shengnu eat and drink with everyone. Such is the status of a servant. Wei Shengnu closed her eyes and ate, oblivious to the world. Nu, why are you eating in such a hurry? Are you that hungry?" "Mainly because it's been a long time since I've had a meal that wasn't poisoned. Usually, master would poison the food and make me find the antidote before I could eat. Sometimes I'd starve without getting a single bite." After hearing her, everyone started gossiping. "Ah, I hear the sect leader of the Jawa sect is terrifying." "That's right, that person is not to be trifled with. I heard he's like a malevolent god. His methods are insidious and cruel, a tyrant in the cultivation world. Hearing his name makes all the children in the city cry." "Ah, Nu, so you live in boiling oil and scorching fire all day?" Hearing everyone say this, Wei Shengnu suddenly stopped eating, her expression turning somber. Then she said cheerfully, "No, my master is the best master in the world." Shen Changming, hearing her talk about him like that, was startled and looked at her. Her parents asked blankly, "Really?" "Really, of course it's real. Master is a gentle person. He actually knows how to take care of others very well. He cares about me a lot. Master is the strongest person in the northern wilderness, admired by countless people. Since I was little, just having him around makes me feel very at ease. Master is also handsome and a good cook. There is nothing he doesn't know, nothing he can't do. He always watches over me secretly. The entire northern wilderness continent looks to him as a leader. He is respected by thousands, but his responsibilities are also great. These past years, I have learned a lot from Master. I always hope I can grow up a little faster to share his burdens soon." In short, it was so good to have met Master. Wei Shengnu finally concluded about her master, being praised by his disciple. Shen Changming's face lit up. He fanned himself and left, lest he burst with pride if he kept listening. So he's that good. Hearing her story, the whole family became happy as well. Scene changed to the Imperial Palace. "Your Majesty, will you fulfill your promise to spare the Wei Sheng family?" Who knows? "You, go summon perfected one Changjun to the palace." "That's right. I heard you were with the 9th Tianyi today." "Yes, Your Majesty." The shadow guards were monitoring the master and disciple, but suddenly today, the 9th Tianyi disappeared. At the treasure pavilion in the Imperial City, Tianyi was preparing to steal a divine artifact. He calculated, in his previous life, from beginning to end, no one knew the true face of the mysterious person who stole the 5 divine artifacts. He had to take this divine artifact. If it fell into the hands of that mysterious person, it would be even more dangerous. Tianyi stepped forward and picked up a mask. It was the Jiayin Tian magical artifact, capable of concealing one's voice, appearance, aura, and magical techniques, making it impossible for anyone to recognize one's moves and appearance. Because the Fire Spirit Divine Artifact was stolen last time, the Southern Sect was better prepared this time. Without this magical artifact, that mysterious person would reveal flaws after just a few moves and might even expose their identity. At the Imperial Palace, with flowers drifting down in the poetic twilight palace scenery, Emperor Han Shao and a eunuch were discussing how to pull the entire northern wilderness cultivation world to their side. Suddenly, something fell with a thud, startling them both. It turned out to be Shun Chongjun. She gave a sheepish smile. My apologies. I was flying a bit too fast and couldn't brake in time. Almost killed someone. Sorry. Han Shao angrily pointed at her and scolded. You're intentionally trying to assassinate the emperor. It's not the first time you've been angry. What can you do? Don't be angry. You can't beat me, so you can only get angry. And anger harms the kidneys. If you suddenly kick the bucket, the world will fall into chaos. Suddenly, a group of people from the cultivation world flew chaotically across the sky, startling Shun Chongjun. Seeing this, Han Shao laughed. Haha. Ever since Shun Chaming agreed to stay in the mortal realm, the entire cultivation world thinks the Jihua sect has a good relationship with me. I have reclaimed the location for the Black Wilderness's grand ceremony to be held in my Yin Kingdom's imperial city. I'm just using you. I don't actually like you at all. Haha. Shin Chongjun didn't care much for him, crossed her arms, and said, Oh, it's fine. I don't care if you like me or not. She thought to herself, is this for real? Is he always this childish? Han Shao failed to provoke her and ended up being the one who was angry. Woman, you were playing with fire. Shun Chongjun started daydreaming. Although your type is common, I don't like the domineering CEO type. I prefer the gentle and deeply affectionate type. The more she thought, the brighter her eyes shone. It's best if he knows how to cook, is obedient, emotionally consistent, well-behaved at home, but mature outside. Riding a white horse, treading on fresh flowers and 7-colored clouds, standing before me. After hearing her, Han Shao turned to look at the eunuch. The more he looked, the more the eunuch seemed to fit her description. For cooking, the eunuch came from the imperial kitchen. Obedience also fit, as he would be beheaded by the emperor if he didn't listen. For emotional consistency, his hardware was insufficient, so he couldn't cheat. For being well-behaved, a disobedient eunuch would be beaten to death. For maturity, the eunuch was already 70 years old. As for riding a horse and fresh flowers, the imperial palace had no shortage of them. Meanwhile, Chongjun was still lost in her fantasy. Speaking of which, in his previous life, he clearly belonged to the former type. Why is it that after living together these years, he's becoming more like the latter, more like the type I like? Oh, what am I saying? I'm a beast violating the master-disciple ethics. Suddenly, there was a loud explosion from the direction of the treasure pavilion. The treasure pavilion. Could someone be trying to steal the water spirit divine artifact? Let me go see. The mysterious person who specializes in stealing things was a bald man who looked like an evil version of Du Mingyue. He specializes in instigating Du Mingyue to do bad things. This time, the theft of the Jiayun Tian failed because someone had snatched it first. Last time, he successfully took the water spirit divine artifact, so this time they were better prepared. I couldn't get the Jiayun Tian. If I fight for too long, my identity might be exposed. He thought angrily, forget it. It seems I'll have to wait for the right opportunity for the water spirit divine artifact to disappear openly. Oh, du Mingyue. These past few years, you yourself haven't noticed. Every time your Buddhist heart wavers, it's related to her. When can I completely use Du Mingyue's body instead of having to wait for him to sleep? Meanwhile, Chongjun was in hot pursuit of Tianyi. Tianyi had his face covered, so she had no idea it was her disciple. She shouted, who is running rampant? Stop right there for me. A palm strike as fast as lightning flew towards Tianyi. Tianyi also quickly defended himself. The palm strike was quite powerful, so both were sent flying backward. Taking her palm strike, yet remaining stable, she said, Yo, you've got some skill. Just then, a flying carriage approached, carrying something that shone with a dazzling golden light. Chongjun continued to chase Tianyi like a flash. She thrust a sword at Tianyi, but he only dodged without counterattacking. Without counterattacking, constantly dodging would eventually lead to a moment of carelessness. A palm strike landed right on Tianyi's chest. Hit by the palm strike, Tianyi flew back and hit the carriage from before. Chongjun flew over. Why on earth are you only dodging and not fighting back? Chongjun decided to send him to the afterlife with one slash. Tianyi had no choice but to use the Nanan poison vine to block. Fortunately, thanks to the concealment of the Jiayun Tian, Chongjun couldn't possibly know it was Tianyi's Nanan poison vine. Tianyi was pushed back towards the carriage. The golden light on the carriage beeped. Danger, spiritual power absorption overload, leading to an explosion. Because of that warning, both Tianyi and Changjun were alarmed. Tianyi stopped fighting and recklessly grabbed Changjun's sword with his bare hand. He hugged and shielded Changjun. Boom! That flying carriage exploded with a bang, smoke and fire flying in all directions. Then he pushed her down to keep her safe. Tianyi looked at her. As long as it's you, I will subconsciously protect you. Changjun was also bewildered. Is he saving me? Boom, boom, boom. The fire exploded again. Changjun landed safely and raised her hand to catch the falling flower petals. She caught a blood-stained flower petal. Ah, that strange person is injured. At this moment, Tianyi also escaped the explosion, shedding the role of the mysterious person and returning to being Tianyi. Master, your clothes are dirty. Yi, where did you go today? Master, after the Northern Wasteland Grand Ceremony is over, I have something I want to tell you. Tianyi put one arm around her shoulder and placed his other hand behind his back to hide the bloodstain. In the imperial palace at this time, reporting to your majesty, a mysterious man delivered this amount of gold as compensation for your losses. Han Xiao was also puzzled. Compensating me for the horse? Have I offended someone recently? At the same time, another person reported, reporting to your majesty, people from the holy temple of the southern wasteland continent have come to visit, saying they are here to discuss a marriage alliance. Because Her Highness the Princess could not visit the wasteland continent in time, the Saintess is furious. King Han Xiao was playing with his bird while calculating. In recent years, the creation of magical artifacts using spirit stones has been quite successful. I have also been working hard to win over forces in the cultivation world and the Wei Sheng family. In just a few more years, once the majority of the forces in the Northern Wasteland are united, our Northern Wasteland princess will not have to suffer being married off to a distant land for an alliance. Princess Han Xiao, at this moment, was roaming the world like a bird freed from its cage, seeming very excited. Back to Wei Xingnu, her entire room was filled with idols of perfected one Changjun. From pictures, teapots, to pillows and blankets, everything bore the image of Shun Changjun. You've reached the age of marriage. Whatever kind of young man you like, it's all up to you. Wei Xingnu happily replied, someone like perfected one Changjun would be great. Truly the #1 fangirl. You should take a man as your model. Then someone like Master would be great. As soon as she finished speaking, Shen Shaming gave her a whack on the head. Outrageously disrespectful. Over here, Changjun was reviewing her morning reading. The Hong He sword also reminded her, tomorrow, you have to preside over the sacrificial rites for the Northern Wasteland Grand Ceremony. Changjun read her book while fuming. Why do I feel like I've returned to the days of cramming all night for an exam? The pressure is immense. Hong He, sitting beside her, saw her state and said, but it's just called a sacrificial rite. In reality, you just bring the offerings up to the high platform, display them for a round, and then bring them back down. That's it. Tianyi was sitting in a tree watching his master. Master, I hope the Northern Wasteland Grand Ceremony concludes safely. As he was speaking, a voice cut him off. Stop. It turned out to be the Nanan poison vine. Don't say such things. 8 out of 10 times, the outcome is tragic. Or perhaps, after it's over, you won't have the chance to see her again tomorrow. Don't ask me why. I just have this uneasy feeling, as if I myself have encountered such a situation before. Of course, for daring to utter such a jinx on his disciple, Tianyi couldn't help but give it a few smacks on the head. The Nanan poison vine grew several large horns on its head and fell to the ground. Hong He heard a commotion and peeked out, but saw no one. Early the next morning, the Northern Wasteland Grand Ceremony was organized and ready. According to the book, this event is the origin of all subsequent events. It is the largest ceremony in the Northern Wasteland continent. Everyone vied to pray for blessings. The higher the grade of the offerings, the easier it was for wishes to be fulfilled. Changjun, also dressed in splendid, sparkling attire and holding the sacrificial object, cheerfully said to her elder brother Shen Changming, Brother, rest assured, I will do my absolute best. Changjun began the ceremony, presenting the water spirit divine artifact before the world. May the grace of light protect the world's people. May spirits be controlled and evil be expelled. A song for all ages. As soon as she finished reading, a dazzling light erupted from the water spirit divine artifact, its power extremely intense. Chongjun was also blinded by the fierce light and had to cover her face with her hand. Strange, I've never seen the water spirit divine artifact fluctuate like this before. Could it be because of me? She looked at the water spirit divine artifact and murmured, "This is good too. Ever since I came to the Yin Kingdom, I've been trying to understand the future of everything here." She stepped forward, touched the mirror, and asked, "Water spirit divine artifact, tell me, in this life, will the Wei Sheng family repeat its old mistakes?" The moment she asked, the scene in the mirror startled Chongjun. Her eyes widened and her mouth fell open. The entire Wei Sheng family was lying in blood, everything in shambles and ruin. Chongjun's head ached. It was the water spirit divine artifact, but it observed the past and future by tracking karma. In this world, the more one tried to bend the rules, the stronger the karma became, leaving no chance for change. In contrast to that scene of death and chaos, the Wei Sheng new family was currently gathered, chatting happily, when suddenly a sword carrying immense power flew towards them. A thunderous explosion shook the entire region. Afterward, souls scattered across the four realms. The more Chongjun looked, the more she couldn't bear to watch. Since coming to the Yin Kingdom, she had been reading these books for a month. She touched the divine artifact and thought, so in this world, it's possible to reverse karma. I hope you will accept me as your master. Listen to my words. Divine artifact, accept your master. Shun Changming, seeing his sister like this, dispelled his transformation spell. It turned out the water spirit divine artifact was now telling me the future of the Wei Sheng family. This time, karma had changed. A fan flew out, blocking the sword that was about to fly into the Wei Sheng new family. This person was none other than Shun Changming. Who is it? I, Shun Changming, am protecting the people of the Wei Sheng family. Wei Sheng Nu and her family, having escaped death, were overjoyed. She called out, "Master." The man, having failed to kill and unable to win the fight, retrieved his magical artifact and fled. He ran away. Shun Changming was also puzzled as to why he fled. Wei Sheng Nu ran over and threw her arms around Shun Changming. "Master." At this moment, she was still terrified from what had just happened, her whole body trembling as she hugged her master. Seeing her like this, Changming hugged her and comforted her. "What are you afraid of? Didn't you say you knew I was always watching over you?" Changming was still wondering why he had left like that. Suddenly, as if realizing something, oh no, a diversion. It was indeed so. At this moment at the Jihua sect, that person had arrived. She created a magical force from the sky that descended and enveloped the entire Jihua sect. Then, she unleashed a barrage of mirror swords, flying down to slaughter the Jihua sect. She was the saintess of the southern wasteland's holy temple, the strongest person in the world, Hua Shinchi. She looked at Shun Chongjun and said threateningly, "It's good that the divine artifact has accepted a master. Bring it and come with me, and you will become the next saintess." Chongjun was shocked to see her attacking the entire Jihua sect. Drawing her life-bound sword, "Honghe," she said angrily, "who wants to be a saintess? Your actions are an insult to the northern wasteland continent, and using the Ji-Du divine artifact is a tactic no different from a thief's." Neither was willing to back down. The saintess flew forward, and Chongjun, of course, did not retreat, advancing to attack. Boom! An immense source of power erupted as the two swords clashed. However, he cannot hold on and broke in two. Because of this, Chongjun also spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. In pain, she called out in broken words, "Sword spirit Honghe." Fortunately, as she was falling uncontrollably, a horse flew up to catch her. At this moment, the saintess was also tightly bound by the Nanan poison vine. Tianyi, now in the form of ancestor Tianyi, appeared. He had once again used a forbidden technique to restore his past life's abilities. He came up behind the saintess and said, "This venerable one does not belong to the northern wasteland continent, nor to any other power. I only want to kill you." It was the first time someone had dared to speak to her like that. The saintess furiously said, "Seeking death?" Then she swung her sword towards Tianyi. But with just one hand, her sword was snapped in two. Then, Tianyi used her own sword to stab straight through her. From now on, the holy temple no longer needs a saintess. The saintess, hit by an unexpected counterattack, felt quite excited. She raised her hand to Tianye's face and said, "Very good. I'll remember you. We will meet again." Then she transformed into several dazzling golden rocks and disappeared. Tianyi was about to chase after her, but the time for the forbidden technique was about to run out. Tianyi looked down and saw that Changjun was unharmed. Only then did he feel at ease and leave. Changjun looked at him and also realized he was the one who had saved her last time. Changjun sadly hugged her broken Honghe sword. Suddenly, she felt an incredibly terrifying killing intent surrounding her from behind. The evil version of Du Mingyue appeared, threatening. A genius with heavenly aptitude, not only did you easily obtain the water spirit divine artifact, moreover, the top experts are severely injured. Not a single formidable one remains. It would be a waste not to kill them all. Now that this divine artifact has a master, it's useless even if others obtain it. Every single person here will die. Just as he was playing the villain so well, the real Du Mingyue appeared and chanted a spell, causing this evil version to clutch its head in pain. He grew more and more pained, his eye feeling like it would explode. Du Mingyue, your consciousness wants to stop me? Sooner or later, I will corrupt your Buddhist heart and kill a person like you. While he was furious, an arrow suddenly flew from nowhere and pierced his chest. He turned his head to look. It turned out that Changjun had used a fire arrow spell to shoot an arrow into his chest. "Who are you? Get out here." Of course, in this much pain and at a disadvantage, escaping was the best option. In a flash, he vanished. As soon as that man was gone, Changjun also collapsed. Right at that moment, Changming and Wei Xingnu arrived to support her. Seeing the two of them, she felt somewhat relieved, but still mumbled, "Where's my Yi?" A month later, at the Wei Sheng family residence, Wei Xingnu now not only had pictures of perfected one Changjun, but had also added pictures of her master, Shin Changming. Hearing that Changjun had woken up, she hurriedly went to find Shin Changjun. At that moment, Changjun had just woken up to the news that Yi had already left. Changming handed her a letter from Tianyi. Tianyi thanked and bid her farewell, also telling her not to look for him. Also, your Honghe sword has been restored. Changming continued. In the month you were in a coma, many things happened in the southern and northern continents. The masked man who fought the saintess has changed his name to Yin. And on the second day after the Northern Wasteland grand ceremony ended, he suddenly appeared at the Southern Wasteland's holy temple and attacked the place. For the past 100 years, no one could have imagined that someone would be so bold as to provoke the holy temple. At that time, the saintess had not yet returned, and the entire holy temple was unprepared, suffering great damage to its vital energy. Thus, in 2 short days, he rampaged through the Northern Wasteland grand ceremony and the Southern Wasteland holy temple, unstoppable, becoming famous from a single battle. Because he had a magical artifact that shrouded the sky in clouds, no one knew his appearance, magical techniques, origin, or identity. Nor did anyone know his purpose for doing so. At the same time, Tianyi began to calculate. Using the forbidden technique consecutively for 2 days, I fear the side effects will be immense. Moreover, the current situation of the world is turbulent with undercurrents. Master is the only one who can use the water spirit divine artifact, becoming its protector. Before this venerable one can find the 5 spirit divine artifacts and completely suppress this holy temple, Master and all the common people will be in danger. Shin Changjun, I hope we can meet again. Wei Xingnu came to visit Shin Changjun only to find out she had entered seclusion to cultivate. I didn't even get to see her, hoo-hoo. In the imperial palace, a letter and a set of clothes from Princess Han Xiaoxiao were delivered. The letter's content: Imperial brother, with what has happened across the northern wasteland, I fear the world is about to undergo a great change. By the time you receive this letter, I will likely have reached the southern wasteland. I am willing to protect the 2 continents from conflict so that the people can live and work in peace. That is my honor and my wish. It is a pity that you and I were once brother and sister. I fear in this life I will have no chance to return to the Yin kingdom, nor be buried with you and our family. Scene changes to other disciples advising Du Mingyue that searching for that villain is very dangerous. His power is too great, and he should reconsider. No need to advise me further. My mind is made up. I must find his whereabouts and bring back the fire and water divine artifacts. If I cannot find them, I would rather die than return. If perfected one Changjun were here, she certainly wouldn't stop me, because if she were me, she would do the same. 1 year later, perfected one Changjun has just come out of seclusion, and everyone comes to welcome her. I heard there's a clue about the wood spirit divine artifact. I accepted my brother's promise, so let me go and see this time. But who passed on this information, and is it reliable? A sect member replies, this clue comes from a very reliable person, Shun Changjun. Seeing his attitude, Shun Changjun senses something and asks, who are you? Du Manju. It turns out to be Du Mingyue using a disguise spell. Changjun is curious. How did you end up looking like this after just 1 year? This is just a disguise spell. This past year, I've traveled everywhere, so it was unavoidable that I had to hide my identity, not letting others see my origins to avoid them looking for trouble. It's perfect that I've come out of seclusion, so let's search for the divine artifact together. All right, I don't know what has happened in the past year. Let's just go, and I'll tell you slowly. A year ago, the Holy Temple was attacked. Its vitality was severely wounded, and the situation was tense, leading to a temporary truce. Although undercurrents are stirring in the North and South continents, for better or worse, a superficial calm is maintained. Originally, Princess Han, Xiao Xiao, no longer needed to marry for the alliance. It's just that afterward, there was no trace of her, and no one knows where she is. At the border of the North and South continents, there's a point in the southern and northern wastelands, two lawless places that have become a chaotic night market filled with slaughter. The world calls that place the Land of Chaos. In reality, this place was the seat of the Southern Wastelands dynasty 1,000 years ago, but its prosperity has passed. The person behind the Land of Chaos was a ruthless character who robbed and killed. All black market dealings originated here. A few days ago, a rumor spread that he had obtained the key that could open the wood spirit divine artifact. Not long after this news was released, the ruler of chaos changed. It is said that a mysterious man has recently become the master of the Land of Chaos and has obtained the key that can open the wood spirit divine artifact. At this time, the two also arrived at the Land of Chaos. Changjun said, I understand the purpose of our trip is to obtain the key to open the wood spirit divine artifact. The two walked forward, looking at the chaotic scene around them. Suddenly, a group of people walked over. Changjun grabbed Du Mingyue's hand and pressed him into a corner. Thanks to her quick thinking, the group did not notice her. Being pressed so close, Du Mingyue was momentarily dazed and blushed. Changjun said sternly, what are you thinking about? Quickly see if that group has left yet? Not yet. Then let's wait a bit. Du Mingyue, what are you spacing out for? I think this year's winter snow is more beautiful than last year's. A disguised monk also pays attention to these things? Perhaps I'm blind. No, perhaps your heart has been moved. No matter how they tried to hide, in the end, the two of them were still surrounded. At this moment, a masked Tianyi stepped forward. Long time no see, Shun Changjun. Who are you? Changjun looked at him and felt something was not right. His face was clearly hidden and his voice was different. But why did he feel familiar? It was him, the one who defeated the Saintus a year ago. Is he the one who defeated the previous master of the Land of Chaos? Thinking of the key to the wood spirit divine artifact, she raised her sword to challenge him. It's unclear how the battle went, but in the end, both were placed under house arrest, yet still served delicacies. Just now, perfected one, Changjun admitted defeat rather quickly, didn't she? The fight hadn't even started. Well, that's the legendary Een. I haven't reached that stage yet. She even proudly said that sometimes being appropriately terrified and admitting defeat at the right time is also a type of courage. Du Mingyue recalled the scene from just now, where Changjun was clearly kneeling and loudly begging Een to spare her life. Was that being appropriately terrified? Changjun didn't seem to care, still eating with relish and praising the food. They're all my favorite dishes. Being imprisoned like this, but the treatment isn't bad. So what's the plan now? Should we take this chance to slip away? After eating her fill, Changjun put down her chopsticks, stood up, and attacked Du Mingyue. He was immediately tied up. Holy monk, why weren't you on guard against me? Perfected one Changjun, don't cause trouble. We can't defeat Een in a fight. I will try a secret method, but only I need to go. You don't need to risk your life. If I don't return, you should run away. Because my plan is to be a lonely, well-fed ghost. After saying that, she used a spell and disappeared in front of Du Mingyue. Being tied up, he could only sit and stare blankly. After scouting the entire residence, she finally reached Yin's room. He's cultivating again. How could he not know I've entered? Although Yi knew someone had entered, he still couldn't move due to the backlash from using forbidden techniques twice in a row a year ago. If he were distracted now, he would most likely suffer a cultivation deviation. Changjun approached to observe. If she wasn't mistaken, he was in seclusion at a critical moment where he couldn't stop, or else he would suffer a cultivation deviation. This was a once-in-a-thousand-years opportunity. She had to see his real face. She was about to remove his mask when suddenly her conscience stirred, thinking of all the times he had saved her and how he had never harmed anyone. Thinking this, she lowered her hand again. Forget it, I won't look anymore. I'll just find the key and get out of here immediately. Why can't I see it? Oh, there's still one place I haven't searched. Having risked this much, what else is there to be afraid of? Very quickly, she reached out and started fumbling around Tianye's body, searching for the key. Being groped, Tianye's inner thought was something like, "Master, please spare me." Changjun fumbled around his upper body and found nothing, so she started fumbling downwards. I can't calm my mind. Tianye's face started to turn red. Master, don't fumble downwards. I really want to warn her directly. Just as Changjun touched the key pouch below, Yi was about to finish his seclusion. He began to tremble slightly, and a killing intent radiated out. Got it, Changjun exclaimed happily. But at this moment, Yi also completed his seclusion, opened his eyes, and looked at Changjun with a terrifying killing intent. Changjun was so scared she turned to stone. He actually woke up. Waking up, Yi was also exasperated by what his master was doing. Very quickly, Changjun knelt down again, offered the key pouch back, and stammered incoherently, "I saw this brocade pouch of yours. It's black." Changjun's inner thought was, damn it, what am I saying? Am I so scared that I don't even know what I'm saying anymore? Am I about to die? It's all over. Seeing her like this, Yi secretly thought she was too cute. He couldn't hold it in and burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. A million questions appeared above Changjun's head. Why is he laughing? Is he in a relaxed mood because he wants to kill me? Or maybe if I struggle a bit, I'll die a more beautiful death. After having a good laugh, Yi looked at her and asked, "Are you interested in them?" Yi opened the key pouch and took out the key, activating the key of the wood spirit divine artifact, which was also the dowry from the marriage between the North and South continents 1,000 years ago. It is a pair named Bird and Lianli Branch. They are a pair of high-level magic artifact rings. Having the key to open them will increase the effectiveness of one's magic power, but I don't know the specific method. Usually, only one is worn, or perhaps both are worn at the same time. Yi directly put on one of the rings, the Bird, and said, "But I can't give them to you, because if you hold them, you will become a target of attack, which is too dangerous." As soon as he finished putting it on, the two stared at each other in shock. There was a killing intent outside. It turns out the Saintess has also come here to find the wood spirit divine artifact. Boom, bang. This Saintess is beautiful, but her methods are truly violent, slashing and causing explosions wherever she goes. The Saintess relentlessly pursued, determined to send Changjun to the heavens with a single stab. However, Yi quickly ran over and took the slash for Changjun, which pierced through his body. Being stabbed like that, Yi was severely injured, fresh blood spurted out. "Shin Changjun, run." Changjun supported him, worried why he was so weak. It was not a light matter because of the seclusion just now. Seeing Yi wearing the mask, the Saintess also recognized it as the Jia Yuntian magic artifact, a thing that conceals the wearer's appearance and magic power. It's really him. Haha, this time's harvest is not small. Changjun, looking at the pain person in front of her, thought this is the third time he has saved me, and also the second time the Saintess has hunted me down to kill me. This pain and anger erupted, and she looked up at the Saintess and said angrily, "Saintess, I swear today that in the future, I will definitely make you pay the price until one of us is dead." The Saintess looked down at her and sneered, "No need for the future. Today you will die by my hand." Changjun smiled and said, "It's not yet decided who will die today." The Saintess let out a contemptuous "so." Changjun took a gamble, took the remaining ring, the Lianli Branch, and put it on, determined to fight the Saintess to the death. As soon as she put it on, her magic power was greatly enhanced, increasing outstandingly. Her whole body now exuded a powerful energy. Seeing this, the Saintess also took notice. Interesting. This venerable one will grant you 3 moves, so you can have a slightly more beautiful death. No need to be polite. I will give you hope easily, and then personally destroy that hope, making it despair. Just thinking about it is interesting. Make your move, the saintess said grandly. After she spoke, Chang-jun used an invisibility technique and disappeared before the saintess. The saintess was now left alone in the sky, looking around but seeing no one to fight with, feeling a bit bored. So angry she could turn to stone. What? She ran away. She was so eager. Just now was I tricked? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Below, in the land of chaos, under the saintess's command, her troops are searching for the whereabouts of the two of them. Du Mingyue was also hiding in a corner, holding a letter. This letter was found in the Forbidden Room. Inside, it recorded all the human traffickers and the masterminds behind the dirty dealings of the land of chaos. What kind of person is Ian, really? Why is he doing this? Now that I have this record, if I hand it to His Majesty, perhaps I can end the chaos and the 1,000-year-old crimes of this place. But perfected one Chang-jun is in danger. If I leave, she will be isolated. As soon as he finished thinking, he was alarmed. What am I thinking? The lives of tens of thousands of people compared to her. And yet I hesitated? Why have I become like this? And since when? Suddenly, his memories of perfected one Chang-jun came back to him. He looked up at the falling snow and thought to himself, it's really strange. This year's snow is more beautiful than in previous years. At this moment, in a dilapidated wooden house covered in white snow, Chang-jun and Tianyi are hiding inside. Chang-jun has been struggling for a while, unable to take off the ring, and finally threatens to cut off her hand when Hong-hee shouts, "It's the key to the divine artifact after all. If you can't take it off, just wear it." Chang-jun was indignant and insisted on taking the ring off, shouting, "This middle finger is for an engagement. I haven't even met the person I like. How can this be?" Hong-hee continued to persuade her, "If you pull any harder, you'll really break your finger." Sudendi, Tianyi kafud, keke. Chang-jun was startled and called out, "Ian, how are you? Are you still okay?" "Wait, although I can't see his face clearly, I can make out the general shape now." This is because the concealing effect of the mask is gradually fading. There's no other way. To save someone, to treat their wounds, of course, one must take off their clothes. As she said this, her hands were already at work. As soon as she took off his shirt, Chang-jun's eyes lit up. Oh, a man's body. So he's a man. What a beautiful physique. Then she shook her head seriously again. I owe him 2 lives. Repaying a debt of gratitude is the act of a noble person. Very quickly, she began to transfer spiritual power to heal Tianyi. While healing him, she calculated, if my spiritual power and his repel each other, he won't be able to absorb much, so I'll have to transfer it directly. Saying that, she began to transfer spiritual power throughout his body, starting from the shunting acupoint, the neck acupoint, the chest acupoint. At this point, Chang-jun suddenly stopped. What a perfect body. Oh, it's improper to looking like this isn't good. How can a woman of the new era be constrained by feudal ideas? I'll just look openly and honorably. Then she came to her senses and pointed to the last acupoint, the dantian. Finally, it's done. Umipa. After finishing the transfer, she found it strange. His body absorbs spiritual power so well. Why is that? The warm feeling was as if my spiritual power and his were so intimate they were inseparable. It feels like I've encountered this spiritual power again and again and again. Tianyi finally opened his eyes and mumbled something. Chang-jun was overjoyed. Ah, you're awake. Tianyi hurriedly pushed her away, stood up, and was about to leave. Why, miss? Why are you bringing a burden like me with you? You should run. Let's split up. Chang-jun, having just exhausted herself saving him, saw him about to leave and angrily pulled him back. Hey, you listen to me for a moment. But how did she pull? It was a bit too much. His clothes came undone. Chang-jun saw the sight of bare muscles before her and was so embarrassed she covered her face. Form is emptiness. Emptiness is form. It's too quiet. A bit awkward. I should do something. Why did your power suddenly drop so drastically? Is there something you can't talk about? Tianyi sat still and let Chang-jun bandage him. Why have you saved me time and time again? Saving people doesn't need a reason. My master taught me I must first cultivate myself before cultivating immortality, do righteous deeds, and save the world and its people. Then he started to talk about meeting his master. But luckily, he came to his senses. Chang-jun asked again, what about your master? Who is he? Before he could continue, Tianyi fainted into Chang-jun's arms. Wake up quickly, you can't sleep. Tian-Yi was too heavily injured to wake up. He could hear her, but could only lean against her chest, unable to move. Suddenly, there was a noise outside. The Saintess's people had found them. Fortunately, outside, Shun Changming had spun his fan and taken down that group of people. Then he caught his fan and stood majestically. Master is so amazing, Wei Xingnu happily ran over. After 5 years since the great ceremony of the Northern Wasteland, why have you suddenly changed your personality and learned to speak like a human? Wei Xingnu hugged Shin Changming tightly and said, Master is so amazing. Can't you let me praise you a few times? So warm. A fan hit Wei Xingnu's head. What's the point of being at the peak of the foundation stage if you're afraid of the cold? You're an adult now. Men and women should not be intimate. Stay a little further away from your master. I don't want to catch your foolishness. After that, the two of them entered the room, but Changjun and Tian-Yi had disappeared. Perhaps we must go to the deepest part of the land of chaos to find her. Where is that? Deep within the imperial city. That place is now a dark and strange barrier. You can only enter, not exit. So is it dangerous? And where's the holy monk? Wei Xingnu asked worriedly. He said he went to the Yin Kingdom to see Han Shao. At this time, Changjun and Tian-Yi were indeed in the deepest part of the land of chaos, hiding from the Saintess. Changjun worriedly breathed warm air onto her hands to warm Tian-Yi. Then she gently shook Tian-Yi. Wake up, Yin. His hands are so cold. Could it be that his spiritual power is depleted and he's now just a mortal? She moved closer to him, using her coat to warm him. Although she knew that men and women should not be intimate, his life is in danger now. No matter who it is, I must save them. Letting him lean against her as she held him. The author really knows how to choose a reason to give us this public display of affection. At this moment, it was just the two of them. No one was speaking. The air was dead silent. Changjun blushed by herself. It's so hot. My heart is beating so fast. Is it an illusion? I'm already at the nascent soul stage. Why would I be afraid of the heat? After cuddling for a bit to warm up, Tian-Yi started to wake up, coughing a few times. You're awake? How are you? I'm fine. Goof goof. Still say you're fine. You call this being fine? From today on, you're not to go anywhere, not to do anything. Listen to me until your wounds are healed. Understand? I'm cold. Huh, you're cold? Saying that, she wrapped her arms around him to warm him. How about now? Are you still cold? Tian-Yi, now a little more conscious, being held so tightly, started to blush. Still a little. Changjun pulled him against her chest and hugged him tighter. Then I'll hug tighter. Is that better? I'm much better. Tian-Yi began to ponder. Feelings kept in his heart, afraid to speak them. I regretted it the year we parted. For these 300 days and nights, I always reminded myself that if I met her again, I would definitely not let her go. Changjun then helped Tian-Yi onto the Honghe sword, and together they advanced deeper into the land of chaos, but were blocked. Is this the deepest part of the land of chaos? The barrier is too strong. Our movements are sluggish. We can't advance any further. Changjun was still holding Tian-Yi's hand tightly, when suddenly the ring she was wearing lit up. The key to the divine artifact. The barrier opened. The two continued to enter. Could it be that the wood spirit divine artifact is in the deepest part of the land of chaos? As soon as they stepped inside, the scene before them surprised Changjun. Is this the capital city from 1,000 years ago? Suddenly, he couldn't fly under control in here and trembled, causing Changjun to panic, so much her face contorted as they free-fall. Mom, hit the brakes. But he landed safely. As for Changjun, Tian-Yi had caught her in his arms and helped her land. Thank you. Changjun stammered. Tian-Yi gently patted her head and said, no need to be polite. Very quickly, the two recognized the divine tree before them. It's like the 1,000-year-old divine tree in the Northern Wasteland. The Southern Wasteland has one too. At this time, Shun Changming and Wei Xingnu had also begun to enter this deepest part. Hearing the story from her master, Wei Xingnu clicked her tongue in admiration. What a beautiful love story. Seeing that her master knew everything, Wei Xingnu's eyes sparkled as she began to praise him. Master, you are so knowledgeable. Tell me more. I want to hear more. You never cared about legends before. Why are you so interested in love stories now? Or did the Saintess brainwash you last year? Women should listen less to these romance stories. Listening too much makes you foolish. You should focus on cultivating. Yes, master, I will remember. After walking for a while, They reached the deepest part, and since the barrier had just been broken by Chongjun, they entered effortlessly. Chongjun and Tian Yi were still standing there looking at the divine tree. After Tian Yi told her about the divine tree, Chongjun said, "Is this what it means to miss out? If the crown prince of the southern wasteland had made a different choice back then, would the outcome have been different?" Then she scratched her head shyly, "But I don't really understand love. What about you, Ian? You've already reached the spirit transformation stage, half a step away from becoming a god. So you won't age anymore. You must be several hundred years old, right?" "Ian, in all those long years, have you ever met a woman you like?" Tian Yi said, "The person in my heart has the character Ian in her name, so I took the name Ian." Chongjun asked curiously, "Oh, then that person must be very powerful and very beautiful, right, boss? Is it convenient to tell me her name?" "She is the most beautiful, the most capable, the kindest person in the world to me. She is the only one in my heart." "Shun Chongjun, the person in my heart is you." After hearing this, Chongjun was stunned and dazed for a few seconds. Is this a confession? For some reason, after the confession, the snow melted and the trees began to bud and sprout. So there they were, a man and a woman, standing in a spring scene filled with the color of love. The trees have grown, the snow has melted, but Chongjun was still in shock. "You like me. I've liked you for a very long time, since before you knew. And since before I knew." Tian Yi prepared to take off his mask to formally confess. "I like you, Shun Chongjun. Even if I were to meet you tens of thousands of times again, my heart would still flutter for you. Shun Chongjun, I like you." Chongjun, at her age, hearing a confession for the first time, blushed and covered her mouth. Okay, so this is a confession? Tian Yi then decided to take off his mask. "Shun Chongjun, I am." Before he could take it off, the ring on his hand lit up, connecting with the divine tree. The key of the divine artifact has awakened the wood spirit, activating the wood spirit's secret realm. The secret realm activated and opened. Chongjun began to fall into the secret realm. Tian Yi pulled her back, but it was too late. Both of them were pulled into the secret realm. After that, the door to the secret realm closed. Changming and Wei Xingnu in the distance also heard a noise. "Master, the wood spirit. Listen, there's some kind of noise." Then, both of them also fell into this secret realm. Inside the activated wood spirit barrier's secret realm was a scene from 1,000 years ago. Northern Wasteland, Yin Kingdom Palace. An arrogant grand princess was bullying a little kid from the southern wasteland. Chongjun stopped in confusion. "I just entered the secret realm, and I'm already role-playing as the princess of the northern wasteland, Hanbing." "What, grand princess? I am Shen Changgun." She looked at herself, breaking out in a cold sweat. "What is this? I already transmigrated into a book, and now I've transmigrated again from within the book." Chongjun began to think. "Grand princess, have I transmigrated into the tragic, angsty female lead of the northern wasteland from 1,000 years ago?" A beeping notification appeared. "That's right. Congratulations to the host for transmigrating into the story of 1,000 years ago." Then another notice board appeared. 1. You must complete several important events in the angsty romance to escape the secret realm. Otherwise, you will be lost here forever. 2. If you die before escaping the secret realm, you will truly die. 3. Besides you, all other hosts will lose their memories. They will be completely immersed in the memories of 1,000 years ago, but their actions may still be influenced by the host. For you are the only main host with a mission to awaken your own memories while also receiving tasks from the system. If you complete the tasks, all members can escape the secret realm. Then another system panel. Complete the first meeting event of the fated enemy princess and the arrogant crown prince. The system tree flew over and continued. This mission is extremely simple. You just need to freely chat with the crown prince for a few sentences. Chongjun couldn't believe it. "Oh my god, why is there still a system like this?" She angrily pointed at the system tree. "My inner self is a 25-year-old woman. How can I make a move on a 12 or 13-year-old boy? How can that kid and I have any kind of angsty romance?" The tree finished its business and left, leaving Chongjun confused and bewildered. Back to reality. The child she was bullying was the crown prince of the southern wasteland, Nam-Kung-Tran. He is Tian Yi, who is currently disguised as Ian. After getting a clear look at the crown prince's face, her eyes sparkled, switching to fangirl mode. "So cute. Who is this little crown prince?" Outside the wood spirit illusionary realm, the divine artifact was surrounding and hanging Tian Yi and Chongjun on the divine tree. The Nanan poison vine saw that Tian Yi, having entered the secret realm, was now just a trapped body dangling like this. so it knelt and begged the tree. Big brother, divine artifact. My master needs to hide his identity. Can you help this little brother prevent acquaintances in the illusionary realm from recognizing his appearance? Granted, this divine artifact is quite easy to persuade. Inside the illusionary realm, Changjun was forcefully pinching the cute little kid's cheeks. Anyone passing by would say the Grand Princess was bullying people again. Suddenly discovering something, she grabbed the Crown Prince's hand, and upon seeing the ring, she suddenly realized, why do I have a bad feeling about this? This guy is actually Yin? So he has forgotten who he is, and I'm the only one who remembers the past. Realizing this, she held his hand even tighter. Tianyi stood up sulkily and said loudly, "You dare to bully me. I will definitely marry you in the future. After marrying you, I won't be at a disadvantage anymore because you'll be my person." Huh, what's with this child's mind? Did I just get confessed to? I was just confessed to buying a moment ago. So what does that mean? I've received 2 confessions today, and from the same person in his child and adult forms. Changjun panicked and tried to run away. "Let go of my hand." "I won't." "Let go." "I won't." Tianyi then pulled her back directly and said, "You listen carefully. When I grow up, I will marry you." After that, Tianyi left, leaving Changjun blushing and bewildered, thinking, did I just get won over by a little kid? Were people around still arguing so fiercely about? Beep beep, notification of the first mission's completion. Thinking about the mission, Changjun felt a bit beastly. Do I have to engage in a tragic romance with a kid like this? I shouldn't. 10 years later, the military power of the southern wasteland grew strong, winning the people's hearts, while the northern wasteland declined. The situation reversed, and the world changed masters. 10 years ago, the crown prince of the southern wasteland was returned to his homeland. 10 years later, the princess of the northern wasteland must go for a political marriage to sue for peace. The 1,000-year-old tragic love drama is about to officially begin. Beep beep, another notification appeared. Completion of the fated couple's reunion. Wearing the traditional attire of a foreign country, she stepped onto a path with an unknown future to meet him once again. Changjun stepped out into a desolate palace scene with no one in sight, only a few leaves. Hey, where is everyone? Where is the procession escorting this princess for the political marriage? Where's the dowry? Where are the envoys? The servants behind her panicked. "Princess, why are you here?" Then who was in the sedan chair just now? Could it be the little princess who grew up in a temple and just returned yesterday? Changjun realized another princess had already gotten into the sedan chair and asked Muling, "Did you do this?" "No, I don't interfere in matters big or small. The degree of freedom is very high, you know. You once said that only I remember the past while no one else does, but actions are still influenced by the host." Could it be that the little princess is also a host? With that personality, who could the little princess be? I hope she's safe and sound, because if she dies here, she'll also lose her life in the real world. Changjun wasted no more time and rode her horse to the southern wasteland to meet Yin and complete the second mission. At this time, the evil version of Du Mingyue was also in the secret realm, currently the regent of the southern wasteland. He was laughing ha 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 and said, "You are the #1 assassin in the world." The assassin Chu Shi, holding a peach, replied, "That is precisely me." It turns out the assassin Chu Shi this time is played by Shin Changming. The regent got straight to business. 10,000 taels of gold. I invite you to come out of seclusion and kill the northern wasteland princess who is coming to the southern wasteland for a political marriage. The little princess was currently resting at an inn, preparing to sleep. I love my imperial sister. I don't want her to marry into that den of devils. This little princess is played by Wei Sheng, by the way. Before she could even lie down, Shin Changming was already behind her, raising his fan to kill her. So you're not the real princess. I wonder how many taels of gold your head is worth. Are you an assassin? After saying that, Wei Xingnu gave him a quick kiss. That's right, the host is acting now, not the little princess, folks. I'm very happy to know you, because I think I really like you. Is there anyone like this lady, folks? An assassin comes to kill her, and she kisses the assassin. After that, she lay down. Good night. Shin Changming sat in a corner of the bed. He watched her sleep and began to think, I don't seem to be short of this little bit of money. If I'm not short of money, then I won't kill her anymore. The next morning, after riding all night, Changjun wanted to leave this body. It's so tiring. This mortal body feels like it's lost half its life after just a short journey. Is it too late for me to start cultivating now? While I've finally arrived in the southern wasteland. Speaking of which, back outside the illusionary realm, why did Ian confess to me? That was the first time I've ever been confessed to. Is this some kind of scheme? However, he is the strongest person in the world. What kind of scheme could he have for me? We haven't met in 10 years. He was so cute when he was little. He must be even cuter now that he's grown up. I remember in reality, he seems to be a peace-loving, gentle, and kind person. In the illusionary realm, he'll probably be a gentle and jade-like young master. While she was thinking, the crown prince approached on horseback, and all the people cleared the way, gossiping. The crown prince is incomparably heroic. Rivers of blood flowed. He slaughtered all 3,000 bandits, high and low. His reputation is truly glorious. Tianyi had just returned from battle, covered in blood, his killing intent radiating. Seeing him like this, Chang-jun was startled. Is this him? Why does he look like this? Why, he, like this, remind me of someone. Ninth Tianyi. In the book, Ninth Tianyi is described exactly like this because he cultivates the way of slaughter, adhering to the principle of using killing to stop killing. The people all cleared the path for him. Only Chang-jun stared at him blankly, so lost in thought that she forgot to move aside. A blade was pressed her neck. Whoever dares to block the way, blocking the way means death. However, from his horse, Tianyi stopped it. I remember her. She is my wife, the grand princess of the northern wasteland. Chang-jun was overjoyed. You still remember me? Tianyi remained indifferent. I remembered as soon as I saw you. Chang-jun began to fall into a daydream. Ah, he still remembers me. As expected, I am in his heart. But she was quickly awakened from her dream. Tianyi shouted, "Seize her and lock her in the cage cart." Chang-jun was horrified. I'm the grand princess of the northern wasteland here for a political marriage, the future crown princess. That's right, so your existence has meaning. That is to build up the prestige of the southern wasteland and wear down the spirit of the northern wasteland. If war breaks out in the future, I will use your blood to consecrate the war banner. As soon as he finished speaking, the populace shouted loudly, "His Highness the Crown Prince is mighty. Long live His Highness the Crown Prince." Chang-jun couldn't believe her ears. What terrifying thing did I just hear? It must be a hallucination. Definitely a hallucination. It wasn't until she was locked in the cart that she was shocked and cried out, "Oh no, it's real." It turns out his true personality is to prioritize his career. Why did I think before that he only knew about love? Boo-hoo. He's also so ruthless when he kills. Why did I think before that he was a peace lover? Tianyi remained cold-faced. On my command, return to the palace. Chang-jun was stunned. Why do I feel like this is the real world, and the world outside is the illusion? Notification, Mission 2, complete the reunion once more. His Highness the Crown Prince returns to the palace. At this moment, the entire southern wasteland palace from 1,000 years ago appeared before Chang-jun. This place is now the deep part of the land of chaos. Wow, it was once a prosperous and magnificent palace, but 1,000 years later, it became the land of chaos. No matter what, nothing can withstand the long passage of time. Night fell. A maid brought food. "Princess, His Highness the Crown Prince instructed to bring you food." I'm not used to these dishes. I like sweets. Although she said that, she still picked up the bowl and ate as if she had been starved. Seeing this, the maid was a little intimidated and continued. Also, the chief steward said that from today on, it is best that you do not take a single step out the door. I understand. It's a light form of house arrest. Don't worry. I'm afraid of death, so I won't go out and provoke him. I'll hide far away. As soon as she finished speaking, a notification appeared again. Initiating mission requirement 4. Seduce him, climb in his bed, sleep on the same bed and pillow with him, and spend an unforgettable night. The moment the notification appeared, Chang-jun, who was eating, spat all her rice out. Seeing her like this, the notification appeared again. Sensing your strong feelings of rejection, the system reminds you, if you cannot complete the story, you will be lost in this secret realm forever. Chang-jun angrily grabbed the wooden artifact and roared, "Why, get back to the real world, I'll chop you to pieces." "Okay, if you can make it back alive." She looked at the maid and said, "You look familiar." The maid waved her hands. "How could that be? How could I know someone as noble as you?" "This servant has no name. I was bought by the chief steward." "You're so lovely. Don't talk about yourself like that." "Then let me give you a name. You're so pretty and clean. How about the surname Bai? I haven't thought of a first name yet. Later, I'll teach you how to write, and then we'll decide on a name, okay? Hearing this, the servant said joyfully, Really? No one has ever been so good to this servant as you. You're the first. Outside the secret realm, in the real world, the saintess also arrived, but the barrier was closed, and she couldn't enter. 1,000 years, it's truly nostalgic. When you all come out, I will destroy this place. In the secret realm, at the crown prince's bedchamber, Chang-jun was carefully and stealthily crawling in. Reaching the bed, she giggled. I'll just sleep one night on his bed without disturbing him. Early tomorrow, while he's not yet awake, I'll sneak away. That should probably count as completing the mission. Unable to bear it any longer, Tian-Yi lifted the curtain and said, You've been giggling foolishly by my bed for an hour. What exactly do you want to do? Seeing he wasn't asleep, Chang-jun's jaw dropped in surprise. At this time in the crown prince's room, he was sitting on the bed. Chang-jun was on the floor, unclear on how to proceed. She stammered, Tian-Yi cut her off. Could be you've come to assassinate me? How could that be? I just came to sleep with you. As soon as she said it, she wanted to bang her head. What am I saying? Oh, is that so? Then come up here. Tian-Yi made an inviting gesture for her to get on the bed. Chang-jun had a nosebleed. Big brother, how can you say that with such an expression? Tian-Yi quickly pulled her onto the bed. Hurry up, I have to attend court tomorrow morning. Chang-jun felt a little dizzy, her face flushing. Wait, why are you? You've done this with many women, haven't you? After saying that, she choked. What is this? Why do I sound like I'm jealous? But Tian-Yi said gently no. 10 years ago, since becoming the crown prince, I have lived in the military barracks and rarely met women. Hearing this, Chang-jun blushed even more, so red she could cook an egg on her face. What is he explaining? Why does it sound like a husband speaking to his wife? Tian-Yi held her close and said, You are my wife. Whatever you want to do to me is reasonable and right. Chang-jun also panicked, turned back, and stammered, but. Then she pouted and said in a sulky voice, This morning you wanted to take my blood for a sacrifice, and you even put me under house arrest. I have my principles. Your current identity is the princess of the northern wasteland. Only after we marry in a month will you be the crown princess of the southern wasteland. Only after we are married will you truly be considered my person, and no one will dare to touch you. If one day you bear my child, then. Before he could continue, Chang-jun covered his mouth. Stop. We haven't even gotten married yet. Why are you talking about children? But at this moment, looking clearly at Tian-Yi, Chang-jun was dazed. Ah, so handsome. Hearing her, Tian-Yi kindly reminded her, It seems you said that out loud. She was so embarrassed, she quickly pushed him down, saying, Forget it. Just forget it for me. Tian-Yi suddenly became serious. I've said so much. What about you? Will you agree to marry me? Chang-jun was taken aback by the sudden confession. We've only just met. Are you sure you won't regret this? My heart is beating so fast. I haven't even agreed to the confession. Why has it already become a marriage proposal? Without hesitation, Tian-Yi took her hand, kissed it, and said, Why would I regret it? Can't you tell? With you, it was love at first sight. Chang-jun was so surprised she stammered. Huh? You like me. You might not believe it, but the first time I saw you, I already fell in love with you. It's as if I've been in love with you for a very, very long time. Tian-Yi moved closer, pressing in on her. Wouldn't you say it's fate? Fate. But the fate of this world is that I will kill you, Chang-jun thought to herself. The notification appeared again. Mission 4 complete. Initiating Mission 5. Survive the night. The two had talked all night and had fallen into a deep sleep. Suddenly, an assassin burst in through the window, aiming a fan at Chang-jun, intending to kill her. Quickly, Tian-Yi swung his sword, knocking the fan away and sending it back toward the assassin. Hearing the commotion, Chang-jun also woke up, startled to realize this assassin was her senior brother, Shun Changming. However, he had no memories now and wouldn't know who she was. Despite Chang-jun's panic, the assassin remained cheerful. Hello, princess. Today, I've come to take your life. Shun Chang-jun was exasperated. Why does everyone have martial arts, while I'm the only one who transmigrated and became useless? I want to cultivate. If I had spiritual power, I would unite the southern and northern wastelands and become the empress, instead of watching these men fight all day. It's so troublesome. After I get out of this illusionary realm, I will cultivate diligently. Tian-Yi got out of bed, holding his saber, and engaged him. Your goal is to sabotage the political marriage between the North and South this time, isn't it? Tell me who's behind you now, and I'll spare you. After hearing this, The assassin laughed and charged forward. I don't know why, but seeing you for the first time tonight, I feel an anger as if we've been enemies for generations. Tianyi parried Changming's attack and added, coincidentally, I have the same feeling. Tired of watching them fight, Changjun spoke up, hey, you two stop fighting. She calculated to herself, before I break character in this secret realm, if they die here, they'll really be dead in the outside world too. You can protect her for a moment, but can you protect her for a lifetime? You're the crown prince. You can't follow her around all day. As long as she dies, the southern and northern wastelands can fall into chaos again. Countless people want her dead, not just me. The years are long. I will be back. After saying this, the assassin slipped out through the window. Tianyi said, he's gone. Are you all right? Changjun said sadly, if I had spiritual power, I wouldn't have let you two fight while I could do nothing. As soon as she finished speaking, Tianyi burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. Changjun asked, confused, what are you laughing at? Tianyi still couldn't stop laughing. Were you worried about me? Had I known, I should have intentionally lost to him and gotten slightly injured. Wouldn't you have been more worried then? As he finished speaking, she sadly recalled the many times he had taken a blade for her. Then, she suddenly pushed Tianyi away, to his astonishment, and quickly ran out of the room. Returning to her room, she slammed the door shut with a pained expression. Seeing her like this, Mu Ling teased, it was so romantic just now. Why did you run away? Changjun angrily shouted at Mu Ling. You said before that my mission was to step-by-step complete the story of the princess from 1,000 years ago. So for the final mission, do I have to make the same decision as that princess? So on the wedding night, do I have to kill the crown prince and then commit suicide? Mu Ling cheerfully waved its hand. No, you just need to kill the crown prince. That's enough tragic romance. No need to commit suicide. The secret realm will open on its own. What about my senior brother? As long as you complete your role, all hosts will escape from here, except for those who have already died. So you mean it's either be trapped here forever or sacrifice one person in exchange for everyone else's freedom. Thinking this, Changjun trembled with anger, gritting her teeth. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Your Highness the Princess, His Highness the Crown Prince has just led troops out of the palace. He wants to surround the bandits. It's very dangerous. Changjun opened the door. He's crazy. He just fought a battle. His stamina is depleted. Why did he leave? Xiaobai said, I heard that after leaving the bedchamber just now, the crown prince went to see His Majesty, saying he wanted to earn merit. His Majesty said that if he achieves great merit, he will bestow the Golden Spirit Divine Artifact upon him. Hearing about the Golden Spirit Divine Artifact, Changjun was also alarmed. Xiaobai continued, doesn't the princess know? It's the famous nation-guarding divine artifact, used to guard the barrier of the entire imperial city. But if a mortal absorbs it, they will be completely transformed, able to move mountains and fill seas, and gain 100 years of spiritual power. After hearing Xiaobai, Changjun panicked and ran to find Tianyi. That guy was acting so recklessly because she had said she wanted to protect him. However, getting out of the city wasn't so easy. She was stopped by soldiers who wouldn't let her leave. She watched Tianyi leave and shouted loudly, Nangong Chung, I don't need anything. Don't go. However, Tianyi, Nangong Chung, was now steadily leaving the capital with his soldiers. Two soldiers behind him gossiped. It seems someone is calling for the crown prince. Tianyi continued to march forward resolutely, saying, the wind and snow are too strong tonight. I can't hear anything. Changjun watched Tianyi leave, then sat dazedly and helplessly in the snow. Suddenly, a hand shielded her from the snow, startling her and making her turn around. It turned out to be Nu Nu. Wei Shengnu was the little princess at this time. Upon seeing her older sister, she smiled and said, Imperial sister, we haven't met in many years. I missed you so much. As soon as she saw Wei Shengnu, Changjun hugged her tightly. You're here too. You were worried about me, so you came with senior brother to find me, right? Thank you. Wei Shengnu also said happily, older sister, you deserve it. Xiaobai approached. Princess, just now the Grand Marshal said that before the Crown Prince left, he instructed him that yesterday's meal was not to your liking, so he specially ordered the Imperial Kitchen to make some snacks. In addition, he also wanted to pass on a message to you. Changjun moved closer to Xiaobai and asked frantically, what else did he say? He said that waiting is too painful. and that you don't need to wait for him. Hearing this, Chongjun was even more surprised. Who is he? Why has he waited for me for so long? Since when did he like me? Is it possible to like someone without even knowing it yourself? She left in a daze. Imperial sister, where are you going? I'm going to the library pavilion to study. Everyone leaves me, only studying does not. If I cannot immediately decide the fate of the world, then I will use a pen to bring peace to it. As long as I try hard, there will be a way. After hearing her speak, the little princess and Xiao Bai's fervent fan spirit was awakened, their eyes shining brightly. What she said was so passionate. That's right. She's so majestic. Everyone had left. Only the little princess remained, looking at the assassin. Little princess, do you think you can stop me? However, ignoring his threatening words, she just happily ran up and hugged him. Then she smiled and said, I like you so much. Can I pursue you? After hearing her, the assassin broke into a cold sweat and turned his back. When you were born, was your brain waterlogged? Wei Xingnu was even more amused and continued. That's why I'm prone to making mistakes in everything I do, and liking you is no different. Hearing her bold flirtation, the assassin mumbled, You don't need to call me sir. You're a princess. After all, I insist on calling you that, so I can place you in my heart. The assassin suddenly pushed her away and said sternly, How old are you? There's a 10-year age gap between us. You have a noble background, while I'm just an assassin destined to live a life of conspiracy and death. You should stay as far away from me as possible. She cut him off. Can you not talk about this? For the past few days, my mind has been filled with your voice. Whatever I do, I only think of you. Do you understand what I'm saying? Our statuses make it impossible. As soon as he finished, Wei Xingnu's eyes welled up with tears, and she began to sob aggrievedly. Boo-hoo-hoo. Amidst the winter wind and snow, one was a princess sobbing her heart out, the other an assassin who felt his status was unworthy. Although he really wanted to comfort her, he could only leave helplessly. Wei Xingnu watched his retreating back and shouted, If you have the guts, then don't let me see you again. Otherwise, for every time I see you, I'll fall for you once more. Meanwhile, Chongjun was still waiting day after day for the crown prince to return. Xiao Bai comforted her. That place isn't far from the capital. You should be able to return in about 3 to 5 days. On the 10th day, Chongjun stood before the city gate waiting for him, but still no one appeared. She waited, and soon it was already the 30th day. Xiao Bai said, Princess, do you want to wait any longer? It seems the grand wedding will have to be postponed. The crown prince still hasn't returned. Chongjun, her heart filled with emotion, said, Did he once wait for me like this? Did he once want to see me this much? Chongjun went to the crown prince's palace and stood before a tall, ancient tree, writing numbers every day, counting the days while waiting for the crown prince. The tree trunk was now covered with the characters she had written, with almost no space left. She looked up in shock. Has it been that long? He's been gone for 300 days. However, before she could be moved for long, Xiao Bai brought her back to reality. Princess, the crown prince has only been gone for 30 days. With the crown prince gone for so long, the palace maids began to gossip. The journey was clearly 3 to 5 days. The crown prince was never this late before. Everyone was rumored that the crown prince might not be coming back. Chongjun grew even more sorrowful. Seeing her like this, Xiao Bai quickly advised, Princess, they're talking nonsense. Don't pay them any mind. Chongjun waited in tears. How ridiculous. For 4 lifetimes, I couldn't get married. Now that I'm finally getting married, I'm going to be a widow. Suddenly, a eunuch entered to announce an imperial edict. By His Majesty's decree, His Highness the Crown Prince has returned victorious and is specially rewarded. Before he could finish the sentence, Chongjun had already flown off like the wind to find the Crown Prince. She ran all the way outside and finally met Tianyi. The two looked at each other. 30 days had felt like 100 years. Tianyi looked at her gently and said, I remember last month when we first met again, the heavy scent of blood on me frightened you. I guess that in your heart, you didn't like my murderous appearance. So this time, all 8,000 people were captured alive. Because I didn't kill anyone, it took a lot more time. Are you still afraid of me this time? At this moment, Chongjun was inwardly overjoyed. It's so good that he's still alive. Come here. Tianyi extended his hand, wanting to help her onto the horse. Very quickly, he lifted her onto the horse. Let's go home. At this time, the evil version of Du Mingyue in the water spirit divine artifact was also very in character. Oh, the crown prince is back. There are only 3 days left until the grand wedding. What a pity. That assassin hasn't been seen in the palace recently either. So how is he supposed to kill the grand princess? Thinking of this, he laughed wickedly. Interesting. Then I'll have to take action myself. Scene change. The reunited crown prince and princess were now walking hand in hand through the streets, but neither said a word. Changju mumbled, "This is great. Although I'm very happy he returned safely. Walking together like this feels awkward. This setting is like a date. Quick, say something." Hearing her, Tianyi moved closer and said, "It seems you've said your thoughts out loud again." Embarrassed, Changjun shook him, ordering, "Forget it, forget it." Tianyi suddenly grabbed her hand, pulling her along cheerfully through the streets. "Come, let's go for a walk." And so, just like any other dating couple, they released sky lanterns together, wore masks to tease each other, and ate together. And together, they watched the lanterns float up into the night sky. The entire sky was now ablaze with lanterns. Changjun couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, it's so beautiful." Tianyi held her hand even tighter. Changjun looked at Tianyi shyly. "Holding hands, my heart is beating so fast. This feeling is just like being on a date." The more Changjun thought about it, the happier she became, smiling to herself while strolling down the street holding Tianyi's hand. At this moment, she was like an 18-year-old girl who had just discovered what love is. Her whole face flushed red, and her heart beat stronger and stronger. Thump, thump, thump. Tianyi suddenly started a conversation. "Being away from you for a few days, I've been waiting until we met to ask you. Have you thought it over? Are you willing to marry me?" Hearing him ask, Changjun suddenly lowered her head, her eyes melancholic, not knowing what to say. Tianyi's mood was no better as he continued. "But today, the moment I reunited with you, I suddenly thought that the one who should think it over is me. Am I willing to do a good job of being a husband? Even if you don't accept me, even if you're not with me, I will always like you. Now I've thought it through. You should be free. I will still always like you whether you accept me or not, regardless of whether you love me or we part ways in the future." Hearing him say this, Changjun was surprised and turned to look at him. Before she could react, Tianyi had already taken her hand and placed it on his chest. "But now, I only hope that in the future, you will be safe, happy, and forever blissful. Of course, if your happiness is related to me, that would be for the best. But if one day we part, I also hope you will be safe for the rest of your life." Then he turned around. Let's go home." Changjun still stood there, stunned. As they were about to leave, a strong gust of wind from an evil source blew everyone away. Even the horses were spooked by the wind, losing control and about to run over a child. Quick as a flash, Tianyi rushed over to save the child. Afterwards, he turned back and was horrified to find that Changjun was gone. He looked everywhere, searching. Very quickly, Wei Xingnu also found the assassin. "My royal sister is missing." This assassin was still sitting on the roof and said, "It wasn't me. I've been busy avoiding you lately and haven't been to the imperial palace. Aren't you very powerful? You can save my royal sister, right? How much is the stipend for a princess like you? Hiring me is very expensive." Fine. I'll give you all the dowry my mother gave me. I'm not interested in jewels. If you don't like jewels, then I'll sell them for money." As she continued to speak, Wei Xingnu grew more impatient and shouted, "If it's not enough, as long as you agree to save my sister, I won't cling to you anymore. I won't bother you, and I won't appear before you again. Deal." Hearing him agree, Wei Xingnu's eyes went blank, her mouth agape. She looked up at the roof. He was already gone, while she remained standing, stunned and dazed, under the cold, snowy night sky. At this moment, Changjun was locked in a cave, her whole body tightly bound by ropes. A notification appeared, system restarting. Changjun also began to wake up bewildered. What's going on? How did the situation become like this after I lost connection for a moment? Where's this? Suddenly, a hand reached out and lifted her chin. Changjun looked at him in surprise and said, "Why is it you, holy monk Du Mingyue?" However, Du Mingyue looked at her coldly and said, "Princess, you've mistaken me for someone else. I am not a holy man, just a treacherous official who wants to defy the sovereign. I want this world to become more chaotic. I don't like peace and prosperity." Hearing him speak, Changjun was also horrified. "You're not him. He would never be like this. What's going on? Why does he have a face identical to Du dooming us. Annoyed, she asked Mu Ling say something. Wait a moment, I can't take care of you. I've been hibernating recently. The script has deviated. Let me check. Why on earth was I suppressed into hibernation for so long? The regent saw her expression change and became even more excited. Very good. This is the expression. I like it very much. You're mine now. However, at this very moment, a deadly hidden weapon from the assassin flew over, leaving the regent's hand a bloody mess. As soon as Chang Jun saw the assassin arrive, she called out, "Brother." The assassin at this moment activated his sharp tongue. It's a pity the Grand Princess is a beauty, but her brain is so foolish she mistakes people for others. The regent saw him and said with a haughty attitude, "I wondered who it was. Turns out it's a dog that turned on its master." Just as he finished speaking, a blade pierced through his body. Who stabbed him? It was Tian Yi. He looked at him with murderous eyes and said, "Aren't you also a dog that turned on its master, you traitorous official?" The regent, severely injured, knew he couldn't fight and quickly disappeared. As soon as her ropes were untied, Chang Jun joyfully hugged Tian Yi and Changming. It felt so reassuring just to have everyone by her side. However, Changming was the assassin at this moment, so he couldn't adapt to this kind of intimacy. He reluctantly said, "Your Highness the Princess, I have no interest in someone like you," while internally he was screaming that Crown Prince's gaze looks like he wants to kill me 300 times over. Afterwards, Tian Yi carried Chang Jun back. Our wedding day, I specifically met with Father Emperor to postpone it until tomorrow. I want to wait for the day you have thought it through and are wholeheartedly willing to marry me. All right, Chang Jun also replied happily. However, just as they reached the city gate, soldiers blocked them. Crown Prince, His Majesty has ordered the Grand Princess of the Northern Wasteland to be taken to the Celestial Prison for interrogation. What do you want to do? Does anyone who enters the Celestial Prison come out alive? The eunuch continued, Crown Prince, today His Majesty bestowed the nation-guarding Golden Spirit Divine Artifact, and it has disappeared from the Crown Prince's residence. If the Golden Spirit Divine Artifact falls into the hands of the Northern Wasteland, the situation in the Southern Wasteland will be overturned. The Princess of the Northern Wasteland is the most suspicious person. Tian Yi lowered his head and asked Chang Jun, was it you? It wasn't me. I'm telling the truth. All right, I believe you. Then he announced to the soldiers, you relay this to His Majesty. Tomorrow, Her Highness the Princess and I will be married. She will be the crown princess of the Southern Wasteland dynasty. She cannot be a suspect because she is already pregnant. Hearing this, the eunuch and the soldiers were also startled. Then this servant will go report to His Majesty right away. Hearing him make such a declaration, Chang Jun blushed and thought, what is he saying? Pregnant? In front of so many people. Wait, the wedding is tomorrow, so that means tomorrow I have to. With my own hands. She didn't dare to think further. A notification also appeared. The marital alliance of the Southern and Northern Wastelands has received the attention of the world. The wedding ceremony will be held before all the people. But the situation is changing. A storm is coming. The Southern Wasteland dynasty determined that the Golden Spirit Divine Artifact was stolen by the Northern Wasteland, so they secretly gathered troops ready to launch an attack at any time. The Northern Wasteland, however, believed that the Southern Wasteland was using this as a pretext to start a war, and that nothing was actually lost. Why the Golden Spirit Divine Artifact was lost in the end is no longer important. What's important now is that war is breaking out. The Grand Princess receives a secret order. On the wedding night, kill the Crown Prince. This is the final mission. After hearing this, Chang Jun could only scream, I'm doomed. Chang Jun was getting her makeup done as a bride. Even though it's just an illusion, it feels so real. I will marry him and then kill him. And so, the auspicious hour has arrived. Chang Jun was walking step by step into the wedding ceremony. Her emotions were also stirred, as if she were truly becoming his bride. Tian Yi stood there. The two looked at each other. He had waited for this day for a very, very long time. Then he took her hand and guided her step by step into the sacred ceremony. You're very beautiful today. The regent had infiltrated the imperial palace. The assassin was also standing there. The wedding today is a marital alliance between two nations. Are you here tonight to kill the crown prince or the grand princess? However, no matter who you kill, I, the assassin, will protect them. The regent smiled cunningly. Kill them all. Leave no one behind. That dog emperor must also die with them. You're stopping me because you don't want the two nations to go to war and the world to fall into chaos? The regent's eyes widened as he continued, truly the great priest of the world. Are you covered in more fresh blood than a holy man like me? The assassin laughed. Ha ha, that's not the reason. Don't you think the Grand Princess looks like me? Perhaps she is my long-lost little sister. The assassin pointed at the regent and continued, right now, in the bridal chamber, are my little sister and my brother-in-law. The regent couldn't take it anymore and roared, be serious for me. The bridal chamber. Chang-jun was sitting, waiting for the crown prince. She was a bit flustered, so she called out to Mu-ling, are you there? Is the system offline? Tian-yi pushed open the door and gracefully walked in, calling wife. Being called that for the first time, Chang-jun blushed with embarrassment. Wife? What kind of wife? Then she turned and asked, I smell alcohol. Did you drink? If you don't like it, I won't drink anymore. Hearing him say that, Chang-jun felt like they were a real married couple. She gave a wry smile and said, you don't need to make promises to me. Are you angry? I only had a little taste. Chang-jun waved her hands in confusion. Angry? This. Tian-yi suddenly moved closer and kissed her, leaving her utterly surprised. Then he said, see, I didn't lie to you, right? I only had a little taste. After being kissed, Chang-jun was dazed, internally screaming, on my first kiss. Then it was time to drink the nuptial wine. Come, wife, drink with me. Chang-jun was flustered at this moment, not knowing what to do. After all, it was her first time getting married. My mind is blank, free of desire. I'm about to become a Buddha and ascend to heaven. Tian-yi laughed in confusion and asked, are you all right? I'm great. Let's consummate the marriage. I have nothing to be afraid of now. Tian-yi moved close to her, offering the wine, and said, now, can you call me husband? Chang-jun blushed even more and stammered, sorry, I still. Tian-yi remained patient and gentle. No, the one who should apologize is me. I was too hasty, because from the moment I started liking you, I've been afraid of losing you. So every time I see you, I worry about parting. Then, the two linked arms and drank the nuptial wine together. The scene was truly warm and beautiful. After drinking, Chang-jun questioned herself, is my face red because of his words, or because of his cup of wine? Without waiting for her to snap out of her daze, Tian-yi wrapped his arms around her and lifted her up. What are you going to do? On our wedding night, what do you think we'll do? Lying on the bed, Chang-jun shyly covered her face. What now? We're not going to do what I'm thinking, are we? Suddenly, Tian-yi coughed up fresh blood all over, horrifying Chang-jun. It turned out that His Majesty had previously tasked the Grand Princess with drinking the poisoned wine in the left cup. He, unable to defy the order, had drunk that cup of wine instead. At this moment, Tian-yi collapsed onto her, murmuring, it's a pity. I couldn't wait until the day you liked me. Chang-jun hugged him in fear. What's happening? Why? Where did it go wrong? I haven't made my move yet. Why is it different from what the system said? Tian-yi continued to fade. But if we meet in the next life, I will still like you. Chang-jun couldn't accept the reality and cried out, "Een, hoo." Outside, the regent and the assassin were fighting relentlessly. Suddenly, the assassin felt dizzy. What's happening? Why? The regent rushed forward gloatingly. Every coin I paid you was laced with a potent poison, calculated to take effect today. You must die. Suddenly, the little princess appeared and took the blow for the assassin. Very quickly, the assassin also struck a blow, finishing off the regent. The little princess spat out fresh blood, looking at him with sad eyes, and said, "Will you be sad for me?" The assassin was heartbroken. Multiple potent poisons, disregarding life and death. Why do you have to do this for me? The little princess struggled to speak. It's good, too. This way, for every moment you are alive, won't you think of me? I want to ask you one last question. But it was too late. The assassin, in agony, hugged her and screamed. Just after one wedding night, everyone had closed their eyes. At this moment, Chang-jun realized the truth about the legend. It turned out that 1,000 years ago, the princess did not kill the crown prince. The crown prince drank poison and died, and the princess, feeling guilty, also committed suicide. The mission the system initially gave was a deception. It was diverting her attention. From the beginning, the answer was not in the choices. Chang-jun watched as everyone died before her, unable to prevent anything. Is this how the princess and the crown prince felt 1,000 years ago? No matter what they chose, the outcome could not be changed. A notification appeared. Tragedy repeats. In theory, the host has fallen into a state of extreme sorrow to the point of madness. The grand finale is death by suicide. Chongjun drew her sword, its killing intent spreading. Since the Golden Spirit Divine artifact was lost, the two nations declared war, followed by 10 years of warfare. She helplessly said to Mu Ling, "No matter what choice is made in the script of this secret realm, the ending is tragic. Could it be that no one who enters here gets out alive?" Mu Ling replied, "This sword belongs to the Northern Wasteland Princess. You can use it to commit suicide or continue to live here in solitude. For 1,000 years, no one has been able to change such an outcome." As if realizing something, Chongjun asked, "Mu Ling, what is your true form? I used to think your body was this 1,000-year-old tree, but after I went to the library, I learned that the Southern Wasteland mentioned that divine artifacts are formed from the converged essence of heaven and earth, very exquisite and abundant in spiritual power. Just like the Fire Spirit Divine Artifact and the Water Spirit Divine Artifact." Then I checked the tribute list of the Southern Wasteland and discovered that the two items, the peace offering gift and this dowry, originally came from the 1,000-year-old tree. Furthermore, I turned the entire library upside down. 1,000 years ago, no one in the world knew the key to the Wood Spirit artifact. So, do you want to know why you've been sleeping a lot recently? It's because I was stealing this ring. Sure enough, after every time I tried to steal it, the system, went into hibernation. I've read all the books in the library. In this world, there's fundamentally no mention of a key to activate the Wood Spirit Divine artifact. So I guess this ring is the divine artifact. After saying that, she took a dagger and stabbed the ring she was wearing. Who says I can't change this outcome? Knowledge changes fate. It really was the only goal of the trial. As soon as she broke the ring, she woke up and returned to the real world. She and Tian Yi were tied by ropes to the divine tree. "We've escaped the secret realm." She gently caressed his face and asked, "We're back." Tian Yi slowly opened his eyes, looked at her dazedly, and hummed in agreement. Chongjun was happy to see him awake. "You're awake. It seems everyone survived." The two of them broke the ropes and landed on the ground. She joyfully hugged him. "This is great. I'm so happy to see you alive." But Tian Yi seemed to remember nothing and asked blankly, "Did something happen? You don't remember anything?" "Well, it's for the best that you don't remember." However, Tian Yi quickly smiled slyly and said, "Do you want me to remember?" Sharing a bed, the date, the wedding night, the kiss. Before he could finish, Chongjun, blushing beet red, covered his mouth. Stop, that's enough, don't say any more." Knowing she was shy, he continued his assault. "Then do you remember my words before we entered the secret realm?" At this, Chongjun became even more embarrassed. "That's right, I still haven't answered him." She reverted to the state of a bashful maiden and said, "The feelings you have for me, it's not that I can't consider them, but we don't know each other well yet. Let's take it slow." Her heart at this moment fell into a daydream. "Oh my God, the most powerful person in the world is pursuing me." But at this moment, Tian Yi became very serious. "I want to make one thing clear to you." He intended to reveal his identity as Tian Yi, but the story of rebirth is hard to believe, and he currently has many enemies. If she knew Tian Yi was she would surely not abandon me. But what if she also falls into danger because of it? Thinking this, he raised his fingers to swear, "I have a secret I can't tell you for now, but I have never deceived you. I swear I have never lied, or may I be struck by lightning and never be reincarnated." Seeing him so serious, Chongjun hurriedly waved her hands. "I understand. Everyone has secrets. I do too. You have been gracious to me. I will always be indebted to you and am willing to trust you." However, Tian Yi thought of his inner core, which Chongjun had given him, and said, "There is no debt or favor between us." Just then, Mu Ling materialized and congratulated the two of them. "From today on, you two are my masters. It's just that Shun Chongjun's ring is cracked and unusable, while Yin's has healing abilities." As soon as Mu Ling finished speaking, Tian Yi turned to leave. "Where are you going?" "I've guessed where the Golden Spirit Divine Artifact is. It's too dangerous if you follow. Wait here for my return." Tian Yi gently turned back and instructed again, "Wait for me to return." Chongjun did not accept and pulled his sleeve. "Take me with you. I don't want to be in debt. In this life, I am not a princess. I am Shun Changjun of the nascent soul stage. There are many things I can do. Changjun looked at him with a determined gaze. I can help you. I want to go with you to find the golden spirit divine artifact. Tianyi looked at her determined eyes and understood that her personality had remained the same over the years, so he had to agree. All right, then follow me. The two of us will go together. As they walked, Changjun asked, where are we going? I think the golden spirit divine artifact fell into the hands of the saintess. She has used it to destroy all living things for the past 1,000 years. Therefore, we will go to the southern wasteland. All right, then I'll send a message to my brother in Nu. At this time, Wei Xingnu was still not awake. Chaming had to wake her. She rubbed her eyes. What happened? You don't remember what happened in the illusion? I don't remember. Chaming smiled helplessly and said, then it's either because your cultivation is too low or because your brain isn't very big. Wei Xingnu still smiled innocently. I don't remember anything. Does Master remember? Of course I remember. Do you want to hear me tell the story from the illusion? If Master wants to tell it, then tell it. If you don't want to, then don't. I'll listen to whatever Master says. But Chaming turned his back. The story in there was boring, and there's nothing to tell. Chaming asked with a cold face, right? Where were we before we entered the illusion? Wei Xingnu actually remembered everything, but she lied. Her eyes were sad as she replied, we were talking about a love story, but I don't want to hear it anymore. The ending is tragic. Chaming strode forward. Then that's right, we won't talk about it anymore. On the saintess's side, she was still waiting for the others to go to war. After waiting for a long time, a subordinate reported, it seems they have obtained the wood spirit divine artifact and have now left. We didn't gain much this time. After hearing the news, the saintess looked up into the distance. It's been 1,000 years already. She recalled when the princess gave her the golden spirit divine artifact when she was just a maid, telling her to take it to the black market for the crown prince. Holding the golden spirit divine artifact in her hand, wickedness arose in her heart. I'm sorry, princess. I want to become the noble saintess, revered and worshipped by everyone in the world. A subordinate's voice cut through her thoughts. Saintess, they took the wood spirit divine artifact. What should we do next? She angrily grabbed her weapon and caused a booming explosion, destroying the place. Then, with a wicked look in her eyes, she said, back to the sacred city of the southern wasteland. No one can stop me. I want to be the ruler of the world forever. Tianyi and Changjun also arrived at the city, but were stopped. Halt! You look suspicious. Who are you? Just an ordinary person. Seeing this, Changjun thought to herself, strange, Ian has used a disguise technique. To ordinary people now, he's just a normal man. What's the problem? Haha, a man who doesn't abide by the way of man. A man appearing outside without a woman to watch over him. Is that normal? The northern and southern continents are in chaos right now. You're not a spy from the northern wasteland, are you? After hearing this, Changjun understood. Ah, they value women here. So Tianyi pulled Changjun over. I'm not alone. This is my wife. I'm bringing her back this time. Changjun also continued to play along with him. Ah, yes, he's my dear husband. The two soldiers were bewildered. Really? I see the young lady is beautiful. Why would you choose such an ordinary man? You're not trying to fool us, are you? Being spoken to like that, Tianyi kissed Changjun on the forehead. Then he acted spoiled. Wife, they're bullying me, saying I'm plain looking. I feel so wronged. After being kissed, Changjun's heart pounded and her face flushed, but for the sake of the greater good, she had to restrain herself and not give them away. She pulled his head closer to her, put her hands on her hips, and said loudly, I happen to like his ordinary looks, so what? Seeing this, the soldiers also dropped their suspicions and let them pass through the city. Arriving at an inn, the two rented 2 rooms. The innkeeper asked again, how can a man stay alone? What will people say? Changjun slammed the table. Are you done with all this man and woman talk? I said 2 rooms, so it's 2 rooms. Afterwards, she received news from Changming and Nu. The two had returned to the Jihua sect. Reading the letter, she mused, brother and Nu have returned, so they can't come to us for now. But why hasn't Du Mingyue replied to my letter? Where is he? Then she got back to business. This sacred hall has a strong barrier, borrowing power from the golden spirit divine artifact. I can't just rush in. My appearance is too memorable here, making it hard to investigate on the streets. Thinking this, she turned and called her life-bound sword, Red Crane, to go and gather information for me on how to enter the sacred hall. Red Crane, having completed its human transformation, accepted the mission. On this side, Tianyi's Nanan poison vine also condensed into a human form and left upon receiving Tianyi's order. Red Crane and Nanan passed each other by chance while scouting. Just after passing, Red Crane turned back. Why does that feel familiar? But it quickly turned away. Nanan also sensed something familiar and turned back. But it too quickly turned away to continue the mission its master had assigned. Not understanding the scouting method, Red Crane led Chongjun to stand before a brothel. Is this the only way to get into the sacred hall? Red Crane said, the sacred hall is too heavily guarded. Plus, since being broken last year, security is even tighter. Unless you are properly chosen by someone from the sacred hall. After speaking, Red Crane pointed to the brothel. They often choose handsome men here. Therefore, this is the place that sends men into the sacred hall. Just then, the owner called out, young lady, come in. Our place is the biggest brothel in the city. Whatever you like, we have them all. Chongjun reluctantly waved him away. Then she ran off. The owner could only click his tongue. Another one with a strict husband. At that moment, a man walked in. Boss, do you have any men? Selling art, not bodies. Chongjun, determined to enter the city, had transformed into this appearance. The owner's eyes sparkled at the sight of the handsome young master. Young master, you are so handsome and dashing. Our brothel always welcomes you. But to get silver from women, look her only second. The first is the art of seduction. I must see your skills. Then he pointed to another table and said, there's a female customer over there. She's been sitting there all afternoon, and no man has caught her eye. If you can serve her, I'll hire you. Chongjun puffed out her chest and jauntily said, leave it to me. She thought to herself, I'm a woman myself. Of course I understand women. She went to the table, sat down, and started to flirt. Young lady, would you like me to keep you company? As soon as she finished speaking, the person in front of her turned her to stone. Ian had used a concealment technique to appear as a woman to ordinary people. He said, I am willing. Chongjun clutched her head and screamed, why is he here? And he's even disguised as a woman to fool ordinary people. Luckily, my cultivation is high enough to see through it. Tianyi, looking amused, moved closer to Chongjun. This young master, I heard from the manager that you wish to serve me. Chongjun suddenly burst out laughing. Haha, boss, this time you absolutely have to hire me. Then she pointed at Tianyi and said, this young lady is my former master. She loved me to death and back. So, boss, just hire me directly. Then she turned to Tianyi and said, am I right? While frantically signaling for him to say something. As long as he said yes, she would have a chance to enter the sacred palace. However, Tianyi turned and teased, do I know you? As soon as he finished speaking, Chongjun felt as if she had been struck by lightning, her body splitting apart. She never expected him to betray her like this. So the boss pushed her towards Tianyi and said, enough with the sweet talk. Hurry up and get to it. I'll be in a corner quietly observing your professional skills. Go for it. Tianyi also quickly took the opportunity to catch and get close to Chongjun. Chongjun thought resentfully that she was being teased by him, so she quickly got into character. Come, young lady, I will pour you some wine. As she poured, she thought, with the boss watching like this, it seems I have to make the act look real. Tianyi, seizing this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, teased her. After you pour, aren't you going to feed it to me yourself? I've seen them serve like that in other places. Hearing this, Chongjun's expression changed, and she pursed her lips, cursing inwardly. Hey, could it be that he wants to take advantage of this? Isn't he supposed to be a gentle person? Turns out, he has a hidden personality. Seeing her like this, Tianyi raised his head triumphantly, holding back a laugh. This is interesting. Then he quickly moved closer and whispered, have you forgotten? That night, you personally used your mouth to feed me. The image of their wedding night in the secret realm flashed back. Chongjun's face turned beet red, and she couldn't speak clearly. B-A-B-A. In the end, still a shy girl, she turned her back, accepting defeat. Seeing her like this, Tianyi had to pat her shoulder to console her. But she wouldn't listen, pushing his hand away. It's easy to provoke someone, but not so easy to appease them, you know? Tianyi had no other choice. He sighed, and then threw a bag of money to the manager. Boss, I'm buying this Chilan house. Then he pointed at Chongjun and said, from now on, I am the madam, and he is the master. Whatever he wants to do, you all just follow his orders. Chongjun, who was sitting in a sulk, had her eyes light up. Wow, he's that rich? That's right. After all, the money ends up in his pocket eventually. She was surprised because cultivators usually don't have much money, only cultivation techniques and spirit stones, which aren't very valuable. The manager, holding the large sum of money, was also startled and said, investing is fine, but to buy the entire place, you must ask our owner. You're not the owner? The manager smiled. I'm just the manager. The owner here is no ordinary person. He is the top courtesan of this Chilan house. Please follow me to meet this top courtesan. But before they could go, Chang-jun pulled him back. Little lady, you did well. This is a reward for you. Tian-yi also cooperated very well. It would be impolite not to accept a reward from a beauty. The scene changes to the owner of Chilan House, the demon monk Du Mingyue, who is the top courtesan of this place. Tian-yi was invited into a room to meet the owner. However, the room's lights were not on. He looked around and asked, "Where's the top courtesan?" Before he knew it, the owner embraced him. Due to the illusion spell, in everyone's eyes, Tian-yi currently appeared as a beautiful young lady. Tian-yi quickly pushed his hand away, turned to look. You are the top courtesan. As soon as he saw the owner, he was startled. The light was too dim, but his features resembled Du Mingyue, yet his aura was not the same. He suddenly remembered the person in the wood spirit's secret realm was also like this. But isn't Du Mingyue supposed to have gone to the Northern Flame Nation to find Han Xiao? Could it be him again? Impossible. How could Du Mingyue's personality lead him to a brothel, let alone be the top courtesan? Could it just be a coincidence, a look-alike? Thinking of this, Tian-yi suddenly covered his mouth and giggled. If Du Mingyue knew that someone with his appearance was a top courtesan in a brothel, what would his expression be? Just thinking about it is interesting. Very quickly, this top courtesan owner pressed close to Tian-yi again. My dear beauty, I heard you want to buy this brothel. I am the top courtesan. If you become the owner of this place, you will also be my owner. Hearing him say this, Tian-yi covered his mouth and laughed even more. In his eyes, I am a woman. Just thinking of this monk-like face saying such seductive words. Haha, what a turn-off. The top courtesan saw him covering his mouth and laughing, confused. What are you laughing at? Am I funny? Is this guest preference very special? Tian-yi quickly composed himself and said, all right, brother, if you don't want to sell, then selling me a share is fine. I heard it gets very lively here at night, and whoever becomes the top courtesan will have the qualification to be presented to the sacred palace. Then Tian-yi turned his back, adding another sentence. Remember to save me a top classroom. I'll come and join the fun then, before leaving. The top courtesan watched him go, petrified with his mouth agape. She called me, brother. Why am I being seen as a brother? This is the first time I've been overlooked. Annoyed, he wanted to see. The manager said she has taken a liking to the young master downstairs. Looking down, Chang-jun was wholeheartedly accompanying the young ladies, drinking and looking quite happy. The top courtesan looked down and recognized Shun Chang-jun. Then he smiled cunningly. So that's how it is. She already has the wood spirit divine artifact, and now she's targeting the gold spirit divine artifact. Since she came to my door on her own, her wood spirit divine artifact will sooner or later be mine. At the Nine Flowers sect's main hall, Wei Shengru came to ask for permission to leave the Nine Flowers sect. Shen Zhongming smiled and said, have you thought it through? If you regret it later and come crying to me, I won't be able to save you. Wei Shengru's face was solemn. Yes, I have decided. Thank you, Master, for your years of teaching. This disciple no longer wishes to stay at the Nine Flowers sect. Can you tell me the reason why you're leaving? Wei Shengru's tears suddenly streamed down. Because every time I stay here and see that person, I feel more pain. As she turned her back to leave, she continued, our master-disciple fate has ended. From now on, we have no connection. It's best for me to leave the Nine Flowers sect. Seeing her like this, her fellow disciples were extremely reluctant and wanted to persuade her. Shen Zhongming's face darkened with anger. He clenched his fan tightly, his expression hard to read. Seeing her determination, a fellow disciple said, Sect Master, if you let her go like this, she'll become a juicy piece of meat for other powers. Since she is from the Wei Sheng family, and also a direct disciple of the Nine Flowers sect, she will be in danger. Shen Zhongming was so worried and angry that he snapped his fan in two, bowing his head helplessly. This is all my fault. Wei Shengru walked out of the Nine Flowers sect, her expression sorrowful. As she was walking, she suddenly sneezed. Then she opened her mouth wide and laughed. Ha ha, Shen Zhongming, You must be dying of shame right now. Then she sat down and playfully drew on the ground with a wooden stick. Let me calculate. The first step is to clearly define our master-disciple relationship so that I can pursue him openly and honorably. The second step is to pretend to be heartbroken and injured, then disappear to make him feel guilty and worried. The third step is to cultivate and become capable, then suddenly appear before him so he realizes he cares a lot about me, then appreciates me, then loves me. Then her innocent eyes gradually darkened, turning from a white girl to a black one. She hugged a pile of indecent books she had borrowed from Shun Changjuan's library a year ago. Shun Zhongming will be mine sooner or later. This child has learned a lot from these books over the years. For example, how to be two-faced. The scene changes to the brothel, now crowded with customers entering. Inside, Changjun was having a very good time with the young ladies. With Changjuan's handsome male appearance, everyone affirmed, you totally deserve to be tonight's top courtesan. The tribute list will definitely have your name, but we'd hate to see you go to the sacred palace. Tianyi stood watching, resentful, jealous, and so bitter that he crushed his wine cup. Right at this moment, the saintess entered. Everyone shouted, the saintess has arrived. Very quickly, the saintess sat down with her legs crossed. Have you got any good men recently? I've been in a bad mood lately, so I came here to look at some men to relax. The manager reported, yes, we have a newcomer recently. Then he turned to look behind him, confused. Where's the little young master? Changjun had already hidden. The saintess is already here before